Suman sir, good morning, Suman sir. Kindly share the host rights to Vidya. Good morning, everyone. I request the host to mute everyone. Let's begin the program. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahi Tejasvinamatitanamastu Ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I invoke the blessings of Lord Almighty to enlighten the path of knowledge and protect the student and teaching fraternity. May He nourish us with no hate among us and fill us with energy to work together for attaining supreme peace. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Rashmi Akshay Yadav, Assistant Professor of Commerce and Management, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, welcome you all to Day 2 of International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility for Sustainability in collaboration with International Open Access Technical Group, Acadence, Right Word, and Coimbatore Research Forum. Now I call upon Professor R. Gurunath, IQAC Coordinator, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Bengaluru, for the welcome address. Sir, over to you.
Okay, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Gurunath, IQAC Coordinator, Dayananda Sagar College, Arts, Science and Commerce. And it is an honor and privilege for me to offer a warm welcome to you all on behalf of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce for the second day of International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility for Sustainability. organized by Department of BBA and BCom. First of all, I would like to welcome our chief patrons, Dr. Hemchandra Sagar, Chairman, Dayananda Sagar Institution, Bangalore, and Dr. Premchandra Sagar, Vice Chairman, Dayananda Sagar Institution, Bangalore, and our constant source of inspiration, Sri Gadiswamy, Secretary, Dayananda Sagar Institution, Bangalore. I would like to welcome our beloved Principal and Conference General Chair, Dr. Namrata, and Professor Sumindaran, CSP, Founder and Managing Director, Coimbatore Research Forum. Next, I take this opportunity to welcome conference conveners, Dr. Suplab Kanti, HOD, Professor, Department of BBM, Professor Mukesh BN, HOD, Department of Commerce. I am very much happy to welcome conference coordinator as well as conference architect, Mrs. Rashmi Akshay Yadav, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management. And I would like to welcome Mr. Dharmendra Yadav, Senior Manager, IQAC, who is giving constant support in terms of online live streaming of this conference. I also welcome all the delegates who are part of this conference. Last but not least, I welcome students, faculty members, and staff members who are working for this international conference to make it a success. With this, I thank everyone and conclude my part of welcome speech. Thank you, one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for welcoming the August gathering. Now I call upon Dr. Suplab Kanti Poddar, HOD, Department of Management, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, for the theme address. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are muted, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are, sir.
International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility for Sustainability, organized by BBA and BCom Department, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, in associate with Academics, stands for Academic Events, conference co-powered by International Open Access Technical Group. Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce was established in the year 1978, offering various professional courses like MBA, MCom, MC. Our goal is to impart industry-relevant education, developing right skills and values. We aim to create better employability in our students by focusing on their overall development. This is achieved through developing communication skills, leadership skills, entrepreneurship skills, and involving in various management club activities. Academics creates forums for sharing best practices and exchanging ideas. It also contributes to the better development of professional skills in the educational and academic environment. Academics is a professional conference organizer, creating publishing opportunities and building a platform where all the experts in academic world can bring forward their latest research. With the worldwide concerns on climate change, environmental protection, ever increasing pollution levels, and waste management issues, the role of corporate for the social causes and ethical business practices is gaining importance. Businesses need to shift the focus from only profit making to offer best quality of products and efficient services. Corporate social responsibility is the strategies that companies put into action as part of corporate governance that are designed to ensure the company's operations are ethical and beneficial for society. So CSR cannot only refer to the compliance of human rights standards, labor and social security arrangement, but also the fight against climate changes, sustainable management of natural resources, and consumer protection. The conference is designed to identify the CSR contributions for sustainable initiatives that address the major social issues, especially in the weaker section of the society in India. The international conference hosted by the Department of Commerce and Management of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce will give the new direction to the deliberations from eminent speakers and young, innovative, creative researchers across the world. The world needs to come together to make Earth a better place to live. The conference will focus on the following tracks with attention on academic perspective and presentation of the research in the CSR area. Track 1, the role of CSR in business and management. The sub-themes are international business and globalization, international market entry, organization behavior and development, organization culture and values, operations and supply chain management, project management, human resource management, marketing management, hospitality and tourism, and so many related topics. With consideration of the above sub-themes, we have received 7 articles. The session chairs of the track 1 are Dr. Sabyasachi, Pramanik, Assistant Professor, Haldia Institute of Technology, India, Dr. Chandrakala ji, Assistant Professor, Dayananda Sagar University, India. In the track 2, insurance, accounting, of the above themes, we have received the 8 articles. The session chairs for the track 2 are Dr. Sunanda Vincent, J, Bengaluru, India. Dr. Soumi Dutta, Associate Professor and Assistant Head of the Department, Institute of Engineering and Management in India. In the track 3, role of CSR in social sciences. The sub-themes are adult education, distance education, education systems and politics, e-learning, higher education, teaching and learning, vocational education, arts and humanities, and so many related topics. The consideration of the above sub-themes, we have received 6 articles. The session chairs for this track 3 are Dr. Namrata Singha Roy, Assistant Professor, Christ deemed to be University, Bangalore, India. Mr. Mangesh, Professor, Sandeep Institute of Technology and Research Center, India. And the track 4, Environmental Science in CSR. Sub-themes are low carbon energy and sustainable industry, social responsible products, corporate governance, waste management, human rights and business sustainability, the role of governments in business, workplace safety and women rights, social inclusion, gender inequalities, human rights, and so many related other topics. With respect to the above sub-themes, under track 4, we have received 6 articles. The session chairs for the track 4 are Dr. Mousumi Goswami, Associate Professor, Christ Deemed to be University, Bangalore, India. Dr. Shivamurthiya M. Assistant Professor, Garden City University, Bangalore, India. Now I request our principal, Dr. Nagraj Shenai, HOD BCom, Professor Murgesha BN, to join for inauguration of ISBN book. I request Professor Rashmi Akshay Yadav to continue the today's sessions.
Thank you for the theme address, sir. The success of every event is marked with the outcome. We have totally 50 papers received for this international conference. So sir has already narrated the presentations who have opted for the presentation. So we are officially coming up with the ISBN book release. Here we have on record the outcome of 2 days international conference, ISBN book of International Conference of Corporate Social Responsibility for Sustainability. This is the official release of the book. The e-copy of this book along with the certificates will be available to all the authors individually through mail. Kindly make note, all the authors who have received the mail, you can also opt for physical copy of this book. You can place an order through the link which we'll be sharing. So I request the technical committee to share. Yes, you have this book release. Gurunath sir, also please on your video. All the dignitaries, I request all the dignitaries to on their videos. Suman sir, the pillar of this program who has designed all these things is there from Academics. Suman sir, thank you for this. I request the technical team to take a screenshot of this. Shalini ma'am, kindly scroll down to the further pages. Participants and the authors, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you so much for joining for the release of the ISBN book.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now we'll proceed with the sessions. I hand over the session to track 1 in charge, Professor Dishita Gujarkar. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to one and all present. I, Dikshita Gujarkar, Assistant Professor of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, welcome you all to Day 2 of the International Conference. I welcome our session chairs, Dr. Sabyasachi Pramanik and Dr. Chandrakala ji, for the session 1, CSR in Business and Marketing. I'd like to call upon Professor Sahana Shri N to welcome our session chair, Dr. Sabyasachi Pramanik.
A very good morning. Dr. Sabyasachi Pramanik is a professional IEEE member. He obtained his BTech in Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering from Haldia Institute of Technology, India. He obtained his MTech and PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from Sri Sabyasachi University of Technology and Medical Sciences, Madhya Pradesh, in the area of image steganography. His area of interest is steganography, artificial intelligence, and computational intelligence. Sir is presently working as Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Haldia Institute of Technology, West Bengal, India. Dr. Sabyasachi Pramanik has authored and co-authored over 30 papers in SCI, Scopus, Springer Journals, and IEEE Springer Conference proceedings in areas of steganography, computational intelligence, and image processing. He has authored a book on wireless sensor network. He is currently editing 5 books from publishers like Wiley, IGI Global, and CRC Press, etc. Sir is an editorial board of over 20 journals and serving as a technical committee member of various international conferences. He is also a reviewer of several Springer, Elsevier, IGI Global, and InterScience journals. He is also a keynote speaker and session chair for various international conferences. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Sahana ma'am. Sir's profile definitely shows his versatility and his varied experience in the field of research. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Deepika to welcome Dr. Chandrakala ji.
Good morning. Dr. Chandrakala ji, who has 15 years of rich work experience in academics and specializes in accounting and finance, and has worked with institutions of repute, Dayananda Sagar Institution, in a long stint as a program coordinator and assistant professor for flagship courses, namely BBA and BCom, and adjunct faculty MBA programs. Her prior assignments include examination coordinator, NAC committee member, project guide for UG and PG programs. Dr. Chandrakala ji has authored 3 books in financial management and quantitative techniques for business. Ma'am has attended various international and national conferences and workshops in the areas of commerce, finance, and research methodologies. Ma'am has been external paper setter for autonomous institutions, namely St. Joseph College of Commerce, NMKRV College for Women, Maharani Ammani College of Commerce and Management, and Bangalore Central University. Dr. Chandrakala ji holds Doctor of Philosophy, that is PhD in Commerce with MCom in Finance, MPhil in Finance, MBA in Financial Management, and UGC NET qualified. We welcome you to the conference.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Chandrakala ma'am is a person who nothing is impossible.
No, it's
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Deepika ma'am. Ma'am is the person who follows the principle, you are what you believe. She has always shown us that if we focus on our goals with perseverance, nothing is impossible to achieve. So it is a great pleasure and I consider it my privilege to welcome you to this occasion, ma'am. Welcome you, ma'am. So
Thank you.
before we begin with the presentations, I would like to inform you the track schedule. So I'll be giving the list of the participants. So the first presenter will be Dr. Bhaskaran, followed by Vidyashreyas ma'am and team. Rohini Atish ma'am, the third presenter. The fourth presenter is VR Rajendra Kumar sir. The fifth presenter is Dr. R. Meenakshi Devi ma'am. And the sixth presenter is Akhila Sam, SS ma'am. So we will begin with Dr. Bhaskaran. Bhaskaran sir.
Yeah, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please.
friend.
No. Sir. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, Sunanda. Am I audible? Good morning.
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can continue.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm Dr. Bhaskaran. I would like to thank in this occasion about this our main author. Main author is our Dr. Mahadev sir. He is a professor at the IFIM Institute, IFIM Business School, Bangalore, and I am a co-author. Due to his busy schedule, he would not present it, so I am going to present it. So our topic is it's about corporate social responsibility in India, a roadmap for corporate entities to pay back to the society. So we all know about it. This corporate social responsibility is a philanthropic activity initiated in the post-liberalized period of the country, and the corporate entities are expected to voluntarily contribute to the societal development activities. Having developed special economic zones throughout the country, the government has also come up with imposition of social responsibility to the corporate entities to shoulder various social responsibilities by earmarking a portion of their profit to various social needs of the society. So adding to this Companies Act 2013 passed by the Parliament mandates corporate entities to earmark at least 2% of their annual profit to finance various societal developmental activities, which would add to the social welfare. Earlier to the Act, the promotion of social welfare was either left to the wisdom of business world or...
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Can you share the screen, please?
Yeah, actually, I prepared only for my point. So, the oral presentation I'm giving. The detailed paper I have submitted for the publication. So this paper we have analyzed from Companies Act 2013 onwards, how much they have contributed so far, around 52,000 crores the companies have contributed for CSR fund. So it is analyzed like that.
Okay, sir. You can continue.
Yeah. So the Companies Act of 2013 passed by the Parliament mandates corporate entities to earmark at least 2%. So earlier to this act, the promotion of social welfare was either left to the wisdom of business world or where there any compulsion on CSR activities. But since passage of the act, CSR is mandatory activity for the corporate entities. So following the important intervention, a substantial amount of capital formation has taken place as the corporate entities have contributed from their annual profit. So some of the fact about the CSR activities, a detailed analysis of the capital formation and application of CSR funds clearly brought to for that almost half of the funds have been retained by the corporate entities by themselves and spent according to their whims and fancy. This has led to the development of self-interest with the control of the activities undertaken under CSR funds, which has defeated the noble cause of the act. Similarly, while deploying the fund, whatever the fund have generated from the CSR, the important concerns like human welfare promotion, environment improvement, and improvement of the public goods and services have suffered with a shortage of funds or with very meager investments have done in these particular aspects. Unfortunately, 2/3 of the investment have been made available to the self-centric activities of the corporate entities than promotion of social good in the interest of the society. So as the origin of the subject matter being very recent, the academic understanding is considerably very limited. The attempt of the Institute of Directors in bringing out a handbook of corporate social responsibility is a paramount importance to bring it to the force about the act in terms of its overall concerns. It is quite clear from the literature survey that the relations and the implications of the CSR explored undoubtedly by a good number of studies already. But these studies are the sample based after selecting some companies of their own choice.
Bhaskar sir, sorry to interrupt. Bhaskar sir, kindly share your screen, sir. Screen is not shared from your end, PPT.
Madam, I opted not to share the screen.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Even yesterday only I confirmed it. I am going to give oral presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So most of the studies are the sample based after selecting the companies of their choice, organizations, enterprises, and the commercial banks. the research gap, what we found it, to observe that the comprehensive examination of the relationship between the CSR and the financial performance of the organizations is altogether missing. So therefore, this study to comprehensively review the impact of CSR on the society in terms of the financial resource formation by the Indian corporate entities under the CSR, then application of funds thus generated across the rural and the urban areas, and the creation of asset for the use of the society by types with the CSR funds. So the scope of the study is to review the allocated funds into various classified sectors like asset creation, human welfare promotional activities, institutional capacity buildings, environmental improvement programs, transfer to the state and central government schemes and others. Also attempted to classify the deployment of funds in rural and urban by the various projects implemented. This paper used secondary official data made available by the report of High-Level Committee on Corporate Social Responsibility 2018, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. It is published in the year 2019. And the major findings are the major findings like the regional dimension. So the regional dimension, so in the sense every state has generated fund for corporate social responsibility, but it was noticed that some states, around 13 states, have generated fund and they have utilized within their generated level of fund. But 16 states, we noticed it, they have generated very less amount for corporate social responsibility. At the same time, they have got a benefit more from this CSR fund. They have used more than 180%. Their contribution, for example, if it is a 5,000 crore, they have spent in the 4 years of duration like 10,000 crore, almost 9,500 crores. Some state, they have generated 10,000 crores means they have spent only 8,000 crore like that within the limit. So this we have noticed in that particular report. And even the deployment of funds also in the rural and urban areas when we see, so only 18% of amount. So as per that particular report, they have mentioned it 52,000 crores of amount have generated so far for CSR activities as per the Act. But we have come to know that only 9,534 crores have spent for rural area projects. So that means we know very well India has more rural areas and villages, but urban area got more fund. Only 18% of CSR fund have contributed to the rural areas project development. And the major implications, what our main author as well as we jointly suggest that the major implications from this particular act. So the present prescription of 2% of the corporate contributions towards the social responsibilities is grossly meager. It is very, very small as compared to what all the corporate entity takes from the government in particular and society in general. So they have taken all the infrastructure facilities from the society and from the government benefit, all those things, but they are contributing only 2%. So what we suggest is it can be increased gradually. Some percentage can be added every year. Then giving absolute freedom, the next implication is giving absolute freedom to the corporate entities to spend the earmarked CSR funds according to their whims and fancy shall be abolished at the earliest. Because most of the corporates, they themselves have some charitable trust and they themselves have some educational institutions or some hospitals somewhere. So whatever the fund they are generating, they are spending towards their own charity. So this type of things also we have noticed it. So most of the corporate, they have their own charitable trust. So then the next implication, what we have noticed it, the development of new institutions like schools, hospitals, and institutional capacity building should be encouraged, especially in the deprived and backward regions. So there are so many schools and colleges, many corporate, they have sponsored their own universities and schools, colleges, but all those things are located in the developed cities or advanced cities or metropolitan cities. But in the rural area, people are not getting good support because the fund is generated, for social responsibility purpose. So this corporate supposed to contribute to the rural area schools and colleges. And one more what we have noticed it and what our implication mentioned here is the NGOs, the non-government organizations and community-based organizations shall be encouraged to coordinate and to monitor the adoption of urban slums and villages to supplement the public actions. And addition to financing the Clean Ganga project, all the other rivers, okay, polluted lakes, tanks, and other water bodies in the country needs to be cleaned regularly. Because in the CSR scheme, the contributing to Ganga project, okay, Clean Ganga project, it is accepted. But there are so many rivers available in India, particularly in South India. You can see that Kaveri River, almost 4 states are depending on this particular river. So this also has to be cleaned. So this also have to be added, and keeping the drinking water needs of the people and animals in the rural areas. And the last implications what we are mentioning it, the major business activities have taken over by the private enterprises. You know very well, after 1991, so most of the private sector companies have taken over the government business. Earlier, government was taking care of all those basic needs, infrastructure facilities, and they were only doing business. It was fine. When the private sector have taken over the government business completely, so when they are contributing only 2% for the social development, it may not be enough. That's what we have noticed it. At the same time, when government organizations were giving employment opportunity, so the rural area people and there are social justice to the vulnerable group people, they got employment opportunities. But today when we see the private people, they are going in like a merit basis. But the other countries, when we compare all the Asian countries, Indian villages and the rural area people, still they are underdeveloped in every aspect. But when we compare China, so the entire country develops at same level. So even rural area and urban area, everything is getting developed at the same time because of the policies are like that. Even the private organization should encourage the economically, very poor people and the rural area people and socially, the deprived people. So they have to get some good employment opportunities. And the fact that the poverty of housing, okay, that also matters in the shelter in the country, then the larger firms must involve in corporate agricultural activities in order to decongest the agricultural laborers, not only to ensure them full employment, but also encourage them to health-related food items. So these are the major implications we have found, and whatever the project they have taken through the CSR fund, that also we have analyzed. The paper, almost 6 months to 7 months we have spent time to prepare this article, and it is submitted for the publication in one of the journal in our conference. So definitely it will be giving more information to the readers. So I hope the publication will be given to all the paper, all the participants. So please you go through it if anything, okay, because of in the time constraint within 10 minutes, so we cannot share all those analysis. So you can go through it. If you have any doubt or clarifications, you can contact us. So with this, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Bhaskaran sir.
Yeah.
I request Sabyasachi sir to raise few questions to the presenter.
Okay, fine, Dr. Bhaskaran. I would like to congratulate you regarding this topic. Okay, you are well presented, but I would like to ask you one question.
Yeah.
That you have talked about the mainly related to the schools and the college and the agricultural sector, isn't it? So any other infrastructure you can specify upon? You have talked about the NGOs, their responsibilities.
Sir, what we are suggesting it, these NGOs are there and community-based organizations are there in the rural area. One thing what we have noticed it, the government or any private organizations will make one borewell or one drinking water tank may kept in one particular area, but it is not maintained properly. And we want these NGOs, because NGO also getting support from the government, they have to monitor. So for example, in one particular area, if you go to somewhere in Karnataka, like a Gulbarga or somewhere, so many organizations are locating some project. So in that particular financial year, it is counted. So the so-and-so company made one borewell in that particular village for drinking water. So after that particular year, whether it is maintained properly or somebody to monitor it. That's what we suggest. The rural area non-government organizations and the community-based organizations can monitor this type of project, because the borewell, provides water for 5 years or 6 years or sometimes. But the corporate only 1 year they will show in their annual report and they leave it. So that has to be maintained like that we have suggested. NGO is supposed to monitor in that.
One more thing is that you are talking about some private organizations or government organizations. Can you specify some private organizations who are leading the way related to this CSR?
Sir, actually, in the report, when we see that, I have mentioned it. So the report is given by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So they have not mentioned exactly the company name. So even you also can download the report. You can check it. They are given the organizations. They themselves had a charities to spend the corporate contributor, the CSR contributed fund. So they have mentioned it only, generally they have mentioned it. So there's some organizations, they have their own charity. So in that the list, that also we have given in the full paper. And some of the organizations, they go to the publicly available charitable trust to contribute for CSR activities. So the paper is prepared based on the report, high-level committee report from Ministry of Corporate Affairs.
Okay, one more thing. You have focused on the school, colleges, agricultural research labs where research ought to be taken or carried out. So one important sector is the healthcare. That can also be maintained well regarding the funding of research, maybe because healthcare is a very much major or broader aspect nowadays. Even build up of hospitals may be there. Okay, these activities can also be taken care of. Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir. Chandrakala ma'am, any questions?
Yes, Bhaskar sir, when you said about the introduction, in that you mentioned that only almost 2% of the profit has been distributed to the CSR by all the companies. So how do you justify even the small companies, large companies and the medium-sized companies all contribute 2% of profit? If so, does the small companies will be able to contribute the same percentage of 2%? Is it feasible for them? And also I want to know what measures can be taken in order to make this percentage change for large and the small companies.
Yeah, see ma'am, this is it became mandatory from Companies Act 2013. When we see the Tata group of companies from 1980 onwards, they are doing so much of CSR activity. Even in one particular meeting also, through secondary sources, I came to know when Manmohan Singh sir was a prime minister, when he was a finance minister, so that time in that one meeting, they mentioned it seems every corporate is supposed to give a small portion of amount for corporate social responsibility activity. But immediately Tata Group calculated, it seems they were contributing, before it became mandatory, they were contributing, I think 7% somewhere it seems. But in Companies Act 2013, they have mentioned it, every company, it's an act passed by the parliament. Every company has to contribute 2% from their profit for CSR activities. So what our implications and our suggestion is, see the corporates, they are doing business last 2 to 3 decades. So whatever the preliminary expenses they have invested in the beginning, they do earn that money, the return on investment they do taken back. So initially, okay, fine, 2% is fine. Later, you see, whatever they get a profit, it will be almost the gross profit. So definitely 70 to 80% will become net profit only. From that, always they are giving only 2%. Means, for example, one company is earning 10,000 crore. They also give only 2%. So for them, the 2% is very, very meager. So gradually they can increase. That's what our suggestion. In the Companies Act, it is mentioned only 2%. So why can't it can be gradually increased for some companies, because they are taking more benefit from the country. Even we know very well the infrastructure development, all those things we can see that there are so many people, so many companies, foreign companies have come to India, they are using our infrastructure facilities, so they can contribute little extra. That's what our suggestion.
Yeah, my question was, is it possible for, even for the small companies to contribute 2%? Yeah,
Yeah,
large
ma'am.
companies,
It
I
is
don't.
it is Act, no, madam. It is Companies Act 2013. It has given, no, ma'am.
Okay,
When
fine.
they want, when they have
Okay,
to continue the business, they have to fulfill the
okay.
conditions, right, no, ma'am? Yeah.
If the companies, in case if they are not contributing to the CSR, what measures can be taken to promote the CSR among the companies?
Actually, it is a condition, it is a bylaw. So some action to be taken against those companies. So when they are showing the profit, so even it is not my proposal of 2%. Ma'am. It is a Companies Act regulation says that minimum 2%. So they have to fulfill. Otherwise, it is like unethical business, ma'am.
Yeah, it is because they have mentioned all companies. No, all companies includes all small, big, large. So,
Yeah, ma'am. They
so
may be, for example, small company may get a very small amount
the
profit from
profit.
that 2%.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
sir. Okay, sir.
We
Thank
are
you.
not giving money, ma'am. We are not telling everybody should give 2 crores like that. When we are telling the amount 2 crores, so that time this question may arise. But we are telling no 2% is their profit. If they get only 100 rupees profit, 2 rupees to the CSR. When they give 1 lakh rupees profit, like a 2,000 to the CSR. That's all.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, we have a question from the participant. Does public relation has anything to do with CSR?
Public relations?
Has anything to do with CSR? Is PR a strategy used by corporates to enhance their social responsibility towards the
Yeah, ma'am.
society's
Actually,
welfare?
the CSR, many people say that it's a corporate social responsibility, but it has to be like a citizen social responsibility. So, for example, there are so many projects have given guidelines are given in CSR Act, in the Companies Act for guidance to implement the CSR. So, in that, when we see that the environmental protection, so it is a duty of every individual to protect the environment. At the same time, the wastages. Okay, so for example, the throwing the wastages in the public places. So this also, it's not like only contributing fund. The corporate they are contributing fund as per the act. The individuals, the public also should take care of the environment, and they also should contribute meagerly. It's a voluntary. Earlier, it was like a philanthropic activities, so it has to continue as it is in the public's point of view.
Okay, thank you, sir. The second question is, any suggestions to avoid self-centric activities of the corporates?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. See, what happens? These organizations, they are they themselves tell that this much is our profit. We have a charitable trust. We are transferring fund. For example, the group of companies are there. I don't want to mention the name of the companies in the public forum. So we, at the end of the year, they prepare annual report and they say that this much we have contributed. Instead, how we people pay the tax to the government, income tax department, money goes to the Ministry of Finance and Income Tax Department. From there, they prepare the budget for all the commitment in the particular accounting year, and they are taking many projects and they are investing in the public properties. So like that, the CSR fund also should go to one particular account. So every corporate should give it to one particular account. So then same like a finance department. So one separate department can collect this fund and they can spend this money for the different CSR activities. So most of the places we have seen that even we have taken on project in somewhere somewhere in Hospet and that place Kudligi one place is that Kudligi one. It's a small taluk level. So we would see that in that bus stand many corporate they have installed the water tank for the people like that, but it was not maintained properly. At the same time, the government people they don't go for it. Even sometimes the public toilets, so many things are there, but it is not maintained properly. Once they construct and they leave it. Some even most of the places we can see that the public toilets are locked. Okay, because it is maintained by the so and so company like that. The board they have kept it, but whether they are doing it or not, nobody knows. So at the same time, in the bus stand, you can see. So whatever the public toilets are constructed by the government, somebody is taking tender and they are maintaining it. So many gaps are there. So that's why what we are suggesting that the fund should go to one particular account and it has to be monitored by the government. So we should not give 100% freedom to the corporate. So when you are earning 2,000 crore, you have spent this much of amount for CSR. So how much they are spending, nobody knows. Where they are spending, nobody knows. So like that is there. It is no, it become like a self-centric. So only their group of companies and their group of the organizations are doing these activities. So the transparency should be there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. So next, I call upon our next presenter, Professor Prerna Shankar.
Hello everyone, good morning. I am Prerna Shankar. Along with me also there is Sneha, Professor Sneha and Professor Vidyashri, but I will be the person who will be presenting today. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am the presenter today. That is, my name is Prerna Shankar. And the topic of my research is the impact of a pandemic on consumer behavior in purchasing decisions of essential and hygienic products of COVID-19. I am doing it in a COVID-19 perspective. Okay. Okay, introduction. Now that we have time constraint, I will only stress upon the important points which we got to know. Okay, first one, the novel coronavirus means that it is a new coronavirus that has not been previously identified in humans. So we all know that the coronavirus outbreak which happened, this new kind of coronavirus did not happen ever before. So if we see our SARS and other coronavirus, this is a new type which has never happened before, and this happened in India in around 30th January 2020. It came to India, and after that, the public mainly spent their money on food products, groceries, vegetables, fruits, and sanitizers rather than investing in shares, jewelry, and real estate. It also includes, it's no longer clothes, books, or makeup items that people want to buy online. See, one thing which we have to know is drastically our lives changed due to this outbreak of this virus. We never thought about how much jewelry I have or I want to buy, or where do I have to invest on land, or what clothes do I have to buy. We did not think about any of these things. The only thing which came to our mind was we had to buy necessary essential products to eat, to cook, to run the house, and we were also concentrating on hygienic products like sanitizers. For few of us, it was never before, these kind of products were never before at home, but our lives changed with these kind of products. Studies indicate that 76% growth in online grocery market as compared to last year. So 76% growth has happened compared to last year. Another study by local circles found that 80% of the people ordered grocery online for the convenience and not for the price. Here, one thing which we have to concentrate on is people never worried about the price. It's less or more. I am talking about, I am not differentiated people on any class like poor class, high class, or middle class. I am generally giving an aggregate that 80% of people never worried about price. They were only worried about the availability of products which were, there, and which is hygienic. Due to the pandemic and lockdown, while sales of online grocery sites such as Grofers and Big Basket increased, see all these companies which provided us groceries like Big Basket, all these sales increased drastically. And we also know that Zomato, Swiggy, and Geomart, they've started delivering groceries, and people who are delivering groceries before, like Amazon and Flipkart, their orders also have increased drastically. Okay, the objective of the study is to understand the problems faced by the consumers during pandemic by buying essential products and hygienic products, to understand the level of dissatisfaction faced by the consumer regarding price, quality, and availability of products. One thing which we have to remember is not everybody got what they wanted. At this point of time during the lockdown, especially, what was available only that we could take. And uh, if people were dissatisfied with the price, government or others could not do anything about it, because that was the only thing available. To know the difference of opinions that consumer underwent while purchasing the products to retailers and online grocery apps. The scope of the study is, this study focus on the views of general public, which includes both literates and illiterates of a particular urban area. Okay, what is the limitation? This study is limited to the extent of urban area only. So we have taken only urban area. We have not concentrated anything about rural area. This paper focuses on direct consumers only, ignoring other channels of distribution like wholesaler, retailer, distribution, and agents. One more major limitation for the study is the insufficient time to collect larger number of data. Larger number of data, more precise will be the research. So our data was only limited to 100 sample size, and this data is constrained only to a particular area in Bangalore. We could not, source information from different areas due to time constraint. Okay, sorry. Next, research methodology. I'll tell you the important one. Sample size is 100. The statistical tool which we have used is simple percentage, simple tabulation. The data is collected through primary and secondary as well. But primary is the main thing. Primary data is collected through observation, personal discussions with the peer group. Most importantly, through questionnaire. Secondary data includes book, new reports, and online sources. Okay. Let us come to the results and discussions of our research. First one, 70% of the respondents say that they have spent 7,500 to 10,000 rupees on groceries during lockdown, as they were scared that shops will not be open. See, 70% among our data which you have collected, we got to know that 70% have spent this much money on groceries, just because they were scared that if there is a serious lockdown and if the groceries or necessity shops won't open, they will not have anything to any necessities at home. So that is why they spent that much. The supply would reduce. So 20% they spent more than 10,000, because see, we have also faced this. So 20% have spent more than 10,000 because they've started cooking varieties at home. Everybody, you can also see as normally as your friends or relatives started putting WhatsApp statuses with different varieties of cooking. Why? So we should also concentrate that they've gone and bought the items which is required for varieties of cooking, which means they've spent a lot of money on cooking varieties because they're at home. 10% say they've spent less than 500 because they could not afford it because of the sudden lockdown. Because we should also concentrate on people who gets money on daily basis, or gets money only when there is the world is working normally. But abnormally it affects everyone, and it's affected few people which they could not afford. Next, second point. 90% of the respondents strongly agree that online apps charge more on shipping charges other than taxes during the lockdown. So in 100%, 90% of them agree that they were paying more on shipping charges because, and we have also got to know through observation that they really didn't mind paying the shipping charges, even if it's more, just because they needed the necessity grocery products from an online platform. So one thing which I haven't discussed before is, and I don't think I've put it up also because of the time constraint. So many people in between have shifted from buying normally to online platform, just because they have no contact delivery. You don't have to go out, contact people and then buy something. Online platform will do that to you. So many people who have not used online till date to buy groceries have started doing that in lockdown. That one thing which we found out in analysis. The second thing which we found out was there are so many people who have started using online platform after the lockdown. So during the lockdown, maybe they were used to buy in local areas with the local produce. So after lockdown, they've started using the online platform. So you can say almost 68 to 76% growth have increased in online buying. Okay, next one. 75% of respondents are highly satisfied with the quality of essential purchase through online. 10% respondents are satisfied with quality. Okay, this third point says most of them, we can say among whatever data we have collected, most of them are quite satisfied with the quality which they are getting when they are buying online. 70% of the respondents strongly agree that the app sent essential and hygiene products with safer and faster. So this is one thing which everybody were concerned during the pandemic, that okay, from wherever I'm buying, is it safe or hygienic? But 70%, quite a majority of them feel okay, products are safe, products are hygienic from buying from this online platform. Okay, next one. 65% of the respondents say Big Basket was an online application which helped reasonably supplying essential hygienic products. Okay, I am just giving the ratio that majority of them were buying from Big Basket, and they were, Big Basket is quite famous. People haven't heard of Gophers, or, people usually don't buy groceries on Amazon and Flipkart. Because Big Basket is only, mainly for groceries, and it is pretty famous. People are aware of it, so many of them bought it from Big Basket, and rest of them bought it from here and there, something like Amazon or Grofers, etc., etc. 80% of these respondents strongly agree that they saved essential because prices would increase and supply would reduce. 20% of the respondents disagree with the same, which means 80% means in 100, almost majority of them strongly agree that they believe that prices would increase in the future, because some essential items, except for whatever food items which are there locally, some essential items would have not been produced in India and would have been imported from some other country. So that is one fear, that they were scared that prices would increase for the products. So one thing which I have not put in analysis, but I would like to say is people also from the normal discussion with people while collection of data, this is what we found out. People also were scared to buy products, especially imported products, because of course during the lockdown there was no import and export. Now also 100% import and export have not started, but people fear to buy these kind of products. That is why our Prime Minister Narendra Modi also have given a statement like vocal for local, where if you help buying local products, if you're vocal about our local products, our economy also can start being balanced. 70% of the respondents strongly agree that the expenditure was reduced and they saved income during pandemic. One thing which we have to, which I have to say from this point is, 70%, that is most of them agree that their expenditure is reduced because they're at home, they're not spending anything else outside, they're spending only for necessities. But we also have to keep in mind that whatever saved income is there from my end, from their end, that is also getting that is also reducing. But because there's so many of them, most of them are spending from their saved income. Okay, because it's time up, I will skip these 2 points and go to the conclusion. Okay, what is the conclusion is, COVID-19 has changed the entire world, including us, each and every one of us. People are living differently, buying differently in many ways, and thinking differently. So our lifestyle is never the same before. It's completely changed. We have to wear masks, which when we go outside, we have to invest for masks. Our eating habits have changed. Maybe we have started drinking hot water from cold water. See, our daily necessities, if you take, that is only changed. we can see the whole world how it is impacted from this COVID-19. Retailers are closing doors. Consumer across the globe are looking at products and brands through online. So most of them are choosing online platform. In our study, most of the respondents have spent money only on essential goods during COVID-19. This is one thing which we have got to know from our research, that most of them have spent their money only on buying groceries, only on essential products. COVID-19 has also changed their purchasing, food behavior, and also most of the respondents preferred to use online payment for purchasing, because we all know it is so dangerous to transact with the money from hand to hand. So you can spread virus through that. So people have chosen online platform. COVID-19 has reduced the expenditure, but has also reduced the saved income, is also reducing. Expenditure is also reducing. Whatever they have saved, that is also reducing. This, to sum up, we found out that most of the respondents' entire life and lifestyle have changed after COVID-19. Thank you. I'm done with my presentation. I would really thank everyone for giving me an opportunity to present on this platform.
Thank you, Prerna ma'am. Chandrakala ma'am, any questions?
Yes, congratulations, Prerna. You have done
Thank
a
you,
good
ma'am.
presentation, taken the current topic. Few things I would like to clarify from you. One is that you had mentioned that you had done only the percentage analysis. Normally, for the research papers and other things, we expect you to do the a bit of analysis in that. And also in your objectives, you had mentioned that you had done the cross tabulation. I mean, in the methodology, you had mentioned that you have done the cross tabulation. That is, chi-square, what you had mentioned that you have done it. But when you said, you only mentioned that you have done the percentage analysis. So normally, I suggest you is that whenever you do such kind of research papers, I would suggest you to do some kind of analysis. When you measure the impact, it is always that you need to use some analysis. It could be regression analysis, or the for predicting the future, you would like to use some analysis. Only then you will be able to come up with the results or findings and conclusions. And this was one. And the second thing what I would like to know from your questionnaire, you mentioned that you had collected the respondents, both literates and illiterates. So now, as you were mentioning in your presentation, that most of the people are using the online in order to buy their groceries or the essential products and so on. So how do you define illiterate as per your study? Because you mentioned most of them, like 80% of them are satisfied with the products of the essentials and so on. So when you have collected the questionnaire from both literates and illiterates, how do you define illiterates, and how do they in turn buy these products, and how are they satisfied? That was my actual question.
Yes, ma'am. If you remember, in the limitation I've told you, we have collected our data only from a particular urban area in Bangalore. So if I take literates and illiterates in that particular area, I would say, yes, I have collected from both literates and illiterates. But if I constrain my study to that particular area, it is more literates than illiterates. So they are also there in few number, but comparatively there are more literates. So the results have come, the ratio has gone more to literates than illiterates in that constraint.
Okay, so but then yeah, your findings would differ in case if 80%
Yeah.
majority.
If I would have taken more of rural area or more of Bangalore outskirts, maybe I would have got a ratio, a different ratio. But that was the limitation of my study.
Okay, fine. So as I mentioned in the beginning, so if you mention the title as impact, I would suggest you that you use some analysis in order to identify, other than only your percentage analysis. That would give
Yes,
you a
ma'am,
better findings and results.
I would consider that, ma'am. It would have given more appropriate results, actually.
Yeah.
But due to time constraint, we try to make it faster with percentage analysis.
Okay. Thank you, Prerna. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chandrakala ma'am. Sabyasachi sir, any questions?
Okay, Prerana ma'am, first I would like to congratulate you for the well presentation that you have given. But I would like to, though your focus is on the consumer behavior during the pandemic, but I would like to focus whether you can specify any other activities that has been conducted online other than the online shopping, like the Big Basket or the Amazon, whatever you have specified on.
Okay, the other activities on, especially during lockdown or during the COVID-19 outbreak, I don't think any other online platform were available to transact. So you could not buy clothes, you could not buy shoes, you could not buy anything else other than the necessities of groceries and hygienic products. They themselves did not make it available. So I limited it to groceries and hygienic products.
Yeah, my question was, yeah, I find that you have specified on the consumer behavior. Fine.
Yes, sir.
It was related to online shopping. Any other online activities that became more focused or it became popular due to this pandemic? Any other activities other than those online shopping?
Maybe if we have to talk about our students and how we teach, our Zoom platform, all the online conferencing, people could not, online webinars. We used to attend it physically, but now the classrooms have become online, webinar has become online. Now our international conference has also become online. So this is one activity which became differently.
Yeah, fine. And another thing I would like to question you is that actually this Zoom initially during the initial days of the lockdown, it was mainly focusing that it is a Chinese software, though the inventor is a Chinese, but he is actually a American citizen. Okay, so questions were raised upon the security aspects of the Zoom, because when we were conducting any online meetings, not we are actually these common persons, but when it became a popular tool for the presidents and the prime ministers during their meeting conference, so their hacking was an important main issue, isn't it? So
yes, sir.
It was blamed that individual accounts were hacked, individual details were gathered. Okay, everyone, this Chinese software giant, they had collected individual data actually. So how would you like to take care of the security aspect? Though it's not a common man issue, it's a issue related to the cyber security analyst or whatever, the security analyst or cryptography expert. So how can you just enlighten on anything on the security aspect of the Zoom platform?
Yes, people who are, maybe into financial institution, or maybe if they are talking about something confidential, maybe that would affect the security and their sensitive information would get breached. But now that we are using Zoom, we can understand that, okay, the only sensitive information they can gather is maybe our email ID or our, name, or maybe the documents which we share, or our notes can be maybe hacked. So they would not get much of a benefit by doing these to students or teachers. Maybe if they are doing it to someone in a bigger picture, maybe like a politician or some other people who are using some sensitive information and confidential information that would affect our country in any matter, maybe that would become a big issue. But yeah, for us, I think it's not a problem as much.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prerana ma'am, for the presentation.
Thank you, Dikshita.
Yeah,
ma'am.
Next, I call on Professor Rohini Yatish for the presentation.
Yes, thank you, Dikshita ma'am. Yes. So, good morning to one and all present. Myself, Rohini Yatish, Assistant Professor of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, would like to take an opportunity to present my paper titled CSR Activities Towards Higher Education Sector. So, let me begin with the quotes of Malcolm. Education is the passport to the future for Tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. So that's why education has so much importance for a better and a secured future, as we all know. Now, moving on with the introduction, CSR is widely recognized concept in corporate arena. As we all know, CSR is one such avenue which provides name and fame and also which uplifts the society. By the CSR activities, we can see various welfare aspects in the day-to-day life. Secondly, there exists a gap in its implementation in the higher educational system. The very moment we hear the word, CSR, we just think it in the context of corporate sectors only. But we are here trying to bridge this gap between them. We must focus on CSR at higher education sector with the young innovative mindset, and we should fill the gap. Nextly, this study attempts to highlight how higher education institutions might also be mobilized to initiate serious CSR interventions and the roadmap through which the same can be achieved. So by bringing the research cell, yoga cell, and so on, so forth. So we must encourage CSR and make it part and parcel of, the daily routine so that, we can achieve it. And next, moving on with the task of higher education is to contribute to the social development and provide an increasing number of young people with opportunities. Yes, the main aim of bringing the CSR at the higher education system is to initiate the younger generation or the mindsets to bring the change so that the CSR will be in a way in the coming days. Secondly, it is to acquire quality first rate higher education. So another motive is to uplift or set a very, a good quality or a standard into the system. And nextly is to become a qualified or competitive professionals in the global context whose competencies meet the long-term demands of labor market. So that is when we look at California University, right? So as an instance, when I just take it as an instance, so CSR will be provided for those students, those who are under this California University, where they get to experience or practice at the educational sectors for the students. So which is a beneficiary, and same time we can also look at Russia or India for that matter as an instance for cheap labor availability. And next, moving on with regard to the next point, that is in the industrial society, the diploma or degree used to be a crucial precondition for permanent employment. See, one thing we need to identify or we must note is that here we most of the time we inculcate a fewer changes into the system of educating the students, because we are very much observant enough on only the qualification or the number of degrees a particular candidate probably possessing with. But the main advantage or the main idea is not only behind this, we should also think on to the advantages of the activities or the skills which is being possessed by a particular candidate. However, nowadays the formal scope of knowledge is losing its significance. I think the formal education is losing its importance, as we all professors are experiencing in day to day the classroom behavior of each students. Probably for that instance we do experiencing it. And next, moving on to the CSR advantages for enterprises. Yeah, so it contributes to creating and maintaining a high profile. So talking on high profile, every organization, right, like they would like to create its own brand identity for that instance, which is very much essential or which is very much crucially needed. Why? Because I just take an example like organization which they come out with their own foundations, right? So in order to help out the needy people, and same time distributing the free laptops and things like that, like which Wipro has taken an initiative. So by doing the welfare activities, they would like really to move much ahead in the business too. Secondly, it states like guarantees a strong relationship with the stakeholders. So the trust is the most, the utmost important factor which is essential to be successful and maintain the relationship as well. So that is the foremost thing which is very much required, because when you talk as a stakeholders in a nutshell, it is very much important to have a trust between our own stakeholders. Next is which creates a better, safer, and more stimulating work environment. So it is interrelated with the previous point, but again, in order to maintain a healthy relationship, we should concentrate on a better and safer working environment. So which is most important, where if we are giving such a facility to our staff, that particular a good environment for that instance, where they are really happier to work along with. And next thing is improves the business management efficiency. So when an entity is really doing well in the market, it's quite obvious to have an enhanced efficiency as well, which is we can get to know like 100% productivity for that instance. And next is which protects from boycott actions. So see, when we have the CSR into picture, that is the HR facilities and things like that is being provided to all our employees and things like that. So obviously we can assure that there are no boycott actions. Okay. And next, moving on with makes access to funding easier. When there is a very good relationship with that of the stakeholders, obviously funding become easier. So when do they have a trust on our entity or the organization, yes, they make a will to raise capital for us. And next is allows benefiting from fiscal advantages and administrative facilitation. So one thing, talking on the fiscal advantage, each and every entrepreneur is very much aware on the tax which they make a payment to, right? So that is one such advantage, where which is we tend to move more realistic in nature. And nextly, reduces enterprise risk, contributes to increasing shareholder. So here, more the CSR is taken into consideration, we can mitigate all the risks associated with that of the entity. So that is one of the a beautiful advantage probably associated with. Next is value in the markets, where ethical indices are adopted. So following the ethical norms is also equally important for any entrepreneur for that matter to continue with the line of business. And next, moving on with the objectives. So here the research is being conducted to understand whether higher educational institutions can also be represented as organizations, and also to understand whether the present ideas of CSR will have any significance in the principles and practices of educational institutions where the activities can be undertaken. So here I would like to say, like, the main motive was just, can CSR be taken into the higher education, and can there be organization is one of the aim of our study. Second objective, to understand the position of Indian educational aspects and firms' methodologies towards promotion of higher education in India. So it's that, like, will there be an option for changing positively towards this approach? And practicing firms' methodology was another objective. And lastly, investigating several educational, institutional accomplishments undertaken by various organizations and also their respective CSR activities. Next, moving on with the research methodology. So basically, we have done a secondary data collection. Due to this pandemic, we couldn't go to any of the higher education institutions as such. So we collected it by annual reports and the periodic announcements which was being made. And now each institution, the educational institution is taken with a distinctiveness of belonging to different sectors and field of activities, like financial inducements, basically, like, that encouragement which is more important to be available. Secondly is the implementation of the educational management. Yes, obviously we have to look onto it. And next is the skill augmentation program. See, looking onto the skill augmentation program, it says, like, which is going to connect students, academia, and industry in order to bridge the gap between the academic output and also the industry expectation. I think the day-to-day instance, if we take, I think we would be giving example to our students, stating that whatever you are going to study and when you go to a workplace, obviously it is going to be a complete, a drastic change a student can experience, or it is completely, a different position probably, or the role whatever they're going to play. So that is one thing. So it is most important to bridge this academic output and also the industry expectation, so which is very much needed in the present world. And next is the educational consciousness, etc. Next, moving on to the findings of our study, the higher education in India and its improvement, so which we kept on increasing from time to time. And next, moving on with the CSR and education, so both are required to be implemented, but at the same time, if it's not done, we must do it. At least right now, we have to take an initiative for both of CSR inculcating along with the education. And nextly, we have need of CSR towards educational sector in India. So this practice must be included. So that is like our opinion. And next is the various drawbacks in CSRs, like the failure of government. Probably it is not an easy decision or that easier change to bring into picture. And next is the requests for greater disclosure. The transparency is a more greater challenge for that instance when you talk about a disclosure. And next is the customers, that is expanded customer interest. So here customers are none other than the students. Okay. And next is expanded weight from the investors, because investors, when you talk about like the stakeholders, when they're in number, so the questions will be raised also will be large. And next is the change in representative conduct, so that the methodology must be changed. So now moving on to the conclusion. So the idea of corporate social duty is presently immovably established on the worldwide business plan. And next is to move from hypothesis to solid activity, numerous barriers has to be survived. So that is one of the conclusion where we are arriving at. So many barriers has been associated with. And next, the key challenges is to make progress in the field of CSR along with the wide spread of CSR techniques. So moving on with the suggestions. So here, training, meetings, and classes could be coordinated by the organizations to scatter and create new information and data in this area. Secondly, the companies should set an organization of exercises which has to be taken in the consortium to handle major environmental issues. So we are not supposed to forget the surroundings of us. So environmental issues has to be kept in mind. And nextly, the government should have guidelines which support towards this path, which could pull in more reaction from associations or organizations. So this is also one of the major suggestion which we can provide. And next is the companies need to include their partners to construct significant and pull organizations which would prompt making a solid picture and a brand personality. Why? Because brand personality, basically we are talking in the context of CSR. So being CSR, in practice with regard to any of the entities or either in terms of educational area for that instance, main thing is, the brand or the identity for that instance. So here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohini ma'am. Sabyasachi sir, any questions to the presenter?
Okay, so you have mainly focused on the higher education issues in the CR sector, in the CR field. So you have told that funding is one solution. Okay, so any example that you can give whether private sector has been involved in any kind of funding related to higher education?
Sir?
Yeah, can you just give an example where one private sector has given any kind of funding to the higher education? Because from government issues, it's okay. The government sectors can always means donate something or make the fundings, isn't it? But for private sectors, it becomes difficult, isn't it? So can you just specify an example where it can be shown that, yes, private sector is also doing the same thing related to higher education?
Yes, sir. Private sectors are also doing. So later part, probably my co-author, Dr. Shrikant Murthy, is taking over the session now.
Sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good morning, all. So I am Dr. Murthy over here. say you have just mentioned something about the private sectors, is it not? So let me just give you some examples. In the paper, we have mentioned few of the sectors which they have say spent about crores of rupees in different states. Take for example, one is Neat Industries Limited, say which they worked for say Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Delhi, and Uttarakhand, where they spent somewhere around 31.99 crores on say the educational sector. So for what? For say improving at about 1,300 kids in 41 towns and 1,000 youngsters in 3 schools during their pilot venture. This was a pilot venture. So during this particular pilot venture, they invested somewhere around 31.99 crores on it. So the overall, say, CSR spent on the education sector, say, from their particular start to the end was somewhere around 231.69 crores. That was one thing. Till date, Asian Paints India Limited, so is spending at about, say, thousands of, say, rupees. For example, they have spent somewhere around 20.1 crore rupees on the educational sector. Say, take, for example, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Telangana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, all these particular areas were kind of, say, was been covered by this particular set of people. And not only that, the overall say concept what they spent on the educational sector by improving the students, by bringing higher education into the sector was somewhere around 40.55 crores. Apart from that, say the place where I work, that is what Wipro Limited, say spent at about 9.59 crores for the single year. And not only that, they could venture out at about 20,000 schools across 17 conditions in India, 17 different places in India, which could give a wonderful kind of opportunity for the organization to boost themselves and also bring higher educational sectors into the consideration. They are involved, say the young gen, say so to get into these particular kind of sectors. They called students, they say made a kind of course curriculum for the respective students to come and say work in this particular CSR sector, so that they can understand how the CSR could be initiated in the educational sector. So these are all the few examples which can be taken up, say for your respective question what you have asked. Hope so I've answered your question.
Yeah, fine. And one thing, madam, she in her slide, actually some references were not given. Okay, so always make it a point to give some bibliography or references. Okay, so it will be handy for every presenters and
what we thought is like, what we thought is like, whenever say the questions we've been asked, we thought of giving some kind of informations like this, rather than giving everything in the question in the slides. That's the main catch, because we had a little bit a small span of time to come out with the presenting aspects. That's why we couldn't do it. We will just keep a note of it and we'll just do it in the next session, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Chandrakala ma'am, questions, please.
Ma'am, I just want to know, according to you, what measures have you thought for CSR implementation in education?
So basically, madam, when we just talk about higher education, that's what I just told you. Government will take a major responsibility in bringing CSRs into higher education. That's the main thing what Madam Rohini was telling us. So we need to change the syllabus. We need to just take for example as what she mentioned in California University. So we have seen that students are being involved during their curriculum itself. So where they have got some little bit of classes, little bit of say structure of studies where they have to go and get themselves involved in agricultural sector, or maybe in improving a particular town or particular village or whatever may be, and that can be a part of their curriculum. So whereas in India it's not like that. We are just concentrating only on diplomas and degrees. We are not, we just go and get involved in an say organization, and that particular organization will come to a conclusion that say this particular person or this particular say candidate has to be taken in on their respective degrees, not on the activities what those people have done. We don't have a question of that sort when you go for an interview sector. So because I have interviewed some around thousands and thousands of people in my say 27 years of my corporate say life, I have never come across this particular kind of questions where we were being prompted to ask what type of CSR activities were you involved in. No, they don't have an answer for it, nor they don't have an answer in the educational sector as well. So I insist the government to come out with a wonderful kind of say subject. Take for example CSR activities or organizational building plans, where they can just come out with these particular activities and be a part and parcel of the organization, so that they can be just pre-prepared for the organizational context. That's what I'm just talking about.
Okay, fine, sir. I just wanted to know one more thing. She had mentioned something as annual reports. What does that annual reports mean, sir, actually?
So basically,
annual reports is what she mentioned.
Just go ahead, ma'am, Rohini. I think if you are there. I think so. I think she's not able to connect.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Any other questions?
Okay, one question from the participant.
Yes.
CSR in the field of education is shifting towards USR, University Social Responsibility.
Yes.
So how universities can encourage social responsibility in their students? Only one answer, it seems.
Yeah, basically that's what I just told you. Whenever this particular university social responsibility has to be clubbed with a particular kind of syllabus, whatever they get. Nowadays, we don't have that particular kind of syllabus being incorporated by the universities, right? So basically, take for example in medical field. When you go into the medical field, you have that particular kind of responsibility which has been already included. They have to do one particular year of say internship training in some towns. They have to go to the towns, they have to improve the respective towns and come back. That can be a part of the syllabus. Whereas in different sectors, take for example in higher educations like MBA, MCA, MCOM, and say different kinds of say degrees and master degrees, whatever say the students take, universities don't have that kind of syllabus at all. So universities should think that they should implement this particular kind of syllabus into the sector and make a note of it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I request all the participants note that you have only 10 minutes for the presentation. So I call upon our next presenter, VR Rajendra Kumar. Sir, you can start your presentation, sir.
Yeah. Myself, I'm Rajendra Kumar. Audible, ma'am? Dikshita, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Myself, I'm VR Rajendra Kumar, working as an assistant professor in Dayananda Sagar College of Arts and Science and Commerce. My paper is titled Corporate Social Responsibility in Indian Perspectives, Issues and Challenges. This is a conceptual paper which talks about what is CSR, the evolution of CSR, the role and importance and benefits of CSR, and the contributions of the Indian corporate world towards the CSR, to what extent they are seriously putting their money into the CSR, and the paradigm shift that is happening from CSR to the ISR. So this is what basically my paper is going to speak about. So it's a conceptual paper based upon the secondary data actually. Now, so talking about CSR, CSR is basically, as all of us know, that it's basically an ethical and responsible behavior of the business towards the various stakeholders. So that includes both the internal stakeholders as well as the external stakeholders of the company. It basically involves the value addition to the society at large. It shows some sort of responsibility of the corporate towards the society, and in turn, it helps in sustainable economic development, showing an holistic development at large. Actually. So it basically encompasses the community, the environment, human rights, and the behavior of the employees. And basically it involves the process to integrate the social, environmental, ethical, human rights, consumer concerns into the business operation, and by collaborating with various stakeholders at large. So how it is basically done? It is basically done through integrating social, environmental, and health concerns in the business strategies, operations, interactions with the stakeholders on the voluntary basis. Actually. Now, according to Archie Carroll, who is considered to be the pioneer in CSR, he says that CSR basically consists of 4 important responsibilities: the philanthropic responsibility, ethical, legal, and economic responsibilities. He basically says that any corporates normally focus on philanthropic, legal, and economic thing, but when it comes to the ethical thing, it is where you have to focus more, because every company has a legal responsibilities and economic responsibilities. When it comes to ethical things, the obligation, to what extent they're going to uh, do the justice for the society at large, the and to what extent they're going to be fair and avoid harm to the customers and the society. So that is what to be taken care to a large extent. Now talking about the phases of evolution of CSR. So it started somewhere from the pre-industrialization phase, somewhere in 1800. So those days, the CSR activities was taken as a philanthropic activity purely for sake of the religious belief. So later on, the donations started coming towards the social welfare activities, something like construction of roads, providing safe drinking water and other things. And from there was a shift towards the initiative of the CSR was aligned with the national priorities, such as the health and education at large. So that is how the phases of CSR has shifted from the pre-industrialization phase to the post-industrialization phase. Till date, what we see is the CSR initiatives is aligned with national priorities such as health and education. So the objectives of this study is basically focus on to study the role and key drivers of CSR, to study the CSR initiatives by Indian corporates, to study the key challenges to CSR, and to study the paradigm shift of the CSR to the ISR. Now, if you look at the role of the CSR basically helps the companies to enhance the brand image and the reputation. You know that the companies do come out with various marketing strategies. So they do have like direct marketing, personal selling, sales promotion, advertisement, and one important thing they use is publicity. And nowadays, the companies are using CSR for enhancing their publicity at large. So that in turn is going to increase the goodwill and the brand image of the company at large. So in that way, the reputation and the brand image of the company is getting enhanced. So many companies, big corporate houses like the Tata or Infosys, ITC, they do have their own PR team, which come out with many various the data pertaining to their activities of their companies, and equally they circulate this information with the social media. So in that way, they try to build up a brand image and reputation, which in turn is going to increase the sales and the customer loyalty, reduces the operating cost, because when you vehicle concerns, you can reduce the accidents and other things, and thereby you can reduce the operating cost. High productivity and quality of products can be delivered to the customers at large, attract and retain employees. So if you are involving the employees in CSR activities, so we can attract and retain the employees, and reduce the regulatory oversight. That means if you are more into CSR activity, you can be in good books with the auditors or with the government. So the benefits of CSR basically is to improve the financial performance at large, better risk and crisis management, reduced operating cost, increased workers' commitment, good relation with the government and the communities, the local communities, enhanced brand value and reputation, long-term returns on investment, increased productivity, and a license to operate actually. Now, I just want to take an example of the Pepsi. You know that 1991, when the Janata Dal government was there was a lot of voices against the privatization, globalization, and Pepsi was targeted a lot. In fact, Pepsi was told to leave the country actually. So that time they changed the brand from Pepsi to Layer Pepsi, and they started putting more money on CSR activity. So telling that Pepsi is more of an Indian company rather than an American company. So in that way, they're able to get back the license to operate in India. So in that way, the CSR is going to help the corporates in a better way. So the key drivers of the CSR are the enlightened self-interest of the people to a very large extent. Today, even the society is becoming more enlightened about the economy, enlightened about the corporates. They speak about the role and contribution of the companies, especially if you take an example of COVID-19 when it was there. They were speaking what is the contribution made by these Ambanis, what is the contribution made by the Tatas, what is the contribution made by Infosys, how much they contributed for the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Actually. So because today, because of the social media, the society at large is getting more enlightened, and the social investment is something which is required here. The transparency and trust is something which is very much the key driving force, which is going to keep these CSR activities of the company at large. Now, I just want to give some of the examples of the CSR activities. So I'm just giving a glimpse of examples. Lupin, which is one of the biggest pharmaceutical manufacturing company. It is third largest manufacturer in India, seventh biggest larger manufacturer of pharmaceutical drugs in the world. And what they've done is they come out with a sustainable development program with the local communities actually. So they are funding almost 2 to 3% of their profits into local communities. So they have developed the 154 villages across the Rajasthan in providing the safe drinking water, because Rajasthan, as you know, that it is a desert place, drinking water facilities is not be there, and Lupin is equally contributing to this particular thing actually. And also they are contributing towards the generating the income through land cultivation, fruit plantation programs, fodder preservation, sericulture, water recycling programs. So like that, they have n number of programs, and these programs they have in fact they have defined in their the mission and vision statements actually. So that is how they're doing it actually. And other pharmaceutical company is the Suplab. They came out with because they had a patent for HIV drugs. The drugs that has been mentioned here, stavudine, lamivudine, and nepremine. These are the patented drugs, and this company actually donated these drugs for a MSF, that is Medicine Sans Frontiers, to be tested on the patients at a very affordable prices. And so the rate of the drug was around around $600 per patient per year to NGOs over the world, because it's a quite expensive drug. And this company started donating the drugs for the NGOs so that the minority segments or the economically weaker sections can get the benefit of this actually. And Tata Consultancy Services is fully equipped in providing the computer training programs for children and for the welfare of the society or the physically handicapped, and also research center in Pune for imparting the basic computer education for the rural people actually. So getting the basic computer education for rural people is a big challenging things, and the Tata Consultancy Services is equally taking interest and contributing money towards that. And
Yes,
other companies
Rajendra
like
sir, Rajendra sir, sorry to interrupt. Time is
tell
up,
me, ma'am.
so quickly wind up the presentation, sir.
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, what is the CSR road ahead actually? I just want to highlight on that. Eradicating the extreme hunger and poverty, because when you're looking at the overall the development of the society at large in the larger picture, the picture of the country, then you have to look at this particular thing, because India is one of the biggest country in terms of population, and poverty level is very high actually. So this is where the corporate should focus more. Promotion of education, promoting gender equality and empowering women, reducing child mortality and improving mental health, combating human immunodeficiency virus, and other things, ensuring environmental sustainability and development, and contributing to the Prime Minister's National Fund, which is most important thing required. And in fact, if you look at this picture, recently there was a news that Ratan Tata has contributed about 150 crore to Prime Minister National Relief Fund, so that can be used for the COVID-19 pandemic thing actually. And what are the challenges? The main challenges are building a more robust safety culture is one thing, and reducing waste arising, improving recycling rates of the materials, so that is to be done, and to strengthen the people management framework to develop a positive and productive working environment. So that means it's a very challenging thing for companies to work with the local communities to build a positive and sustainable working environment so that it can be implemented properly, to communicate effectively the organizational goals and directions. Now, CSR, every company is doing it, but a layman, a customer who is buying the product of the company may not be knowing it at large. So what is the contribution that company, so-and-so company is making towards the CSR activity? And I think this is where the company should to communicate what exactly they are doing for CSR, so that it builds a better image on the customers, so that they can buy the products of that company in a better way. example, I recently had an opportunity to visit a big bazaar. So where I was seeing a video of the Future Group. In that video, the in-house video, they were showing what is the contribution of our activity. So in that way, they want to tell that you see the company at large, they are spending the profits out of the earnings. So this gives some sort of a positive image. So this is a big challenge for many corporates. So this is where they have to focus more. And the other challenge, they need to build local capacities. So working at a grassroots level is a little bit difficult thing. Issues of transparency is always there. Only if you look at transparent about the CSR fundings and other activities, because I do have a report of Ashokam, the report download from a Wiki website, the CSR activities of top 100 or 200 companies. But when it comes to small and medium scale companies, we don't have any report of CSR activities actually. So that challenge is there actually. Visibility factor, of course, as I said earlier, every company is doing CSR activity, but visibility factor is not there actually. So layman or the customer to see that particular thing actually. And lack of consensus on implementing CSR. So that is also seen with the corporate thing. And this is the shift that's currently undergoing. The concept of CSR is moved from human resource aspect to self-driven function. So the CSR is getting because it's not only the corporates who have equal responsibility of CSR, it is the individual employees who are working with the company, part of an external stakeholder, internal stakeholder, equally have responsibility towards the CSR. So unlike the times when CSR was completely as responsible of human resource development, driven by annual agenda set by the top management, it is now has become an individual, self-driven, motivated society. Many employees are engaged in CSR activities, also gives an organization the power to identify the competency of the employees. So evaluate the employee competency is to what extent the employees of a company are actively involved in CSR. Because normally we take a performance appraisal, employee contribution. So one contribution I think we should, the company should really take into consideration is what is the contribution employees making towards the social development act. So that is where the ISR comes at. In fact, some companies have done it actually. Employee engagement of CSR activities should be taken into a report. So further, younger generation of new employees often is inclined towards the participation in grassroots level program and thereby making a change. The change always comes from the youth. So younger generation should be included because you know that today we see the millennial generation, the generation of people who are in age group of 25 to 35 years are going to play an important role in the corporate sector. So these people to be targeted more so that these people can be inclined towards the CSR activities. So this is what I mean to say. And this in turn is going to sensitize them towards the various issues and inculcate an habit of patients to solve these issues to a larger extent. The findings of the studies are large corporates are contributing to CSR. Medium and small scale industries contribution to CSR is limited or sometimes it becomes negligible. CSR is not properly defined in vision and mission statements of the corporates. Only top people, the top corporates are putting that as a vision and mission statement, whereas many companies are not doing it. So more transparency is required in pertaining to CSR activities. As a layman and the customers cannot understand that. And the corporate should work with the local communities and the government to make this CSR more effective thing. And the limitation studies, the study is basically based on secondary data collected from various research journals and Ashokam, and is mainly focused on the Indian perspective. So conclusion is, as we know that the finance company bill was introduced in 2009. Now it has become the Act of 2013. So it basically says that certain class of companies with a turnover of 1,000 crore or a net profit of 5 crore or more should allocate 2% of the net profit towards the CSR activities. This is what the Companies Act says. But I think some more amendments has to be done because if you look at the legal thing in other countries, the contribution is much more active. So they have a well-defined contribution. That particular thing has to be inculcated in the Companies Act. Actually. So this is my conclusion about the paper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Chandrakala ma'am, any questions to the presenter?
So I have only one question to you. I just want to know the CSR promotions which are being made by the companies, are they genuine or they are just promoting just for creating a hype? What according to you,
Yes.
sir?
Yeah, as I told earlier, the top companies, the top 100, 200 companies, they do have a very genuine report. In fact, they have inculcated the CSR in their vision and mission, and they have a report given to Ashokam every year, and Ashokam do publish these results. If you go to the website of FICCI or Ashokam, that is Association of Chambers of Commerce. You can download these reports, and they basically tell how much they have been spending, how much they inculcate. I mean, they increase this over a period of time, where exactly the funding is going on. So all these details you can see it actually. But when it comes to the medium and small scale industries, this information is not available. Actually, that's what I mean to say.
Okay,
But top
sir.
companies are definitely doing it.
Okay, so in that, what type of activities you have thought of is gaining momentum, sir? The large companies we are being
Uh,
which kind of activities are gaining much momentum?
Especially poverty elevation, providing gender equality thing, going for financial inclusion. These sort of things are gaining a lot of momentum, I think. Now, for example, I just want to give an example of Hindustan Unilever. They came out with a project called Project Sri Shakti. Currently, it is also being implemented, where they were able to utilize the self-help group. That is the ladies who are working in the villages, household ladies. So they are put into some sort of a community, and these people are given some sort of an employment out of that, and they do some sort of the charitable work, the social upliftment programs. They educate the village people about the cleanliness for the roads and other things, uh, how to maintain a healthy hygienic life. So all these things have been made equally important through this program. And in spite of, doing with this, they are getting a publicity actually. So one way they're trying to do all these things, and second way they're getting a publicity, and that publicity is definitely is helping them to increase their brand image actually. In fact, in Hindustan Unilever has been doing it actually.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Sabyasachi, sir, any questions?
Okay, so you have talked about in the history of CSR, you have talked about two phases. That one is the pre-industrialization phase, and another one is the post-industrial industrialization
And the
phase.
post,
Yeah, one is in the 1800s, and one is after 20,000, means 2000. So, what is the? Can you just
yeah.
differentiate between these two related to the key factors? Any two key factors or characteristics rather?
No, in a pre-industrialization, it was considered only a philanthropic activity. You do some sort of thing because the religion is telling you to do something, so it's something like that actually. But later on, they've taken this as an holistic part of a development actually, because until unless you develop the society at large, you cannot develop the company, because the corporates do take everything from the society at large. So therefore, the corporates has an equal responsibility to contribute something to the society. So you take something and you give back to something to the society. So that approach is what we're going to see today. Actually.
Okay, one second question is that everyone is talking about the rural area in general, okay? Because CSR activity is mainly on philanthropic activity. So everyone is talking about the rural area. So what about the urban areas? What about the smart cities? Okay, there are various kind of technologies arriving nowadays. The smart cities, the self-driving cars, it's the autonomous cars where there will be no driver, and on its own the car can run. Mainly then the IoT technology, Internet of Things, where a person will go to his office, he will give instruction to in his home, where his machine will be automatically connected.
Yes.
And so what about this? Any research labs, any the 5G and the 6G spectrum that we are talking
Yes.
about?
Yes. Yes. It has been done. Yeah. I just want to give an example of this Infosys and TCS, which are the biggest IT companies in India. They are collaborating with the banks. I just want to name the bank SBI, Yes Bank, ICCI, and HDFC Bank, to provide what is called green banking solution. green banking solution. If you look at the software is been designed by this Infosys and TCS, and they are collaborating with this banking sector to come out with a green banking technology, that is paperless technology, reduce the carbon footprint, so that you can environmentally, you're trying to sustain the environment actually. So in that way, one or other way, they are contributing it actually. And this is also equally promoting awareness campaign to various the programs. They're providing the free computer educations, not only for rural people but also urban people. They're providing it actually. Skill-based training, they're providing it actually. Because what is the required today is getting a graduation is not a biggest thing, but getting a job is a difficult thing. So skill-based education is what the TCS is focusing on. So they are providing some sort of a training program. They have made a collaboration with the government of India. I know that Modi is keen on skill-based driven education system, skill-based training, and TCS is equally towards that particular thing actually.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Rajendra sir. Thank you, Rajendra sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Akhila Sam, ma'am. Participants, please note you have only 10 minutes for the presentation. Our next participant is Professor Akhila Sam. So participants, kindly note you have only 10 minutes for the presentation.
Good morning to all. I am Akhila Sam, second year MGO, University Institute of Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, under the supervision of Mr. Pradeep K, lecturer in Commerce, University Institute of Technology, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Our topic is social issues in management. We all are familiar about management. Management is the coordination and administration of tasks to achieve a goal. Such administration activities include setting the organization strategies and coordinating the efforts of staff to accomplish these objectives through the application of available resources. Management can also refer to the seniority structure of staff members within an organization, social enterprise, and argue for greater and better inclusion of critical dimensions for future research to be conducted on the social issues of management. Management can be defined as the process of administrating and controlling the affairs of the organization, irrespective of its nature, type, structure, and size. It is an act of creating and maintaining such a business environment where the members of the organization can work together and achieve business objectives efficiently and effectively. Management acts as a gate to a group of people working in an organization and coordinating their effort towards the achievement of the common objective. The social issues faced by the management are numerous. We can discuss some of the social issues in management. First one is discrimination in the employment practice. Women and minorities have generally been discriminated against as far as careers and professions are concerned. People of the scheduled class in India and black people in America have been traditionally outcast from good job positions, future promotion, and added responsibilities. The labor union. The main issue is whether the management should work within the union in improving the rights of workers. Sometimes the financial cost to the stakeholders, and should the union pursue the profit policy of get as much as you can, thus ignoring the interest of the business and the management. Third one is support of political aspirant. The corporation provide funds for a particular political group in order to win favor. In the case of such a group comes into political power. Next one is support of charitable causes. The management actively support and contribute towards such charitable causes as the Red Cross or American Cancer Society, from where they apparently no economic gain, simply to be known as community conscious management. Next one is support of educational institutions. While many corporations have contributed towards research being conducted at college and universities, and many scholarships donated by corporations are available to students, many other corporations wonder whether they should invest in educational institutions where the return at best are only indirect. Sixth one is marketing of product considered antisocial. An organization is involved in producing and marketing such products that affect the moral health of the community, such as tobacco, cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, and weapons, and so on. Next one is export of products. Should the management exercise control over the export of products to countries which are unfriendly? The last one is policies regarding modernization. The corporation utilizes the technical innovation to modernize their operations in order to minimize the cost as well as keeping up with the more advanced technology, but at the social cost of increased air pollution, urban cognition, and increased unemployment, or should the corporation become more people sensitive and subscribe to candid philosophy of labor intensive operations in order to give employment to more people? Then next we discuss about common management challenges. Managers who oversee teams commonly face several challenges relating to the productivity and communication. Here are some of the most common challenges faced by the manager. Is decreased performance level. A decrease in productivity can sometimes affect other team members to overall goals and making it important to help everyone feel motivated. Next one is being understaffed, lack of human resource, and lack of communication. It leads the miscommunication among employees from time to time, and poor teamwork, pressure to platform, absence of structure, and time management, and inadequate support team of companies or the manage business order before moving ahead with a project. When the decision-making process takes longer than expected, it may slow down their team's progress over. Then skepticism, difficult employees, and transition from co-workers to manager, weak workplace culture. And next we can discuss about the characteristics of management. First one is universal. All the organization, whether it is profit-making or not, they require management for managing their activities. Next one is goal-oriented. Every organization is set up with a predetermined objective, and management helps to reaching their goals timely and smoothly. And the management is a continuous process, and it is a multi-dimensional, and it is a group of activity. And management is a dynamic function, and the management is an intangible force. And next we can consider or discuss about the functions of management. We all are familiar about the functions of management such as planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. And planning. The best managers know that planning is critical before the implementation of any strategy, but it is also an ongoing activity. Planning does not end when implementation begins. And organizing. It organizes all the activities in the organization. And staffing. If the manager need to ensure that they have the right people for the right job. And directing. It means giving instruction, guiding, and counseling, motivating, and leading the staff in an organization in doing work to achieve organizational goals. And the last one is control. A manager must have control over what the members do, how they do it, and how to measure their progress. Control over these factors help a manager to reach success. And then we can discuss about the levels of management. The three management levels from the management hierarchy that represent the positions and the rank of executives and managers in the chart. Then first we can discuss about the top level management. It is the highest or apex level management in the organization hierarchy, which includes board of directors and chief executive. They are responsible for defining the objectives, formulating plans, strategies, and policies. Then next is mid-level management. It is the second and most important level in the corporate ladder, as it creates a link between the top and lower level management. It includes departmental and divisional heads and managers who are responsible for implementing and controlling plans and strategies which are coordinated by the top executives. And the third one is lower level management. It is otherwise known as functional or operational level management. It includes first line managers, foreman, and supervisor. As lower level management directly interacts with the workforce, it plays a crucial role in the organization because it helps in reducing wastage and idle time of workers, improving the quality and quantity of output. And finally, we can discuss about the 5 basic operations of a manager. First one is setting objective. Setting and achieving objective is the primary way of manager to accomplish and maintaining success. And second one is organizing. Managers evaluate the type of work, divide it into achievable tasks, and effectively delegate it to the staff. And third one is motivating the team. An active manager must know how to form and lead successful teams and know how to galvanize team members around a cause. And devising system of measurement. Managers need to set targets or key performance indicators that the team aims for, and then generate way to measure whether their team is on track to meet these goals. And the last one is developing people. In addition to leading their team towards a goal and measuring their progress along the way. Good managers involve their staff's development. And then we can conclude our topic. With effective management, we can reduce the social issues faced by the management in various levels of its functioning. In the case of each organization, they have positive and negative impact on their activity, which may cause favorable and unfavorable effects in its activities. Managers must have leadership skill to use these 5 operations successfully. Managers have vital role for preventing the organization from various kinds of social issues and challenges. With effective management, we can reduce various kinds of social issues in management. Thank you. The presenter and co-author is Akilasa, second year MCOM University Institute of Technology, Dayananda, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. And the author is Mr. Pradeep K, lecturer in Commerce, University Institute of Technology, Kanti, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. Thank you all for your valuable support and cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Akila ma'am. Sir, any questions for the presenter?
Okay, fine. I would, in the management challenges, you have mentioned one point, pressure to perform. So any solution you can enlighten on this?
Yes, sir.
Well, on the management challenges, you have given a point that pressure to perform, isn't it? So how can
Yes.
you solve this situation or any key aspects?
Yes, sir. Sometimes managers, especially new managers, they feel under pressure to achieve the greatness from the very start of their role. If they frequently feel stressed about the leadership position and take time to revisit the reasons why you were hired for the job and recognize the leaders, learn from experience and mistake, then the proper planning help them and likely to face unexpected situation. Uh, this way that you choose to resolve conflicts and react to the challenges reflect on their ability to lead. Experience are the best teacher. So at the unexpected situation and the proper planning which leads to overcome the challenges.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, any questions?
Just a question. Madam, I just would like to know what are the parameters you would consider to be given utmost importance in addressing the social issues? I would like to know the parameters you would consider being the utmost importance in addressing the social issues.
We can reduce the social issues in an organization by the proper management. By the proper management of all level, that is top level, lower level, middle level, and lower level. With the help of experts and with a good teamwork, and we can use we can use the expert team to manage the organization. Then we can face or we can reduce the social issues in the organization.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Akila ma'am. Thank you, Chandrakala ma'am. We move on to the last presenter, Dr. R. Meenakshi Devi ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all.
Ma'am, kindly note you have 10 minutes to present.
Sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sharing the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Ma'am, it is not visible.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Ma'am,
I'm
the
Dr. Meenakshi.
screen is not visible, ma'am.
Is it visible?
No, the screen is not visible, ma'am.
Oh. I think it's visible now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It is visible, ma'am.
Thank you. So this is Dr. R. Meenakshi Devi, Assistant Professor of Business Administration, Manathiramal Nayakar College, Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Along with my colleague and friend, Dr. Sophia, we are presenting the paper CRM, Cost-Related Marketing, Brand Congruency of Dettol Wash and Whisper Sanitary Napkins. So actually, what is this cost-related marketing? Cost-related marketing, I hope many of you are aware of this concept. It is a commercial activity by which businesses and charities form a partnership with each other to market an image, product or service for mutual benefit. So the charities will join with the business to create an image in the minds of the people about their philanthropic activities, and at the same time, the organizations or business they have a partnership with charities to promote their products. It's a marketing strategy. So a disregarded segment in CRM research is the degree to which customers relate the brand and with the reason. So then now we'll see what is brand congruency. It is the theory of brand congruence argues that individuals are most comfortable and satisfied with the products or brands that are congruent with their actual or desired self-concept. So in a brand, a cost alliance, the relationship between cost, brand congruence, and purchase intention may be positive. That is, if they have a positive cost brand congruence, the purchase intention may be there towards a particular product. And coming to the importance, Whisper Sanitary Napkins was proposed with the cause of building schools for underprivileged children in villages. That is, if we buy Whisper Sanitary Napkins, a particular amount of percentage of profit or money from each pack will be given for a cause, that is building schools for underprivileged children in remote areas. In the same way, Dettol hand wash was proposed with the cause of building toilets in remote areas. In most of the villages, remote areas in India, even they do not have better washrooms or toilets. So Dettol hand wash they have proposed with that cause. So this paper discusses about the brand cost congruence between these selected brands, that is Dettol hand wash and Whisper sanitary napkins, and the cost proposed. And regarding the objectives, to study the brand congruency of CRM strategy and Dettol hand wash, and in the same way to examine the brand congruency of CRM strategy and Whisper sanitary napkins. And the interpretations are the CRM brand congruency of Dettol hand wash. That is to assess the congruency of Dettol hand wash. The mean value of each factor is obtained from the responses given using weighted average method by assigning appropriate 5-point scale. But we have taken certain factors like good impression, popularity, reliability, distinctiveness, consistency, attractiveness, ability to perform, and competence to measure the congruence. And also it is inferred from the above table that the simple mean values of all factors and the combined mean values for the CRM and brand congruency of Dettol hand wash is greater than the population mean value of 3. So the values of coefficient of variation indicates that there is consistency in the sample responses. And also coming to the next one, that is the Whisper sanitary napkins. To assess the CRM brand congruency of Whisper sanitary napkins, the mean value of each factor is obtained from the responses given using weighted average method. So once again, the overall mean value we are assigning appropriate weights to the 12-point scale. So coefficient of variation is obtained to find out the consistency of the respondent's opinion. So the results are presented in the next table. And coming to the findings, the major findings are the congruency between CRM and brand is significantly influencing all the 8 factors of the brand personality for the brands Dettol and Whisper sanitary napkins. From the mean values, it is found that the opinion of the respondents about CRM and brand congruence is above the average level for both the brands.
And comparing the mean values of each factor for both the brands, it is found that the highest level of good impression is for whisper sanitary napkins, and Dettol hand wash is perceived as having the highest popularity, reliability, consistency, attractiveness, ability to perform, and competence. And coming to the suggestions, both the companies, Beckins, that is Dettol hand wash, and P&G, Procter & Gamble, are involved in many CRM projects. Not only this product, regarding Procter & Gamble, they have proposed this cost-related marketing for many brands, not necessarily for sanitary napkins, but many brands. So still they can continue with such CRM campaigns with different products for different causes. And the previous successful CRM campaigns can be used as a reference. And a new cost brand congruence can be well framed with that basis. So like building toilets connected with Dettol hand wash, the products must have some association with the brand. So anyhow, these companies might spend for social causes and for the development of the community. So they can prioritize the most important causes and then they can initiate CRM campaigns with the best cost brand combo. Through which the companies increase their sales, non-profits get more funds, and consumer also benefits because he or she feels as a part of their purchase is going for a good cause. So thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Thank you, ma'am. Chandrakala ma'am, any questions?
Hello, ma'am. I just want to know the CRM and your brand congruence and these two products, how did you interlink?
No, ma'am. Cost-related marketing strategy was proposed for these two products. Actually, these two products were proposed with that strategy. If we buy whisper sanitary napkins, a percentage of profit or a margin will be given for constructing some costs, that is for some causes, for constructing toilets or constructing schools, even for constructing some other libraries, or that is electrification of some remote villages. Like some important causes will be selected, and the profit will be shared for that cause.
CRM. How do you connect it with CRM?
Cost-related marketing. CRM means
cost-related. Okay.
Yeah. It's not customer relationship management.
Cost-related.
Cost-related marketing.
Okay. Does these two brands differ from other brands in the same segment?
No, ma'am. I have taken only these two brands for my study.
Okay. Ma'am, in what way the CRM programs can be a part of any advertising campaign to reach the audience?
Definitely, ma'am. See, all other advertisements are commercial advertisements. These advertisements, there is some cost behind in the ads. Both the parties, both the business as well as the NGOs, they get benefited. And also the customers, like us, common people, we have the tendency to donate, but we don't know how to donate. Sometimes if we visit restaurants, hotels, there will be a box kept in the table. While we pay our bill, we will drop some money for some cost. But we may be interested to donate, but we don't know how to do it. But if we buy a product, if we come to know that a percentage is going for some cost, definitely we will prefer that brand. So that is the thing. Advertisements are definitely, it will reach the customers very well.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chandrakala ma'am. Sir, any questions?
Okay, in your PPT, you have given a table where some statistics were there, okay, related to the two products that you have given. So how do you conclude those statistical values?
A simple weighted average only we have given.
Okay, so can you define the formula of the weighted average? One equation, how did you get the findings?
Just we have taken only these two products, and we have calculated simple percentage, and we have calculated weighted average only.
Okay, what are the parameters? Can you just show the table? Just share your screen and can you just show the table? The first table. Yeah, here you are getting
we have taken we have taken some parameters like good impression.
So one is the mean
popularity.
you have taken. Yeah. Second one is the standard deviation. The third is the CV. So
Yes, sir.
what do you mean by CV?
Yeah, that is a coefficient of variation. Coefficient of
Okay. So how do you find the standard deviation?
we have applied through SPSS, sir. Yes, sir. We have used SPSS.
So you have used the tool SPSS, isn't it?
Yes.
And there you have got the
Yes, sir. Yeah.
standard deviation part and the mean part. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity given.
I would like the session chairs to give their review comments on track 1. We will begin with Dr. Sabyasachi Pramanik, sir. So your review comments on the session.
Okay, I find that most of the professors have given or presented in a lucid manner. They have explained everything certainly well, but in most of the slides, I didn't find any references there, because in any kind of researches or findings, references are very much important. And other than this, some technological issues or advantages related to the CSR can also could also been highlighted.
Okay, thank you, sir. Chandrakala ma'am, your comments on the session?
Yes, madam, as most of them have done the conceptual papers, and I would like the presenters to put more an effort in doing the analysis and giving the better results. So rest of the things, I think the sir is covered already. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So finally, we have come to the end of session 1. I would like to wind up the session with a small thank you note. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Sabyasachi Pramanik, sir, and Dr. Chandrakala ji, ma'am, for accepting our invitation and being the chairpersons despite their busy schedule. I also thank the presenters and the participants. So now the next session will be coordinated by Professor Rohini Yatish. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Deekshita ma'am,
Thank
for
you.
giving us an opportunity to be a part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Deekshita. Good morning to one and all present. I, Rohini Yatish, Assistant Professor of Dayananda College of Arts, Science and Commerce, welcome you all to day 2 of the International Conference.
Ma'am, you are not properly audible.
One second, ma'am. Am I audible now, ma'am? Soumi, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible now.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I welcome our session chairs, Dr. Sunanda Vincent J. and Dr. Soumi Dutta, for session CSR in Finance, Accounting, Banking, and Economics. I would like to call upon Professor Nivedita K. to welcome our session chair, Dr. Sunanda Vincent J.
Thank you, Rohini ma'am. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sunanda Vincent J., Assistant Professor, Christ, Dean to the University, Bangalore. Dr. Sunanda Vincent J. is the responsible faculty in management with excellent communication skill demonstrated by 12 years of teaching experience. She has a passion for education, bringing in 12 years of direct classroom experience as well as around 2 years in the industry. She is motivated, enthusiastic teacher with a strong desire to foster a cohesive student learning atmosphere. She is specialized in managing students effectively and maximizing learning opportunities through various practical-oriented activities. She has skillfully managed lectures and promoted open classroom discussion. She is motivated with a strong work ethic and commitment to excellence in teaching. She has a rich experience in the field of research and also has published and presented around 50 research papers at various national and international level conferences and journals. She has also written many books chapter. Thank you. Rohini ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Her profile shows her versatility and grace in teaching in the area of research. Now, I would like to call upon Professor Rashmi Umarji to welcome Dr. Soumi Dutta.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Rohini ma'am. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Soumi Dutta, Associate Professor and Assistant HOD, Institute of Engineering and Management. Dr. Soumi Dutta is an Associate Professor and Assistant HOD of Department of Computer Application at the Institute of Engineering and Management, India. She has completed her PhD from the Department of CST, IIST, Shibpur. She received her BTech in IT and her MTech in CSI, securing first position, and both from Techno India Group. Her research interests data mining, information retrieval, online social media analysis, blog summarization, spam filtering, sentiment analysis, and clustering of microblogging data. She was the editor in CIPR 2019, IEMIS 2018, IEMIS 2020, and CIPR 2020. Springer Conferences, special issue 2 volumes in IGWLTT, and she is a TPC member in various international conferences such as ACAHF, DSMLI, ARI, AM, and CIPR. She is a peer reviewer in a different international journals such as Journal of King South University, Computer and Information Sciences, Springer, Elsevier, etc. She is the member of several technical functional bodies such as IEEE, MACUL, STIWC, SIOC, ICCS, and IEEE. She has published several papers in reputed journals and conferences. She has recently published 2 patents on system and method for a solar-powered washing machine for industrial purposes and sensor-based artificial limb for a physical challenged people. Thank you. Over to you, Rohini.
Thank you, Professor. Her profile shows her contribution in the field of research and various institutions. So before we begin with the presentation, I would like to inform the presentation details, which are as follows. Our first participant is Sarah John, later followed by Rupa Devi, and then Shobha Biji. Lastly, we have Dr. Tamilarisi. So all the participants, kindly please note, you have 10 minutes for presentation. So now I call upon Sarah John for the presentation. Please note, you have 10 minutes for presentation.
Hello, am I audible? Hello?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay. Good morning to one and all. I'll be presenting my screen in a minute. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible to us.
Yes. Okay, the research topic I have chosen is corporate social responsibility undertakings effect on employees in banking sector in India and in Bahrain. And I'm just going to start with the introduction. This paper is a very basic survey type paper, and it conveys the various aspects that influence the engagement of the employees in the banking sector. Because CSR is a very wide aspect, and everyone involved in the trade and a huge stakeholder part of CSR is its employees. The reason I chose to compare India and Bahrain is mainly because of its diversity. The way India works is very different to Bahrain, and there are various aspects that differentiate them on a large basis. And one main aspect which I found is that in India, CSR is mandatory for certain companies, and whereas in Bahrain, it is not at all mandatory. So keeping that as a basis, I wanted to see how much it affects employees with having these two types of mandates in two countries. The objective of this study is to determine whether any of the aspects such as location, culture, economy, the way they handle CSR activities does influence the employee or not. And in CSR in India, it's the first country to mandate CSR having certain turnovers according to Section 135 of the Indian Companies Act. And in Bahrain, though it is not mandate, 95% believe that CSR helps motivate the employees and various stakeholders. But the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism issued a corporate governance code which states CSR guidelines, which is not mandate, but there are certain guidelines they need to follow before conducting a CSR activity in their companies. These are the main differences between the CSR in India and in Bahrain. Apart from this, through a primary data survey, I was able to find out that the banks in India, 20% of them are employee-oriented CSR, whereas in Bahrain, 36% of the CSR done are employee-oriented. The scope. Now, the paper is examined based on holistic approach and analytical data used from the primary data collected. And this could keep a better standard set and also create a fresh perspective between the good case practices between both the countries. Now for the methodology, I used most of the secondary data from government sites and journals. And the primary data, what I did is that I classified the banks in India as public and private, and in Bahrain as Islamic and conventional banks. There was 3 banks from each sector I had taken, which had the closest ESG rating and SDGs followed in each of these banks. And I had ensured that their website had some kind of CSR activities present for employees apart from social activities. 10 employees were selected from each bank and at random, and a questionnaire was sent to them. These questions are based on, there are 4 criteria I took mainly to know the impact at which employees were affected. They were mainly awareness, participation, frequency of the CSR activity, and the positivity. And a questionnaire was sent based on these 4 criteria, and the employees could answer them. And now my findings. In terms of awareness, it was a very positive feedback between both the countries. In India, there was 100% awareness. So when asked to the employees whether they were aware of the CSR activities conducted in the banks, they 100% in India knew that there was CSR activities conducted. They knew that there was some type of training and educational activities conducted for them as well. And they also knew the concept of CSR very well. Whereas in Bahrain, there was few people who did not know CSR, because here it is known as corporate governance code. And also most of them weren't as aware, but 88.3% knew that there was a CSR and the company's involvement in such activities. Participation. Sorry, 1 minute. Whereas participation, the question was asked mainly whether they participate in any of the social activities apart from the participation in their training and educational activities. There was social activities, whether the companies participate the employees in these kind of activities in the CSR they conduct. In Bahrain, 55% of the employees do participate, whereas in India, 66.6% participate in social activities apart from the education and training activities conducted by these banks. Frequency. Now, when asked if there are frequent CSR activities conducted in both aspects, as well in training, education, as well as social, only in Bahrain, only 23% participated or knew that there was this kind of activities present, whereas in India, 70% were participated and also knew that there was frequent CSR activities conducted. Next, and one of the most important impact is the positivity. When asked whether does this CSR do make any difference in their working, or if it has set a better standard for them in their workspace. In Bahrain, only 40% of them have said that they have had a better work ethics and better work condition, better workspace because of CSR activities, whereas in India, 84 of them responded positively to this question. More elaborate a part of this findings and interpretations are there in the paper. I've given a very brief part of my findings, and all the values are in percentage. Conclusion. I feel awareness and transparency is a very important part of a company, and in Bahrain, more banks may be employee oriented in comparison to India, but the clarity at which the employees responded to CSR activities in terms of awareness, frequency, positivity, in India it was much more, and that is the main aspect, because in India it is a mandate to follow these CSR activities, and it does give a very positive impact to the employees. There are several recommendations that I have over here. Is that maybe Bahrain can follow a more can include their employees in more social aspects of CSR apart from the training and educational purpose. And in India, it has overall become a very positive response towards CSR activities. And to improve their CSR rating, maybe they could increase the frequency. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So now I ask Sunanda ma'am for your questions, please.
Can you hear me? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many literature reviews you did? Hello? Am I audible?
Sarah, unmute yourself and.
Oh, sorry. 8 literature reviews.
Which was your base paper?
My base paper was Suman Kalyan Chaudhary and Sanjay Kartidas, where they practice of corporate social responsibility in banking sector in India, and there is one by Umar Ahmed for corporate social responsibility in banking sector of Bahrain.
Good. So, how do you draw conclusions from there and relate it with your paper?
When I saw both the paper, it was very evident that the engagement part is very moderate in Bahrain, whereas in India, engagement was much more. And when I tried to assemble this with the primary data, it was very clear that that is one of the main aspects, that engagement is took a huge play in this.
Okay, just another question. When you talked about the engagement of the employees in CSR activities, can you just name a few, like how they got engaged in the CSR activities of the company?
With aspect to social activities in India, when there was like a beach drive or there could be a cleaning drive or anything, they would take the employees into consideration and make sure the employees do participate in them. And most of the banks did say that they were mandatory to participate. Whereas in Bahrain, these kind of activities weren't conducted for the employees. The public were called to do such activities, but the employees weren't mandated to participate in such drives.
Fine. Thank you. Good.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dutta ma'am for the questions.
Okay, so thank you, Sarah, for this nice presentation. So can you say what are the research limitations? So already you have shown that in case of India, it is already 100% all around. So where are the limitations? Where are the situations do we have in India that where we can improve also? Sarah, am I audible?
Yes, in India, the limitations could be some of them did respond that it did not affect them positively, and that could mainly because they did not have an interest in some activities, whereas when it was kept mandatory, maybe they could lower their burden by not making it that mandatory, because though the positive impact was 84%, which is really good, out of 84% is really good, but maybe if it wasn't mandatory, the rest would be more involved as they had a choice whether to do it or not.
Okay, sure, very good. It will be better in future if you consider few more countries and do the comparison. Then definitely it will enhance. Some more scope will be come out to you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sarah. Now, I would like to call Shobha BG. Ma'am, kindly note you have 10 minutes for presentation.
Good afternoon, session chairs and all my friends. Before I could start my presentation, let me share the screen. Just a minute. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you
Yes,
are
ma'am.
audible.
Yes.
1 second, ma'am. And 1 second, my phone got hang. Just a minute. I'll share the screen once again.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic for this study is why bank assurance business for India. I wanted to know why the bank assurance business should be taken seriously for Indian bankers. So I took this topic for my study. So let me start with the introduction. As we know that in the liberalized and the competitive scenario, everyone is doing better for their survival. So it is motivated to start a new form of business operations where large financial entities, they will join together and they will integrate their strengths and creating a new form of marketing channel to promote their products and services. So in this regard, the banks and the insurance sector, they have combined for their mutual growth and development. And one of this integration has given a birth for the bank assurance business. So under the bank assurance business, the bankers and the insurers are going to integrate their service, and one will be helping the others to do the marketing business or sell their products. The bank assurance business has experienced a substantial success in the Europe. The concept was actually initially it was introduced in the France, that is in the year 1970. Though this concept of the bank assurance is new in Asian countries, which are materialized from 2002 onwards. So most often, the banks have recognized the insurance service as a subsidiary services and provided insurance products through its branches. So in India, the Reserve Bank of India has realized the relative importance of insurance and allowed the bankers to enter the insurance sector. So in addition, the RBI also has given some detailed guidelines to the bankers for entering the insurance business. In India, there is a low level of insurance penetration and a low level of insurance density also, as when we compare with the other developed nations. But India is one among the country having a wide spectrum of banking network. So it is considered as a good strategy for the Indian bankers to enter into the insurance business. Now, moving on to the need for the study. Uh, the bankers are considered as a dynamic distribution channel for the insurance companies, and the banks are also earning a significant revenue by selling the insurance product. So at this juncture, it is felt essential that to know the different models or the eligibility requirements and the contributions made by the bank assurance channel. There was a literature review done and gap was identified. So most of the earlier studies which were conducted in the area of bank assurance were into the qualitative studies, and they concentrated more on the problem faced by the bank assurance channels, then legislative blocks, then customer awareness, then employee satisfaction, customer satisfaction. So now it is, I felt it is essential to find out to what stage the bank assurance has grown in India. The objectives set for this study are, first one is to know the brief history of the regulatory system in bank assurance in India as well as the other countries. Then second objective was to study the different models of bank assurance which are used by the Indian banks as well as in other countries. Third one is to know the eligibility criteria and the regulatory framework to undertake the bank assurance business in India. And finally, to analyze the present status of bank assurance in India. Regarding the research methodology, as the data has been analyzed by taking the secondary data that is collected from the magazines, journals, then IRDA reports, then annual reports of the bank and the web portals. And the tools used for this data analysis are mean, standard deviation, then coefficient of variation, then CAGR, compounded annual growth rate and average annual growth rate, and t-test also was used for the data analysis. Coming for the hypothesis, 3 hypotheses has been set for this study. First one is there is no significant difference in the bank assurance business. Then second was there is no significant difference in the premium collected by the bank assurers. And third one is there is no significant differences in the individual agent's business. Then coming to the data analysis, since the first 3 objectives were with regarding to the regulatory framework in India compared with other countries, then the secondary object was to study the different models, like what kind of, whether it is an integrated model or a non-integrated model. Then the third one is to find out what are the eligibility criteria that is the Reserve Bank of India as well as the Banking Regulation Act has put on the bank assurance. Since there is a shortage of time, based on the time given allotted for me, I will go on for the last objective, what is the present status of bank assurance in India. So this is the table which shows what is the number of bankers or the people who are into the bank assurance business. So here 329 are the total number, that is the bankers and cooperative societies who are doing the bank assurance business, and the 361 is the other people like non-banking financial institutions who are doing the bank assurance business. So here what we can see is banks and cooperative societies have contributed 47.70% contribution in the bank assurance business. Now coming for this table. So this table shows the trend of bank assurance business in India, and the data was collected from 2012-13 to 2018 and 19. So here in this table, we can find the total insurance business as well as a bank assurance business. This data is in the that is in crores. That is the premium amount collected in crores. So on this, the CAGR and AAGR were calculated. So in this table, we can see that the CAGR and AAGR were negative for the insurance business, means depicting there is a decrease in the amount of insurance business that is done by the insurer. And when we look for the bank assurance column, there is a positive, that is a 9.84 is a CAGR growth and 11.94 is the AAGR growth. So which shows there is a noticeable phenomenal growth in the bank assurance business, means the bankers are contributing so much into the insurance business. And finally on this, the t-test was conducted. So it was significant at 5% significance level, showing that there is a significant difference in the amount of premium which is collected by the bank assurance channel. Coming to this slide, it shows the share of bank assurance, that is a channel-wise analysis, which shows the amount of premium which is collected by the individual agents, then bank assurance, then other corporate agencies. So on this also, there was a CAGR and AAGR test calculation, which was minus for the individual agent, which says that previously those were the days where we used to buy the insurance only from the insurance agent. But nowadays we have, as there is so much of scope, services, facilities provided a banker. So there is a decrease in the individual agents contribution. And we can see that 6.98 and 8.78 is a contribution by the bank assurance channel in the bank assurance business, and the corporate agencies, it is like minus 2.38 and minus 0.81. So overall, what we can conclude is there is a increase in the bank assurance channel into the insurance business. On this also, t-test was conducted and it was significant. And during the study period, we can conclude that there was a constant increase in the premium which is collected by the bank assurance channel. This slide shows the share of the bank assurance, that is with regarding to the number of life which is covered by the individual agents, then bank assurance channel and the corporates. So here also there was a minus with regarding to the CAGR as well as the AAGR, and there was a positive increase growth in the number of life covered by the bank assurance channel, that is 13.57 for CAGR and 16.31 was for the AAGR. And corporate agents also, it was a positive. So what we can conclude is compared to the other channels, that is the individual as well as the corporate channels, there is a tremendous increase in the number of life covered by the bank assurance channel, and t-test shows it was a significant, and so the total number of life covered by the bank assurance channel was more compared to the other channels. Then finally, coming to the conclusion, the bank assurance has gradually progressed rapidly speed since its inception in India. So it has influenced on the performance of the bank insurance sector, which is ultimately reflected on the investment and saving pattern of the people. So this paper deliberated upon the bank assurance in the other countries, and the different models of bank assurance and what are the different eligibility criteria and the regulatory framework which is done by each country, including the India. So according to the result, the traditional individual agents, then the contribution is decreasing due to the growth of the bank assurance sector. The bank assurance and the corporate agents have dominating in the insurance business. So in India, the bank assurance is still in growing stage, but there is a great scope for the bank assurance in the near future, because in India we have a very good banking system which is having a huge network which can reach each and every person, whether they are in the city or into the rural area. So there is a lot of scope for the bank assurance channel. So that's the reason India can go for the bank assurance. Then finally, future research, lot of scope to go for the research into the bank assurance business. We can have a comparative study with regarding to the amount of premium which is collected by the different channels or the number of lives covered. So we can have an inter-country comparison, or we can also find out study what are the different ways and means so that the bank assurance business can be more successfully implemented in India. This is all about my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving an opportunity for the presentation. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Shobha ma'am. Now I request Soumi Dutta ma'am for the questions.
Very nice presentation. Can you see what are the future scopes of this particular um, uh, your research? Because you can see you have already shown that agents are not only the ways that, so a few points has come as negative, I can see. So is there any enhancement scope for them? How the total system will be balanced?
But there is, as you know, that in India compared to other countries, not each and every person is buying the insurance. Especially many people who are very conscious about their life, they are buying it. So there is lot of scope, because if you see the Indian banking network as well as the population of India, there is lot of scope, because most of the other countries, when I did a literature review, 50% of the insurance are sold by the banker. So there is lot of scope. So it is going to benefit not only for the insurance, even for the banker, because it is one of the, it can be one of the major source for the non-interest income. So it can contribute for the profit of the banker as well as a business to the insurer.
So can it affect our economy too?
Yes, ma'am, because
yes, please continue.
Yeah. It is going to help, ma'am, because when the people are have a savings, and if the savings are going to be invested into the insurance, again insurance has an opportunity to invest into the industry, because when we invest into insurance, they are going to invest in some other corporates or the industry. So ultimately, money is going to move from savings to the investment. It is going to help not only for the individual, even for the banker, insurer, as well as a country as a whole.
Sure. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Soumi Dutta ma'am. Now I request Dr. Sunanda Vincent madam to ask questions.
Yeah. Shobha ma'am, can you go back to your slide where you showed that gap, if it is okay with you?
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
The research gap.
Yeah, can you see it, ma'am? A slide. Can you see the slide?
Yeah, I can see your screen. Yeah, I can see your screen.
1 second. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Here is the gap.
Okay, 1 second. No?
Yes, ma'am.
So this is they haven't done actually much on what you have done, the model and all that. Did you read any research paper where they talked about the customer awareness?
Yes, ma'am. Customer satisfaction. Yeah, I studied, ma'am.
Have you included that in your research literature review?
No, ma'am. I just wanted to know, like a statistical secondary data, to what extent the bankers are doing the bank assurance business. So I did not go into the customer part or the employee part. I just took to what extent the business is happening. Means, is there any future scope for the bank assurance?
Okay. One question regarding this bank assurance business. What challenges do you see? At least name one challenge And looking at that challenge in the coming future for this particular industry, what can you recommend to this businesses who are into this bank assurance?
Uh, yes, ma'am. According to me, one major challenge is most of the bankers who are getting into the bank assurance, they don't have like separate employee who are going to take care of the insurance. The employee who are taking care of the bank work itself are taking care of the insurance. So I feel it is a burden for those employees, and most of the time, all employees may not be knowing or much aware about the insurance product. So marketing is going to be a difficult for an employee who knows about the banking but not about the insurance. So it is a challenge, but the banker can train the employees, or they can have a set of employee who have a separate counter who are going to take care of the insurance. So this is a challenge because nowadays the employees are already pressurized with so much of work, so it is going to add on the pressure to the employee. So that part has to be taken care, madam.
Fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sunanda ma'am. Shobha ma'am, there is a question from a participant. Do you think that banks are quickly responding to sudden changes like COVID? Ma'am, should I repeat again?
Yeah.
Shobha ma'am?
Once again, please repeat.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Do you think that banks are quickly responding to the sudden changes like COVID-19?
Yes, to some extent they are responding, but still big. But now I hope they have responded because it is already 1 year. So they have adjusted with the situation. They have responded. More than bank responding, even I think people are responded so much because of the digitalization. So I don't think there is any problem from the banker end or the customer end. I agree that the bankers have responded.
Okay.
Rohini, yeah, tell me, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Shobha. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your response.
Yeah, thank you.
So up next, I would like to call Dr. Tamilarasi and the co-author Ashwini to present. Ashwini ma'am? Ashwini ma'am, can you able to hear me? I repeat, Ashwini ma'am. Ma'am, you're not audible. Ashwini ma'am, kindly share your screen. Sorry for the technical issue.
Ma'am, you can mail the PPT to us, ma'am. We'll only share the PPT. Will you do that?
Ashwini ma'am, please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Ashwini ma'am?
Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Very
yes, ma'am.
sorry for this inconvenience. I was facing some internet problem. I'm again asking you sorry for this inconvenience. What
Yeah,
I caused for all of
ma'am,
you.
one clarity. So if you are not able to share the screen, you can share the PPT with us so that we'll share the screen. You can do the presentation if you wish.
I'll try to share the screen, ma'am. It is
Yeah.
because I've just connected with my mobile phone.
Sure, sure.
So I have the PPT
Yes.
here. I'll try sharing it. If not
Yes.
possible, then I'll share it with you.
Yes, you can share it to the conference mail ID, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah, ma'am, please tell me.
ma'am. It is. I'm receiving a message. You cannot start screen share while the other participant is sharing. Is it my turn now?
Ma'am, you have only shared the screen, ma'am. That's the reason you're not able to share one more screen. Your WhatsApp is on.
Uh, I'll just okay. I'll end this.
You stop sharing the screen and again come back and share the PPT
Yes, ma'am.
screen.
I'm
Yeah,
doing
ma'am.
it.
Yeah.
Is the screen visible to you, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible.
Uh, just a second, ma'am. Could you please give me a minute time? I'll
No
just.
problem. No issues, ma'am. Take your time.
Very sorry for this.
No issues.
Just a minute. I'll just stop sharing it. Uh, yeah, I finally got it. This is the PPT, ma'am. As I'm sharing through my mobile phone, I don't think so I can give the slideshow. This is the first slide. Shall I start presenting it?
Yeah, ma'am. Sure, you can start.
Yeah, thank you. So, very good afternoon, one and all present here. Myself, Ashwini, I co-authored a research article, an empirical study on the topic called the COVID-19 outbreak and the impact on stock markets in association, co-authored with Dr. Tamilarisi D. She's a Dean of Research and Development Department of MBA RNSIT. So I would like to first start with a quote. The first rule of investment is buy low and sell high. But many people fear to buy low because they have the fear of that the stock might drop even more, even lower. So then you may ask a question, when is the right time to buy low? So the answer is where there is a maximum pessimism. So this is a quote given by Sir John Templeton. So now, so ever seen a never heard kind of dangerous vital in the influenza, namely coronavirus, took birth in the Wuhan city, as we all of us aware about it. So WHO declared, our WHO got to know about this COVID pandemic by end of December 2019 itself, but they declared it as pandemic from epidemic on March 11, 2020. So this is not the first time the world witnessed the pandemics, but even before, well before, previously they have witnessed the other pandemics like SARS, Ebola, Spanish flu, swine flu, bird flu. So COVID-19 carries an unprecedented impact on the human lives, the commercial activities, lifestyle, and financial markets. So if you have spoken to any of your grandfathers or who are seeing the previous probably in the decades of 1980s, 1970s, they might tell you. So this is the first ever we are seeing such an experience of wearing that mask, maintaining social distancing, closing down of even this time they have closed down the temples as well. That was never happened before. So that is why it is carries an unprecedented impact on human lives, commercial activities, lifestyle, and the financial markets. IMF forecasted. So this was that the world economy has declined by 3%, which was the steepest shrink since the Great Depression, which was taken in the year 1930s, in the decades of 1930s. Our economies such as US, UK, France, Italy, Germany, Japan, Spain are contracted by 9.9, 6.5, 7, 7.2, 9.1, 5.2, and 8% respectively. It is developing economies are expected to grow by -1%, and China is an exceptional here, wherein their growth rate is anticipated by 2 point. It is a negative impact, so negative growth by 2.2% in the year 2020. So on February 20th, 2020, our Indian government took a great initiative by declaring or imposing 21 days a strict lockdown. So that gave us a space for the government to prepare to fight against the COVID-19. The Ministry of Statistics come up with the data that India's fourth quarter growth will slump down by 3.1%. And the World Bank rating agencies revised the growth rate to the lowest that ever that we have witnessed. That is the last 3 decades since the liberalization in the year 1990. So you might have seen many of the most of the companies from the different sectors, they are cutting down the manpower, which is leading to the increase, a drastic increase in the unemployment rate, so which is shooting up from 6.7% to 26%. So economists compare the coronavirus because based on the impact of the virus, they have the impact of COVID-19 on the world economy. So they wanted to compare this with the Black Swan and the Great Recession, which was taken in the year 2008. So now we'll come to the point of literature review. So I have taken, we did about 50 to 60 literature review, wherein I have listed out the few important for your reference. So wherein the studies have been conducted to analyze the impact of COVID-19 on the financial market. The few of the studies are done on the developing countries, developed countries, and many studies are concentrated on a specific sector. So here we have wherein the study has been conducted on the sample of on the markets of China and USA stock markets, and they have come out with the findings that there's a significant impact on financial markets. So, and there is a study which is conducted on Indian stock markets. So, taking the COVID-19 confirmed cases, um, wherein they have taken BSE and Sensex as a sample, and this was a study was conducted for a period of 2 months. So, wherein they have come up that the stock market preceded a similar crisis, as I explained, like the SARS, Ebola, swine flu. So, but each dip provides an investor a great opportunity because, so I started the presentation with the quote, it is always a wiser decision for an investor to buy the stocks or shares when the prices are low. So they have found out, or they have come up with the findings saying that, so this is a great opportunity for an investor to enter the market and make great profits with a long-term horizon. This is not for the short term, but for the long term. Companies with innovative products, healthy balance sheet would revive the growth momentum the post-COVID. So then the research is also conducted, a study has been conducted in the pharmaceutical stocks, and they have found out wherein the study has been conducted by taking the top 10 pharmaceutical companies based on their market capitalization for 123 daily prices, taking into consideration the 123 the daily prices of the stocks, the pharmaceutical stocks for a sample period of 123 days, and they have concluded their study saying that during the health crisis, the pharma stocks should go up, but so there is an inverse impact on the pharmaceutical companies because of the over dependence of Indian pharma companies on China for pharmaceutical ingredients. So these are the few studies which have been conducted by analyzing the impact of COVID-19 on the financial markets, sectoral wise. This is an example for it. So then I'll move on to the objectives for our study. So we keep our objectives very clear and crisp. The crisp here. The first objective of the study is to examine the relationship between the stock market and COVID-19 confirmed cases during the pandemic. Then the second objective is to investigate the influence of COVID-19 on. We did a comparative analysis by comparing impact of COVID-19 or influence of COVID-19 on developed and developing countries' stock market returns. So wherein we have, this is our methodology. The sample size, we have 10 countries here, 5 advanced countries and 5 emerging countries. So we have selected the countries based on the the person based on the number of the cumulative COVID confirmed cases. So here the independent variable, as we all know, it is COVID confirmed cases. The dependent variable is the hand selected or hand picked countries stock market indices. So duration for the study, we have taken 6 months prior to the pandemic and 6 months later. The pre-COVID period is started from July 2019 to December 2019, and post-COVID the period is starting from January. We know because WHO got to know about the COVID virus or coronavirus by end of December, but they declared it as pandemic from the month of March, but still we have considered from January to June. So then, as we have taken developed and developing countries, including China and other countries, so we have adopted linear regression model, the mean standard deviation, correlation method. We also calculated F-test and T-test values. So here I'm coming to the part of data analysis. So this is our the list of countries what we have selected. We have selected United States, the United Kingdom, South Korea, Germany, Japan, Russia, India, China, Brazil, and Indonesia. The reason behind selecting or picking these countries is to US is the most affected country. If you look into the top countries which are affected by the COVID cases, so we have United States from beginning till now as in the first place. United, followed by United Kingdom, South Korea and Germany. Initially, they got affected by the more number of COVID cases, but they succeeded in managing it by strictly imposing the social distancing norms and sanitizing wearing the masks. So these two countries made these uh, the rules very strictly. They strictly imposed on their citizens, so which helped them out to manage the COVID crisis better than other countries. So then we also we have Brazil. We have chosen Brazil and Indonesia. They are the one who got severely impacted by the COVID cases. So this is about the sample. So then when we come to data analysis part, if you here we did a comparative analysis. The first table tells you about the pre-COVID, the mean values and the standard deviation. So these tools will tell us the risk and the return involved in it with respect to the stock market. And the second table will tell you about the post-COVID period mean values and standard deviation. So we will do the comparative. This is what we have done. If you look into the pre-COVID in the sample size, so except Indonesia, all other countries' stock indices were extremely performing well. But if you look into the mean values, the return from the stock market indices once after declaring the COVID pandemic, all of the countries are giving us the negative return. So this indicates that COVID-19 have a negative impact on the stock market returns. So this is the graphical representation of the data what I have put in the first two tables. So I'm moving on to the next level. So that is t-test values at the significant level of 1% and the coefficient values at the significant level of 0.5%. Excuse me. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue. You are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So here the t-test values and the p values will tell us that first we'll look into the t-test values. So here, if you look into, so all the countries, so as I mentioned earlier, all the countries are adversely affected. There is a significant negative impact on the stock market indices because of the COVID, the increased number of COVID confirmed cases. So when we come to the coefficient values with the regression values at the 5% significant level, so it denotes that UK, China, Russia, and Indonesia, these are the ones who got affected to the greater extent when we compare to the US, UK, South Korea, and Germany. So then the correlation. So if you look into here, UK, China, Russia, Indonesia, they are the one who have witnessed the greater impact of COVID-19. It is an adverse impact of COVID-19 on their stock market returns as they witnessed the high number of COVID cases. So we would like to say that as there is an increase in number of COVID cases day by day that have a negative impact on their stock market return. Their stock market return is also got reduced by seeing into the increased number of COVID cases. So this is about the data analysis. I'll come to the final part of conclusion. So we would like to conclude our research study telling that before the COVID-19 pandemic, except Indonesia, all other countries were performing good. So once after the WHO declared the COVID epidemic to pandemic, the investors got that fear and they predicted that the stock prices will go down. Their fear, investors get panic, and that resulted in investors started selling their the okay. Uh, is my screen visible to you?
No, ma'am.
Now
Okay,
it is
okay.
gone. Yeah, it's coming.
Yes. So as the investors got panic from the COVID-19 because it was the beginning and none of us were aware about such kind of virus, that panic, uh, very sorry for this. Yes. So because of that panic, investors they started selling their holdings. So that leads to a negative impact on the stock market. So then, yeah, the study proves that there is a significant negative relationship. So that I have proved it from applying the statistical tool and by calculating the mean, standard deviation, the correlation and coefficient, and time series data analysis confirm COVID-19 cases have an adverse impact on the stock market of the both developed and developing countries. Study also reveals that USA, UK, India, Russia, Indonesia, and Brazil are the one who witnessed the severe damage in terms of their financial markets compared to all other countries in the sample size. So we would like to conclude that it is not the first time the world economy have seen the COVID-19 pandemic. This is carries unprecedented impact, but even earlier we have witnessed and we came out of that pandemic like SARS, Ebola, swine flu, and others. But this is the a short-term impact, but definitely the stock market will pick up. So the example I could say is if you look into the stock market, the fluctuation, the decrease in stock prices in the month of March, that was the beginning when WHO declared it as a pandemic. So, as an investor, we were not aware about the symptoms, the consequences of the coronavirus. But once after we got to know that it is not a big virus, it is not as great as what we scared about. So, by maintaining social distancing, by wearing masks, and maintaining the cleanliness, definitely we can overcome this pandemic. So that brings a confidence in the investors. If you see the stock market return, the indices what we have taken, so that is it is picking up. So it was went down below 35,000, below 30,000, but now it is picking up to 46,000. So this is about our study. So thank you. I'm open to the questions now.
Yes, thank you, Ashwini ma'am. Now
Thank
I
you, ma'am.
request Sunanda ma'am for questions.
Yeah, I have two questions, ma'am. First question is just wanted for my information that because you've done a broad study, which industry in India got affected, because of this pandemic?
It
And
is
why
not.
this particular industry?
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't get a clarity on your question. You asked me which particular industry.
Industry got affected in the, I mean, they did very badly in the stock market.
Uh,
Which particular industry?
okay, I'll come to this, ma'am. I'll answer this question. Uh, First, I would like to tell you that automobile industry is an exceptional case here. Uh, Mainly, I could say the educational sector,
You
because
really,
yes, ma'am,
you
yes,
really
ma'am.
think
Because
education sector? Because I think this one industry, I think education sector somehow balanced itself. I
yeah,
mean, it
somehow they
got
are
shocked in the first few months, but later on we came back. I think everybody is online, right from school to colleges, universities. So,
yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, what is your explanation regarding that? Why you were saying education sector is the one which got?
It is
And
it is not
one
the
more
one
thing,
which is.
I'm talking about. Uh, I'm talking about the performance in the stock market.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello. Did you
Yes,
get
ma'am.
it?
I
What I'm
can hear
asking?
you. No, ma'am, I didn't get the second question. Is that the second one? And I wanted to tell you, I wanted to complete my answer for the first two question. You asked me the sector which is mostly affected by COVID. So
In
yeah,
and
being in
their
education
performance.
sector,
No, no,
yeah.
ma'am. I'm not asking in general. I'm asking their performance in the stock market.
Okay. So as we for the study purposes, we have taken the entire indices, ma'am. We are not specified, or we have not streamlined our study to a particular sector.
Okay. Okay.
But
Fine.
I can generally answer your question saying that, so because of COVID now, that 21 days lockdown, so there is a I think what I can say. Uh, okay, I'm very sorry for this.
No, no, no problem. It's okay. It's okay. Can I ask another question?
Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure.
What is your take on the service sector? Because the huge role and contribution of service sector in our GDP, how it got affected in the stock market. If you take tourism, hospitality sector, entertainment,
Yes, ma'am.
okay,
Yes.
let's not talk about education. Okay, we talk about only entertainment. Their performance. Can you throw some light on this?
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
The performance of service sector in the stock market during this pandemic time. Whatever you have studied, that only you speak.
Yes, ma'am. So, because we know that to overcome or to fight against this COVID-19, we have to maintain social distancing. So, as you mentioned, in the entertainment industry, the tourism industry, so there is a because uh, initially there was a 21 days lockdown. We were strictly was have to be within the home. So I think these are the one who got impacted to the greater extent. Even now they are suffering, they are struggling like anything to match their expenses. There is I could say this is the most affected sector, because
Thank you.
people
Fine,
are
ma'am.
scared
Thank
of.
you.
Okay,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am. That's it. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sunanda ma'am.
Any
Now
other
I
questions?
request Soumi Dutta ma'am for questions.
Yes, a very good presentation and very good literature survey also you have done. Really appreciating. So one question: as due to pandemic, you also told that many person haven't invested or few of them just sell their shares. So is it the perfect time now? Then when they can start again investing, then it will affect in a good way to our economy.
That is what we wanted to tell our investors, ma'am. So here, I could say in the beginning of the stock market return started falling in the month of March. I think April and May was the right time for an investor to enter the market and make an investment. And he has to. I'm talking about investing, but not trading. So if any investor would have invested in the month of April, May, and waited for probably a year or 2 years, they would have made a great profits out of the stock market. even now, yeah, definitely they can do it, but they have to invest and keep their investments for 1 or 2 years, or it might be for extended to 5 years to earn the greater profits.
And definitely, as we have seen that few industries are not performing so well in this pandemic. Similarly, new scope has also come up. So, can you highlight on this?
This pandemic has given because most of us, the industries have provided their employees with work from home facility, which creates an opportunity anywhere you might be. But if you are skilled enough, definitely you can get that opportunity, and which is also leading taking an in educational sector. So it is a COVID pandemic, but it created an opportunity to overcome the geographical constraint. So we are doing too well. And to talk about mm, can you just repeat the question, ma'am?
Yeah, in which sector we can invest more? Which are the industries are coming up with this pandemic?
So that is e-tailing, ma'am. E-tailing, FMCG sector, definitely, because that caters to the day-to-day needs. So it is evergreen. And mm, e-tailing
Okay,
is
thank
getting digital marketing. Yes.
Okay, nice presentation. Very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, Soumi ma'am. Ashwini ma'am, there is a
Yes, ma'am.
question from the participant side.
Okay.
Yeah. Whether the measures taken by the RBI to boost the liquidity in the system in this pandemic situation are satisfactory. What is your stand?
Can you just repeat the question again, ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, ma'am. Whether the measures taken up by the RBI to boost the liquidity system in this pandemic situation are satisfactory.
Yes, ma'am. I think it will be helpful for the economy. So, yeah, as most of the companies are struggling because of this COVID-19. So, definitely, I think it is helpful to the economy.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
yeah, yes. I would like to, ask for review comments from our shared persons. So, firstly, madam, please, a few words on our session. Sunanda, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I couldn't hear because there was some electronic blockage. What did you say? What comments you want?
Okay, ma'am. Regarding our sessions, right? Can I get a review comments on the session?
Okay, fine. I think it is well organized,
Yes, ma'am.
and whatever electronic issues are there, I think this is the new normal. Apart from that, online communication, these are something that will come as side baggages, and we are used to it. We are just okay with it. So it's a good organization, and even when we are exceeding the time limit, that also we cannot help it because of the time that we take to load, and the thing is getting buffering. So good. I congratulate the entire team and the college also. Well done. Keep it up.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. It means a lot to us. Now, I request Dr. Soumi Dutta, madam, your comments on the session, please, ma'am.
Yes, Dikshita, it's a very nice organization, and definitely I must say that all the authors has given very nice work. They're demonstrating well, and definitely what Nanda ma'am has also told that this is very new normal to us. Definitely some technical issues will be there, because but this is a good thing that all of us are connecting from different angle and different sides of India, and definitely from outside of India also. This is a very nice thing. So at least this pandemic given us such scope that staying back at our home also we are connecting to each other, and very well organized. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Soumi Datta ma'am. Thank you so much. Yes. Finally, we have come to the end of session 2. I would like to wind up the session with a small thank you note. I extend my gratitude to Dr. Sunanda Vincent J and Dr. Soumi Datta for accepting our invitation and being the chairpersons despite their busy schedule. I also thank the presenters and the participants. Thank you all. 10 minutes. So at 1:40, kindly resume back at sharp. The next session will be coordinated by Professor Sneha. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I request all the participants to please stay back. We'll resume back in another 10 minutes with a short break. Thank you.
We'll start a session in few minutes.
Good afternoon to one and all. Welcome back to session 3. Henry Ford once said, "Coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is a success." It was indeed this mantra of working together that has brought us where we are today. I call upon Mrs. Vinutha, Assistant Professor, BCom BBA Department, to introduce our session chairpersons, Dr. Namrata Singh Roy and Dr. Mangesh Khonge.
Thank you, ma'am. I am happy to introduce Dr. Namrata Singha Roy, Assistant Professor, Christ, Deemed University, India. She has earned her PhD in Economics from the University of Calcutta in 2017 in the area of labor economics and gender. She is professional with more than 8 years of proven experience in research, teaching, and consulting in the domain of economics at National and International Council. She is qualified UGC NET and UGC SET for lectureship. Her areas of research interests are labor, economics, of education, gender, agricultural economics, development economics. Our teaching interest includes econometrics development, economics, microeconomics, macroeconomics, statistics, and operation research. She has authored and co-authored numerous papers in SCI, Scopus, Springer, and Elsevier journals and books. She has owned the copyright of her work from the Government of India. She is the reviewer of several international journals like World Development Review, Review of Development Economics, Elion, and so on. Her research works are presented in numerous conferences, seminars of national and international importance. We welcome you, ma'am. I would also welcome Dr. Mangesh Gonge, Assistant Professor of Sandeep Institute of Technology and Research Center, India. Sir has received his BE, BTech degree in Computer Science and Engineering from SCBAU Amaravati and RTMNU Nagpur. Engineering from SCBAU Amaravati and RTMNU Nagpur, respectively. He completed his PhD from SGBAU Amaravati on topic Assignment-Based Selfish Node Detection System in Mobile and NOC Networks. Is more than 40 research papers published in various international journals and conferences, including Scopus Index Journal. He visited various countries, conferences, and research-related activity. His research interests include security in wireless network, ad hoc networks, and network protocol. We are happy to welcome you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vinutha ma'am. I would like to call upon Professor Rajendra sir to take over the session.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to intimate the session chair. Totally 4 papers are presented in the track 3. The participants presenting the papers are as follows: Sana Shri N, Fausia, Deepika HC, and Nibadita K. Now I request Sana Shri N to present the paper. Sana Shri currently is working as assistant professor in Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce in the Department of BCom and BBA. She will be presenting the paper titled A Study on Stakeholders' Perception Towards CSR Initiatives of Indian Organizations. Ma'am, you can start presentation.
Sir, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. Very good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Sahana Shriyan, Assistant Professor. I am working at Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce. I am going to present a paper on topic a study on stakeholders' perception towards CSR initiatives of Indian organizations. This is the topic I have chosen. So let me start with the introduction part. Here, CSR, as everyone from since morning, we have been discussing about the same topic, that is CSR. What is CSR? Just one line I have to talk about this. That is, along with taking profits, companies, along with taking profits for the company as well as for themselves, they have to even contribute part of the profit even to the society also. This is what is called as CSR. It started with, like, in the early 90s, Mahatma Gandhi introduced the concept of trusteeship, helping socio-economic growth. He was concentrating that time only. He started concentrating on socio-economic growth, and here some CSR factors will be influencing CSR. Those are like family values, traditions, culture, and religion. On the basis of these factors, CSR is completely done. Then, as we know already, India is the first country to mandate the CSR by making an amendment to the Companies Act 2013 in April 2014, which requires companies. We know the net worth should be like a 5 billion, or annual turnover 10 billion, and profit like 50 million or more. They have to spend 2% of their average net profits of 3 years on CSR. This is for the sequence, as we know already. This business usually businesses will be contributing their profits in areas. We know the things like what are the areas will be coming under the CSR activities. The education they'll be concentrating on, then gender equality, poverty, hunger. Any CSR compliances will be coming under the CSR category. And in this current affairs, what's going on right now is COVID-19 outbreak. Surrounded by the COVID-19 outbreak, Ministry of Corporate Affairs has noticed that companies' expenditure to fight the pandemic, it will be considered valid under the CSR activities. Means it has been considered under the CSR activities. This is also called as CSR activity. And the main topic in my topic, I have mentioned one thing, that is perception. What is perception here? Whose perception here? Perception of stakeholders. Perception means what stakeholders are going to perceive about the CSR, whether it is positive or negative. It's their ability to notice and understand the CSR. But here, how stakeholders perceive and subsequently react to CSR initiatives. As we know, stakeholders like who comes: competitors, shareholders, suppliers, consumers, employees, government. These are not comes under stakeholders. So here, like who are impacted by the outcome of a project, they will be related to the company. So what they are going to perceive about the CSR. This is for the complete introduction part. That's what I have given there. How companies integrate social and environmental concerns in their business and interactions with their stakeholders. Then let me go to the next slide. Next, that is objectives. What are my topics objectives? Is research objectives is objectives. And one more thing I forgot to tell you, that this paper is completely conceptual. I have not collected like primary resources are not available because I have not done primary research. So I have gone through the conceptual concept. It's in conceptual mode. Then let me talk about the objectives. Objectives of my paper is to identify the stakeholders' perception. I'm going to find out the stakeholders' perception. What stakeholders will perceive towards the CSR initiatives. Especially, I have covered Indian organizations in India. What are the organizations are there? How they have take up the CSR initiatives, and about that, what is the perception of stakeholders. And the second objective of my paper is to find out relevant areas of development, areas to be developed as well as areas under development. What are the areas comes through CSR initiatives. And third objective is to identify, to find out the positive impact of CSR initiatives. Actually, I wanted to know this one, how positively it has been impacted towards the society. Means CSR, how it has been impacted. That one I'm going to find here. And to list out, finally, to list out effective suggestions for future research initiatives. As it is not empirical paper, I'm going to I'm going to list out the effective suggestions for future research initiatives to do the primary to collect the primary data. And next slide, I'm moving forward. That is scope of the study. So here the first scope is like better plan for utilizing CSR funds. What are the strategies have been made for making utilization of CSR funds and to identify the required areas to develop through CSR initiatives. I'm going to identify required areas to be developed. And the third scope of the study is like finding better suggestions from stakeholders' point of view. Here I'm thinking that I'm the stakeholder. If I'm one of the stakeholder means I'm going to give suggestion in my point of view. What the suggestions can be given? I'm going to talk about it. And next slide is about limitations of the study of my study. Limitations. The study is limited. The study is based on perception of the stakeholders, which were collected from secondary sources. As I have already told you that this is not empirical paper. This is not research paper. It's completely conceptual paper. So it is limited to secondary sources itself. The data collected from various sources will have the variation and authentication of the value of the data. Yes, these data have been collected from various sources, and it will be varying because I have gone through so many articles, everything. The authentication of the value of the data will be there. It's limited to this, and with the time constraints, yes, I have the time constraints. So the reason the data were collected from few Indian corporate sectors. Only I am not concentrating all the Indian corporate sectors are all in Indian companies. Here I have selected only few, especially 6 companies, which comes under this. This is the limitations. These are the limitations of my study. Okay, here is the table which is showing CSR initiatives and their beneficiaries. Just now I told you that total 6 companies, Indian well-reputed companies, were familiar companies I have taken, and their contribution to CSR I'm going to talk now. The very first one is Reliance Industries Limited. As everyone knows, this Reliance Industries, RIL, Reliance Industries Limited, are directed like a Reliance CSR policies aimed at reforming lives, living and livelihood for strengthened and inclusive India. By improving livelihoods and addressing poverty, what they are going to address here: the poverty, hunger, malnutrition, provides timely information to farmers, fisher folk, and livestock owners for taking right decisions to improve income and livelihood and also prevent avoidable risks. Here, the Reliance, it's going to bridge the development gap between rural India and urban India. As I have mentioned, their rural transformation, health, education, sports for development, disaster response, arts, culture and heritage, urban renewal. These are the areas they have covered. And who are the beneficiaries? I have mentioned in right hand side there. And also, Reliance provides reasonable solutions for quality healthcare through upgraded access to healthcare services and spreading awareness. It is Reliance is providing access to quality primary and secondary care services to the deprived population, conducting need-based health camps and providing consultation and medicine amongst others, and seeks to provide quality education, training, and skill enhancement to increase the quality living and livelihood. And the sports for development initiatives, talented young students are groomed further to build their skills in sports. And this company is attempts are also made to build capacities of local communities to cope with disasters. So it's working on disaster, how to rehabilitate it. Okay, disaster response also done under this. This is the first company, Reliance Industries Limited. What are the initiatives they have taken? And here are the beneficiaries I have mentioned, like farmers, fish folk, livestock owners, patients, comes under health initiative. Okay, health initiative under the patients, visually impaired individuals, students pursuing higher studies comes under education part, and children and youth, young football players, education institutions, uh, flood affected villages, which comes under disaster response. Villages across Assam and Gujarat, they have mainly concentrated, and fishermen, paddy field farmers. Next, under arts, culture and heritage, Indian classical music singers, tabla, maestro, this all comes under arts, culture and heritage. And urban renewal in public, it belongs to public. Women and employees are the beneficiaries coming under urban renewal. Next, the second company which I'm going to talk is Infosys Limited, well-reputed company. It is. Infosys is a company to adopt CSR initiatives early. Infosys work with different non-profit organizations which run midday meals programs in schools across India and may establish kitchens providing meals to school children. And it aims at eliminating poverty, hunger, and malnutrition, promoting precautionary health care, and strengthening rural areas by improving accessibility, housing, then what else? Drinking water, sanitation, power, and livelihoods. They were creating sustainable villages. So here enforces focus on education to train students from underprivileged backgrounds like rural areas. Also, it includes in its various development centers and to provide grants to various colleges in India for improving their infrastructure. And along with this, upholding education and eradicating unemployment, enhancing occupational skills, especially among children, women, elders, I mean seniors who comes, then differently abled and livelihood enhancement projects. Monetary contributions to academic institutions for establishing endowment funds, chairs, laboratories, etc. And also, it's encouraging gender equality and empowering women, setting up homes, hostels, daycare centers for women and orphans, especially, and setting up old age homes and facilities for senior citizens, and taking measures for social and economically backward groups, backward community to minimize inequalities, ecological balance. Especially, it's concentrating on malnutrition, improving healthcare infrastructure, supporting primary education, rehabilitating abandoned women and children, and preserving Indian art and culture. Mainly, it's taking initiative on COVID-19 pandemic in recent era. These are the initiatives taken by Infosys Limited, and these are the beneficiaries comes under Infosys Limited CSR initiatives. Next, I'm moving forward. BPCL, the company Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. In that, major CSR initiatives I have taken and mentioned here. The beneficiaries here, one project called Ashar comes under BPCL. Okay, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited. Ashar. Okay, the beneficiaries of Ashar are several young children of tribal populations that are spread across numerous hamlets in the regions. This is called as a mega project. Okay, the mega project. This mega project covers 1,059 villages with no school left behind. This project targets first to 8th standard students, and Bharat Petroleum has implemented the computer-aided learning, digital literacy. Means they're concentrating on education also, like e-learning. Okay, aided learning, digital literacy program for students of low-income schools in Mumbai, Jaipur, Lucknow, urban, and urban areas as well as rural areas. Also, they have covered and Solapur. Okay, these are the main areas which comes under this Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, especially under education. The farm ponds are recharge tank also fetched increased revenue through fishery and organic farming. They are concentrating on agriculture also here. They have concentrated, means they have taken initiatives on agriculture. Since 2013, watershed agriculture activities have also been undertaken. And also, BPCL has undertaken many community development projects in its surroundings, such as project is like a family strengthening program for tribal community in Thrissur district, Kerala. Okay, Kerala, they have taken this initiative. The project concentrate on the overall holistic development of 143. This is the data which I have got from the secondary source. 143 tribal children by providing healthcare services, and for the nutritional support is provided and enabling access to basic education in nearby areas. These are the initiatives, CSR initiatives taken by Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited, and these are the beneficiaries. Next, I'm moving forward to the Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. This is the company. Mahindra and Mahindra Limited has provided vehicles for transport of air and for assisting people stuck in disaster zones in many instances. Yes, even they have disaster relief sales initiatives that which is taken by Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. And the Mahindra Group took upon rejuvenating three landmark civic gardens in Mumbai with the aim to beautify urban spaces and to make India's business capital greener. Here, the Mahindra Group has conducted several public health drives like blood donation camps, eye donation and awareness camps, eye checkup camps, surgical camps, health checkup camps, and HIV, AIDS awareness camps. These and all they have conducted. Here they have taken initiatives, CSR initiatives on education. Who comes under this? Who are the beneficiaries? Means underprivileged girls, students of its staff members. Means Mahindra and Mahindra Limited. Okay, staff for its staff members. It's providing the education as well, and disaster relief under that poor people comes under this disaster relief initiatives. Then patients disaster zones, it is covered disaster zones or areas. Then rejuvenating municipal garden there, that city comes under that environment, art and culture, and beneficiaries will be like scholars, experts in different fields. Next, and the last two companies are there out of six. This is the fourth one, ITC company. In India's foremost private sector companies, ITC is also one. We know about it. ITC, it has diversification, like a diversified presence in cigarettes, especially cigarettes, hotels, packaging, agribusiness, paper boards, and so many things comes under. Especially FMCG products comes under this ITC Limited. ITC's primary education program addresses the lack of quality primary education in rural communities. You can see here public health initiatives for patients, water stewardship for more than 3,20,000 people, social forestry for specially concentrated for farmers and villages. Okay, and which comes under forest border, and animal husbandry, which is benefited for poor households and cattle owners, agriculture, especially concentrating on farmers, education for children, government primary schools. See here, one thing I have to emphasize here, government primary schools also, they are the beneficiary of ITC company, which comes under the education initiative. And initiative for boys and girls focuses on employability and employment linkages with a larger purpose of empowering rural communities by creating sustainable livelihood opportunities. And also ITC's health and sanitation initiative seeks to address this serious issue by supporting the building and usage of low-cost family-owned toilets. This is the main thing, okay, owned family-owned toilets in the catchments of its manufacturing units, the majority of which are located in rural areas. Still, so many we can find some rural areas or rural villages. We can find that toilet, the basic infrastructure is not available for them. Okay, ITC's health and sanitation program aims to build awareness on the critical link between sanitation and as well as the health. Okay, and a COVID contingency fund of rupees 215 crore was set up to address the needs of the distressed. It's done by the ITC. The social forestry program to promote plantations and energy security cumulatively covers a total of 33,440. This is the data which I have collected from the secondary sources. 33,448 hectares in 1,717 villages, impacting nearly 40,000 poor households. And it includes cattle development centers in villages, provide service right at the owner's doorstep, which also include veterinary support to ensure proper health and nutrition as well. Having surplus milk for sales bring an extra income, especially useful for the poor households, comes under rural areas. These are the initiatives, CSR initiatives, and these are the beneficiaries comes under ITC company. And next company I'm moving towards is the Toyota. It became the largest automobile manufacturer in the world. CSR programs and initiatives are launched as a part of Toyota. It has been engaged, Toyota has been engaged in road safety. Second point, second initiative I have mentioned, you can see on the screen. It is engaged in road safety initiatives since 2005 through various pan-Indian campaigns. Okay, the company has been committed ensuring education of highest quality and encouraging education for all the students, children. And the company distributed 130,000 notebooks, 1,750 numbers of bags, drawing books, and crayons, and 2,700 geometry boxes to over 24,500 students across 327 schools. Toyota has pledged its support to Swachh Bharat by constructing sanitation facilities at identified schools by the government across India. And also the company, Toyota company, has constructed 588 units of sanitation facilities into 57 government schools in especially.
Sahana ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have only 2 minutes left to finish your presentation.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for interrupting. And also last one line.
Name and certain things you can skip the thing because the ITC
Yeah, yeah.
self-explanatory. We can go through it. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Toyota conducts educational programs as well with a desire for children responsible and environmental concern also. It's there. And I'm coming to the conclusion part here. Indian organizations have taken various initiatives for overall welfare of the society. And it is recognized that sustainable development will not be achieved through government action alone, and CSR plays a vital role for the same. We CSR have to take initiatives regarding the welfare of the society as well. The CSR concept is sometimes used as a shorthand for business contribution to continuous development. And fund generated for CSR project is not sufficient to cover all the targeted areas. Yes, the fund is not sufficient. What the fund, the CSR under CSR initiatives it's coming, it's not sufficient to cover all the targeted areas. Their targeted areas are it's different. Okay, it's huge, but the fund for that, what the fund generated for that is less. It's not sufficient. This is the it's coming at a conclusion. What I have found out from these studies, and businesses are not sure with how well the fund is utilized. And of course, businesses, companies are sourcing, companies are generating funds, they're contributing to the CSR, but they don't know, they're not sure how well the fund is utilized, how well the fund is being utilized. This is what I have found, and still certain important areas are not covered by Indian corporate sectors. Of course, maximum areas they are trying to cover, but still so many areas are left over which have to be covered by CSR and by Indian companies. And let me come to the suggestion part here. Here, what I suggest is companies can, Indian corporates can concentrate on empowerment of transgender community. Indian organizations, they have to focus on empowerment of transgender community, which is one of the worst hit sections of society, like the lagging education, employment, healthcare, and upliftment of third gender population is highly required. They have to concentrate, and maintenance is required after implementing the project. What does it mean? It means implementation of projects are not enough. Of course, everyone will do. They are taking initiatives to implement the projects. But along with that, organizations have to take initiatives for maintenance and check with the performance of the same after implementing it also. They should not be like, I have implemented, why I'm not belonging to that. Okay, it's not related to me. I should be connected with that. And strategies to be developed for animal welfare. Animal welfare, like the company is required to develop strategies for animal welfare to keep the wild animals away from the cities and villages. What I'm going to tell here is animals for them also, for farmers, especially for farmers, facilities must be provided, like crops will be destroyed by the animals. So they should concentrate on, like, while they should keep the wild animals away from the cities and villages, and concentrate on farmers welfare and organic farming also. They should teach the farmers about the organic farming. How can they take up initiative for organic farming also? And the last one is establishment of self-help groups. They should contribute even for the self-help groups as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Dr. Namrata, ma'am, would you like to pose any questions to Sahana?
Yes, Sahana. So whatever you have presented is fine, but what I found, there's a lacking in the sense, like you have presented like how the companies are spending in which area. Okay,
yes,
but make a comparative study with that companies, no, like a relative comparative study with the firms, and they are spending on different areas of spending. So that would give you a very good outline of that. First of all, second of all, I found that instead of setting all these areas, can you raise one specific question? So we all know the CSR activity is very good, and it's always welcome to spend more in the social activity things. But it's to raise one important question, at least question one trend. Suppose you posit the trends, how much they are spending on CSR activity, the actual figures. Okay.
Yes.
Corporate, the Minister of Corporate Affairs says it's 2%, but what actually they are doing? So that actual figures. So if you can put certain trends, why it is increasing or decreasing, and if you can pose a question on that, then it would be a very good research paper, I think. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll adopt it next
Overall, it's fine.
papers, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. Dr. Mangesh, would you like to pose any question to Sahana Shri? Dr. Mangesh?
Yes, sir. I am having same query.
Can you switch on the camera, sir, actually?
Yeah.
Can you switch on the camera? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sana, I am having same queries. Like you have mentioned specific community issues related to different companies, but there should be some comparative analysis. Like means how much budget is given to each individual activity. Means like each, as per the government policies, each and every corporate firm can share 2% of their income profit to this social uh, activity.
Okay.
So we should have some comparative analysis. Based on that, we can conclude that this particular community is lagging for particular thing. So based on that, we can conclude. So I hope that this should be included in the your research paper.
Yes,
So
sir,
we
definitely.
cannot, based on only the some theoretical knowledge, we can conclude. We should have some numerical values should be there, which
Some
can
evidence, I
yeah
think. No, some
evidences
evidence
should
is
be there.
required.
Yes, yes.
Sir, ma'am,
Substantiate
actually,
your.
okay, ma'am, actually, I have gone through that, but the thing is, all the information like data and all, a few companies, they have not revealed, they have not disposed the things. That's why I removed that part. Each and every company is not going to reveal the like a budget, what you said, and how much they're spending on CSR. Not every company they have revealed. So I couldn't find the data due to time constraint also.
No,
So
at least I
paper is
think
another.
all these big companies there, Reliance, Infosys, they are having very explicit data.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Means overall
You will get
contribution I
explicit
have
data
got.
for at least for the big company.
Mhm. Okay, ma'am. Definitely, I'll admit your suggestion. I'll adopt it in my next. Further studies, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. The second presenter is Fasia, ma'am. She is working as an assistant professor in the BCom and BBA department of Dayananda College of Arts, Science and Commerce. She will be presenting the paper titled Impact of CSR Initiatives through Indian Corporate Sector for Effective Teaching and Learning System. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to one and all. I am Fasiha, Assistant Professor, Dayananda Sagar College, Arts, Science and Commerce. I would like to present the paper on the topic Impact of CSR Initiatives through Corporate Sectors for Effective Teaching and Learning System. Introduction part. CSR is a mandatory for all, for every company having the net profit of rupees 5 crores or more than that, or the turnover is more than 1 crore. Every company has to be contribute 2%. It is like according to the Companies Act, it has made mandatory that each and every company whose turnover is more than 1 crore is there, they have to contribute 2% for the welfare of the society. And no doubt no doubt businesses are investing their profit in the areas such as education, poverty, gender equality, hunger, women and girl education, which helps the society for the development of societal objectives. Education is the backbone of any society in the world, but the quality of education matters a lot. as my topic is based on the effective teaching and learning system. So education is the major part for any society in the world, which gives quality of education. Education is important, but quality of education matters a lot. In Indian government has been taken several steps to improve the education quality, but government efforts alone could not do enough. Everyone should give some contribution to improve the quality of education, like nearly corporate sectors in India spending 100 billions in various programs such as educational program, skill development programs, social welfare, healthcare, poverty, and sports equipments. On so many programs, they are spending the amount. But in my study, in my research paper, I have found that whatever the requirement is there, that is not fulfilling here. So we need to concentrate, we need to focus on that. The major objectives of my study is to identify the components of effective teaching learning. As we have the if you see what are the components is required for the effective teaching and learning, no doubt everybody is getting teaching and learning. They are connected to teaching and learning system, but where we have to see to it that whether the effective components they are getting, the infrastructure facilities or the training program are to update to their knowledge, not only to related to teachers. Apart from that, student also they should get effective teaching. To find out the CSR initiatives, the corporate sectors, how they are taking the initiatives for the effective teaching and learning system, for the education system, and what is the impact, positive impact of CSR initiatives towards the rural development. The main objectives of the study is to identify the impact of CSR initiatives towards a teaching and learning system, which creates quality of education and leads to ensure employability in rural India. The actual outcome of the study reveals that the positive impact as the Indian corporate sectors towards effective education system, like in spite of giving more importance for good education and learning system or education system, the outcome is far away from the actual. The result is far away from the ideal due to gradual changes in the modern world have caused the education system to face variety of challenges, which requires advancement of technologies in teaching and learning system of current situation. I can give one example here, like education in urban areas, it's up to the mark is there. But when we compare it in rural or backward areas, the basic requirement like to sit the chairs, properly sitting facility will not be there, proper drinking water facilities will not be provided for them. So projector like for during the COVID time, they are unable to take proper teaching facilities. So we should concentrate towards that. The study also describes the requirement of adequate fund to be adequate CSR fund for the development of effective teaching learning system that indicates the scope for the future research opportunities. My scope of the study: to improve the quality of education by utilizing adequate CSR fund towards the development of teaching and learning system by providing better training programs, infrastructure facilities, conducting workshops, skill development programs, smart classrooms for the continuous progression in the rural areas. Limitation of the study, as due to time constraint, the data, whatever the data I have collected for my study is totally depends on the company's website. I have collected the data, which consideration of last 2 years, whatever the last 2 years data, it is available in the website. Through that I have collected the data, and the relevancy of the data will be collected as a secondary sources only. This is the limitation of my study. CSR initiative taken by Indian corporate sectors. I have taken few of the companies here just to describe which are the companies have invested on education system or teaching and learning system. Infosys company, it has given more than set up more than 6,000 school libraries have been set up in the year 2014-15 across in India. It has been reached to like Karnataka, Maharashtra, West Bengal, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, various corners of the country. And the fund generated through the Infosys company limited is 95.25 crores. 95.25 crores, the huge amount we are generating from the corporate initiatives for education purpose from the various corners of the country. Of Wipro Limited has 1,000 school project and 181 school improvement across in India. They have taken the initiative, and it has been reaching to school improvement across in India, like Pune, even including Bangalore, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Mumbai, and Chennai. As in, all of you know that Wipro company has the major contribution toward the CSR initiatives, and we got the information that Wipro company has funding for education purpose 123.52 crores. So even Wipro company has given a major contribution for the development of the society. Tata group of companies, as CSR initiative has been implemented, made mandatory after 2013's Act, Indian Companies Act. But when we check the history of the Tata group of companies, they are doing the contribution as a for the welfare of the society. Nearly 7% they were contributing before the government has made mandatory for the CSR implementation. So they have taken the initiative to give certain part of the company's profit for the welfare of the society, especially in rural areas. 1,000 school project they have bought. Out of that, 455 schools development. In that, the infrastructure facilities, skill program, smart room classes, everything they have provided for 454 schools for the development across in India. That the amount have generated from Tata group of companies is 66.52 crores. 66.52 crores from the Tata group of companies. We have collected the the company has contributing towards the education purpose. Then ITC company, education program for kids for weaker section of the society. Weaker section of the weaker section of the society. Nearly 10,922 students selected, which includes girls and special abled children. The fund generated from ITC companies 22.78 crores, and more than 1.5 lakh children in 24 districts of 14 states. Overall, 6.91 lakh are benefited from these contribution. They were majorly concentrating on the weaker section of the society, as they have given the program of for the school. The program provide infrastructure support for 1,199 government primary schools, like desks, chairs, light and fans, classroom and other infrastructure improvement, textbook, notebook, sports kit, etc. Sanitization infrastructure is the top priority. Separate toilets for the boys and girls, drinking water facilities, hand wash station to the development of hygienic habit among the, to inculcate the hygienic habit among the children. They have given top priority for that. As in rural areas, they are unable to get the basic requirement of the life. So ITC is one of the leading NGO, that is Pratham, in the education field, which enhances reading and mathematical ability among the children. They have given more concentration of 6 years to 14 years old children, and totally 1,802 primary school have been benefited. 2,52,000 2,52,329 children covered through these supplementary learning centers, and it has been networking for 353 libraries, roaming laptops program, and mobile library services covering 310 schools. So through this we can analyze the ITC company has given major contribution towards the education for the basic requirement of the teaching and learning, for the effective teaching and learning process. Next, coming to the Reliance industry. Reliance is the top of the list when it comes to the funding CSR in education. Reliance Industries Foundation Education and Sport, and for all support for the education for underprivileged children by partnering with 14 NGOs. Like they are encouraging for these NGOs, focusing on encouraging for the sports, literacy, and life skill among the children's. Nearly, it has been providing quality of education to more than 4,000 children from 10 government schools in Mumbai, which has given a positive impact to the millions of children in the society. As they are giving scholarship facilities, as we know that Dehradun Ambani scholarship aim promoting academic leadership and excellency. The foundation school are committed to providing the enjoyable and enriching educational experience to the children. There are 13 Reliance Foundation schools were located in various corners of the country, which educating over 14,500 children annually. So nearly every year they are giving 14,500 children, they are getting education. Next, Mahindra and Mahindra. Mahindra and Mahindra has been funding for CSR in education from the past 3 decades. The program ranged from for the low income families. It is Mahindra and Mahindra is the one of the India's largest and most effective program for girl child education. It is also encouraging parents, not only to the students, not only to the girls, not only to the women, they are also focusing towards the parents and community on the importance for the educating girl and to become their collective guardian. Another highlighting project of Mahindra Pride program, Mahindra and Mahindra is Mahindra Pride program, which has been giving 1 lakh classrooms outreach in the year 2020. It says in the year 2020, 1 lakh outreach mark has been done in the classrooms through the Mahindra CSR fund. Major aim of Mahindra and Mahindra is promoting health and well-being through strengthening accessing to quality sanitization facilities and education of community on good hygienic practices. The primary motive is to enable the maximum number of households to use toilets to fulfill their basic right of sanitization. So this foundation providing household sanitization unit to 30 families in Maharashtra. Recently, we got this information that 30 families in Maharashtra, they have been sanitized through Swadesh Foundation. Next, last one is HDFC Bank. Nearly 33% of the CSR budget are spending on the education this year. This year from the HDFC Bank CSR budget, they are giving 33% on education with the goal of better learning outcomes. HDFC was a resource for social organization involved in e-learning and holistic development, those identifying schools dropout and mainstream girls child education, mainstreaming girl child education. The company CSR offered Parivartan scholarship. The scholarship they are providing, the name is Parivartan scholarship, and career guidance infrastructure support such as building toilets in the schools and improving classroom to the students from underprivileged household, educational crisis scholarship support, that is ECSS, educating children from economically and socially disadvantaged groups.
Singha ma'am, I'm
Yeah,
sorry to
ma'am.
interrupt. You have 2 minutes left, ma'am. Please
Yes, ma'am.
finish off
I'm
the
coming to.
presentation. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, yes, ma'am. Thank you. So if we see all this initiative taken by the corporate sector in India, is no doubt they are doing well. But my thing is, what from the funding of CSR we are fulfilling the needs of the society? No, there is a gap. Is there? The requirement is we are what their requirement is that much we are not funding towards the education. The quality of education is not getting. Somehow we are getting in urban areas. We can see in urban areas the quality of education, but the impact in the rural areas is same as it is. As these corporates, sorry to say this one, these corporates they have their own foundation, they have their own charity foundation. For themselves they will take the profit and they will just contribute to their foundation. What about the local people? What about the poor people? What about the tribal areas children's? They are not getting benefited from this CSR initiatives. So I would like to conclude with this thing, that the more impact which should given for to generate like only few companies only contributing toward that. In here lakhs of companies are there in India, which has 2%. If every company is contributing, means the whole country, the whole India we can develop with the good environment, with good infrastructure facilities, with all the facilities, with the basic requirement is required for the living purpose in the um, in the terrible areas. So the major impact of this paper is we have to focus the fund towards that effective teaching learning system. So I will conclude the paper. So conclusion, CSR is a very powerful tool to reduce the poverty and inequality. No doubt, there is no doubt that they are contributing for the welfare of the society, but we have to focus it towards the where there is more requirement is there, that side we have to give more contribution to develop the society. Help students to understand the application of the concept. If we provide proper infrastructure facilities by utilizing CSR fund, the students can understand the concept very easily, and the skill of the discipline they can get properly. Education requires input that innovative, structure and scaled. So we have to focus towards the input that is infrastructure, or that more importance given for the improving the quality of education, like infrastructure facilities, like we have to give built business labs, computer labs, and training session programs for both teachers and students, because as modern technologies giving a challenges in almost all the areas. So we have to be update ourselves with the training programs and smart room classes. Definitely we should provide contribution towards smart room classes. Then right funding is the support from the corporate sectors, which can open many doors for the development of the society. No doubt they are funding CSR funding for the contribution of welfare of the society, but proper direction should be given. Proper direction and should be given. And one more thing I want to suggest in my paper, that only few companies, only selected companies, they have to come forward to contribute for the welfare of the society. Well, if we see in India, nearly 12 lakh companies are there. Each and every company, small contribution, if they provide, the whole country can be developed like anything. So we are lagging. We have that, we have contributing, but still there is a gap is there. Whatever the requirement is, that we are not able to fulfill that. So in my study, I have found that I am giving the suggestion that it will bring a positive impact on the society by reducing poverty and inequalities. As I can give one example here. So if you go anywhere in the local area, like traffic areas, the beggars will come and they will beg. I will think about them. We are earning, somehow we are not able to manage, even though if we earn, they are collecting 1 rupee, 2 rupees, and whatever they will collect, they are surviving with that. Who will take care for them? What is the government doing welfare for them? no education, no proper, no generation of employment for them, no proper sanitization for them, no healthcare is taking for them. For them also we should take care. So I will conclude with this. So CSR fund should be utilized for research, future research opportunities to carry out the sustainability of the economy. So lastly, I would like to tell that there is a continuous long-term process should be there. So it should continue in proper way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Now I request Dr. Mangesh to pose any questions. Would you like to pose any questions to Fazia Begum?
Fazim, how we can reduce this gap between the fund raised by the different corporate firms and the quality education that should be get as an outcome?
Yes, sir. As I have mentioned in my study, that sir,
In
no
your
doubt.
in your
Yes, sir.
study, you have mentioned big figures. Means these corporate firms has invested this much amount to improve the
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
quality education. But at the end
Yes, sir.
of this presentation, you conclude that there should be need to improve the quality education. So how?
Yes, sir. In my
Yeah.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, tell me, sir.
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, as I have mentioned in my study that only few companies, they are coming forward and giving contribution for the welfare of the society. Where are the other companies? They are generating profit from the society itself, but they are not giving any contribution for the welfare of the society. Nearly 12 lakh companies are there in India, but only selected out of that, only thousands we can make sure that we can list out only 1,000 companies. Other companies, I will not tell this word. They will just make the fake documents. Just they are got the profit, and for same contribution they are giving to their own foundation. Like take the example of any company, they have their own foundation, they have their own NGOs. For that only they are contributing. Just they are focusing towards the only particular corner of the area. What about the overall that? So if we like, for example, 100, I told to 12 lakh companies are there. Each company, they will provide out of their 2% as a profit, means we can contribute. I can definitely make sure that the country can develop like anything, like America and Australia. What is that? We can grow beyond that also.
So how we can raise the fund from the different corporate firms? Is there any study do you have based on that you can propose, you can conclude that using these policies we can improve the fund, raise the fund from the corporate firms?
Yes, sir. And just I would like to say that each and every company, not only the companies, even individuals should take contribution for the welfare of the society. Like if we are saying, like not only through the money only, not only through the funds only, we can help to the society. Like if we are surrounding only, if we make sure that we are doing hygienic things, we are giving contribution to the society, means we are taking ourselves, means definitely it will help out, sir. No need of requirement of huge fund is required to develop the society. We can take care of ourselves. Whatever the surrounding is there, if I take care of myself for that, it will grow, gradually develops. The fund, whatever that we are getting from the CSR, that is corporate sectors, it is sufficient, I guess. Like I can give one example here, like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. For that, how much of the fund they are utilizing for that? Even though the whatever the area, dirty area, we can see as it is. If rainy season is there, during that, it is horrible to see. Why can't individual take the initiative to develop that? Why can't the individual person come forward to develop the society? If I'm not saying I should help to 10 people, 100 people, no, me, myself, and my family. If I take care properly, if I think about the others, if the garbage I will throw outside, means it will not only affect me, my family, but others also. If that small idea, if it comes to the minds of everyone, we can gradually develop the country like anything, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Uh, Dr. Namrata, would you like to pose any questions to Fazia Begum?
Fazia, at least it's good that you have emphasized one area, that's on education you are emphasizing.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you, ma'am.
That's a good one. So, but what I think, as you said, no, we expect that all other companies should also spend on that.
Yes, ma'am.
On the CSR activity.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think when the Ministry of Corporate Affairs decide that amount, no, 2% is based on certain figures, like turnover should be that much, or profit should be 5 crores or something. So that situation is there. So unless that is not achieved, so they cannot undertake the CSR activity. But here you can propose that this cannot be a limitation. So
yes,
we can segregate, we can propose a slab for that. So if you have this much of profit, you can contribute at least 1%. If you have this much of profit, you can contribute at least 0.5. So in that way, you can propose this kind of a segregation could be there, so that everybody can contribute.
Yes, ma'am, definitely. I would like to tell that only, ma'am, because the demand is very like, what is the demand? What is the requirement?
One more thing is that, so whenever I'm saying that spending CSR activity on education, for example, it's it's having a huge social return. No, whenever we're talking about education, it's having a huge positive externality on the society. So let's see, like just go to the website whether you can get like whenever say Ajim Premji or say Wipro industry, whenever they're spending on education, so in where it actually spent, like in which locality, it's a very localized. It's not like that all over India they are spending. It's very localized. So maybe in Gujarat, maybe in Ahmedabad, or maybe in Calcutta, wherever they are spending. So and what is the final outcome of that? So after spending, say 5 years, you take the values for 5 years they are spending. And because of spending, whether there is a increase in enrollment, or whether the dropout rate has reduced, or more females are enrolled. So such kind of a, what is the outcome? What is the final outcome?
I have mentioned in my study, ma'am, but due to time constraint, I have not mentioned that point.
If you can find out that values or figures, no?
Yeah, ma'am. I will tell the value now only.
Yeah. If you find some company which is very landmark, then that company you can pose it that see, this company is spending this much of, and it has this much of outcome.
Yes,
so other company, that could be a path breaking or some limelight kind of things, with a torch bearer company kind of.
Yes, ma'am. As Wipro company is giving contribution to weaker section of the society, nearly 98% it has been grown, ma'am. And the dropout percentage, it has been reduced to 35 to less than 5%. It has been mentioned in my paper, but because of time constraint, I have not mentioned that one.
Okay. That is good. That's what I'm saying. That could be a very good like explaining whether it is whether the investment I am doing, whether it's a finalizing or not. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Last of all, as you said, it's our responsibility that we should keep our environment clean.
Yes, ma'am.
Invest. But the thing is that if you go by psychology thing, people never work unless they got any incentive.
Yes, ma'am.
If it is like that, if you spend 2% or 1%, you will get some tax benefit or something. If anything is not, this trade-off is not working, then any kind of a policy to combat the externality will not work. Okay, it's a proven theory. So we have to incentivize whenever we are suggesting any policy. Otherwise, paper is okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter will be Deepika HC. She'll be presenting a paper titled The Role of CSR Initiatives on E-Learning During and After COVID-19. Deepika HC is currently working as an assistant professor in the Department of BCom and BBA, Dayananda Sagar College of Art, Science and Commerce. I request Deepika HC to start the presentation.
Participants, kindly note that you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Deepika, Assistant Professor, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, presenting a paper on role of CSR initiatives on e-learning during and after COVID-19. So this is a conceptual paper and I have collected the secondary data. The study is on the secondary data that has
Deepika
been
ma'am, can
collected.
you share the, uh, excuse me ma'am, sorry for
Yes,
interruption.
ma'am.
Can you share the
Yes,
PPT?
sir. I'm sharing the PPT. So is it not visible?
No ma'am, it is not visible again.
No, I think
Can you go to the
Fasia has to log
share
out.
screen and you can do it?
Stop
Ma'am,
presenting,
stop
no?
sharing the screen.
Deepika ma'am, now you can share your screen,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. So now is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So the topic that I have taken here is role of CSR initiative on e-learning during and after COVID-19. So here is the introduction. So in so there are several schools in early 90s, they were delivering the online courses by using internet and reaching out to the learners who were unable to attend colleges. It was started during 90s. So in during late 90s, there was widespread of learning management system through which the teachers and students were allowed to exchange study materials, communicate with each other, conduct tests, and track students' performance. So there is a new trend of e-learning here in these days where it is inspired by social media, that is massive open online courses or selective open online courses and YouTube channels. So India, from the past days during 90s or before 90s to till date, so there has been many changes in Indian education sector, that has grown tremendously since independence. So however, there are several issues pertaining to quality of education, and the relevance of curriculum or learning and accountability, or it might be impassionate teachers, have been hurdles in the evaluation of Indian education system. So the government is taking initiative and working towards solving these issues, and there is a contribution by several corporate sectors who have played an important role in addressing these some of the issues. And so electronic learning process, it aims uh, to enhance the learning levels of the student, so through strategic use of information and communication technology. So the corporate sectors have rolled out certain modules for home based schooling, or where the students can access the information through WhatsApp or YouTube, or on or any other online platforms. So there are various video content that has been displayed by the expert content creators in line with age or gender of the children, or in whichever the standard that they are studying in. So the demand for e-learning, started after this COVID-19 outbreak. So as the learners had to stay indoors, so there was a sudden demand for online education, and there was lack of preparedness for effective online learning. So some of the companies like Hinduja, Vedanta Resource Limited, or Wellspun Limited, etc., have come forward to provide effective learning or e-learning services, especially in rural areas. So the purpose of this study here was to identify the level of demand for the infrastructure and systematic training to implement smart e-learning system in India. So here are the objectives of the study. So the first objective of the study, or the first purpose I can say, is to identify the purpose of e-learning during and after COVID-19. And the second one is to find out the CSR initiatives taken by corporate sector in India. Third one, to identify the impact of CSR initiatives towards e-learning. And the last one is to list out the effective suggestion for the further research. So here is the scope of study of my research. The, stu- uh, the study focuses on the CSR initiative taken by the corporate sector for the development of e-learning infrastructure. By establishing more number of training center, they can enhance the quality of teachers. They can improve the quality of e-content that they are providing to the students for the effective digital teaching and learning process. So further, there is a scope for studying the CSR initiative for digital learning mission, where they can still further improve the quality of education through e-learning. So the limitation of the study here is, so the data collected is from the secondary source. It might lack the authenticity of information as it is not from the original source. The next one is a second limitation is due to the constraint of the study considered the conceptual paper to identify the problems and describe the required initiatives to develop e-learning initiatives. So the third limitation is, so there is a variation of content and its impact because the information collected from is from different sources. So here we have a table that is showing the 5 companies that have contributed in various ways towards e-learning as a part of their CSR activity. So e-learning system is practiced in India from from last few decades, but its maximum impact were found during COVID-19 pandemic. So the central government asked the corporate sectors, to join their hands to provide education to the students during this pandemic. So during this pandemic, various corporate sectors came forward to take some initiative in education, so that the students who are deprived of education can be benefited through these initiatives. So here are the 5 companies that have taken for this study, that is Hinduja Foundation, Vedanta Resource Limited, Whisper, Wellspun, Leo Group. So these are the 5 companies that have taken and their initiative, and what is the target group that they have reached, and what is the who are all the beneficiary. So is the study focuses on is the initiative taken by this organization or the corporates have benefited the students or not.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Another 3 minutes to conclude the session.
Okay, ma'am.
Sorry, your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. So here we have Hinduja Group, where they conducted the online courses for more than they conducted more than 200 online sessions, and they conducted this online session to the students in more than 8 states, and they contributed around 180 crore, out of which 25% was contributed on education. Hinduja had a mission called ICARE, through which they did all these CSR activities. So the next one we have is Vedanta Resource Limited. So where the primary focus was, starting the CSR initiative at the grassroots level to help the children. So they helped the students, by the initiative called Nandagar. So the project aimed to reach the students around 4 million students. The aim of the project is to reach 4 million students, but they had directly impacted to around 2 lakh children. Uh, they provided e-learning content along with UNICEF e-learning content to the students, so that they can have a good learning environment even when staying at home. So this initiative by Vedanta was initiated in the state of Rajasthan, especially in the state of Rajasthan. Uh, so the Nandagar have been transforming, and uplifting the initiatives for the social good, and they are present in almost 33 districts, and they are going to benefit to almost 1.7 crore students in future. Up next, we have Whisper. where it is a feminine care brand. Whisper started its mission called Keep Girls in School. It was started before COVID-19 situation could come, could happen. So they had helped almost 50 lakh girls to keep them in school. When there was COVID-19 pandemic outbreak, so they upgraded the keep girls in school mission to mobile shala. So where they had a website where the girls could log in and learn the various subjects like science, maths, etc. And they had also had a curriculum of menstrual hygiene for the girls, so that they will not have that gap, learning gap. So if there is no learning for girls, they tend to the parents of those girls tend to get them married. So this was the initiative taken by the Whisper to keep the girls engaged even during this pandemic. So the aim of the Whisper is to pledge, to reach out to the 5 crore girls by 2022. So next we have Wellspun. So Wellspun is a global conglomerate. So it is doing its CSR activities through its foundation, where it aims to provide quality education to the students. So the program has impacted over close to 40,000 students in Gujarat, in the state of Gujarat. And they have almost installed about 223 digital softwares. So by the end of 2020, we are almost ending, they aim to have around 1000 smart classrooms by impacting more than 1 lakh students across Gujarat, Maharashtra, Telangana due to COVID-19 outbreak. So they had come up with an initiative called Corona Todi Todi Masti Todi Padai. So they came up with this initiative where they had given the e-content to the students, so that in line with the NCRT guidelines, so that students could learn the subjects like math, science and English from their home itself. And they had this SMS series also, where the students had fun while learning. So next we have Lego Group. So Lego Group started doing its initiative through Lego Foundation. So the foundation had had committed to contribute around 50 million to help the children and families impacted during COVID-19. Um so this is one of the company. So moving on to the conclusion. So the COVID-19 pandemic has adversely impacted education sector, though there are many challenges. So there is a scope for technology evolution. So to cope up with this, with the present crisis of COVID-19, so the government along with the corporate companies must explore different options by adopting various technologies for effective learning. So you are providing effective learning. What if there is no technological infrastructure? That will be a drawback. So effective technological infrastructure must be provided before they start with the e-learning or initiative. So India is not fully ready with digital infrastructure to make Indian education to reach to the all the corners through the digital platform. So in India, in each and every corner of India, for example in tribal communities, internet connectivity will not be good. So the government must make sure that there is effective connectivity and it can reach out to the larger number of people. So the corporate sector as a part of CSR activity can take initiatives to reach out to the students in remote areas. So here the companies, those who have done CSR activities, are confined to only particular states or particular districts. So it is important to reach out to all the students in rural areas. So even if COVID-19 crisis continues to stay longer, so immediate efforts have to be made, for the effective utilization of this online platform, so that the students can continue to learn, even during this COVID-19 pandemic, and and this must be continued even after the COVID-19 pandemic situation. So here are the few suggestions. so the companies must develop strategies to ensure that all the children have access to e-learning, right? So just by providing e-learning content is not enough. We should make sure that they have access to the laptops, mobile phones, etc., so that they can access to e-learning content. So during this time of access of technology and internet is very much important in need. So digital infrastructure must be accessible to the remotest and the poorest communities to help the students to continue their education during this pandemic. So before implementing e-learning, the government or the organization must make sure that there is a good and a good network connectivity before they implement the e-learning initiative. So there are few companies who have taken up the initiative to provide education to only certain number of rural students, or to the certain number of state certain number of district. So it must be implemented to all the students in the rural areas, and it must be implemented at large, so that all the students can have the benefit of learning even during the COVID-19 pandemic situation. So that's all. Here I end my presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Now
you,
I
sir.
request Dr. Namrata to pose questions to Deepika, ma'am.
Yeah. No, it's overall the presentation is fine, but I think whatever the initiative they are taking, it's a at present situation. No,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
whether it's a what is the outcome of that and how it is working, that we can only decide after 6 months. We could see
Yes, ma'am.
what was the impact of this kind of initiative. That's true. So otherwise it's fine. So you have just explained what are the initiative they have taken. So later I think you can develop the paper after say 5-6 months, take the data, take the information, how it works. Then I think it could be a very complete one.
Yes, ma'am.
It's only a
Yes,
initiative,
ma'am.
like it's a first half of the story.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Mangesh, would you like to pose any questions? Dr. Mangesh, would you like to pose any questions to Deepika, ma'am? Dr. Mangesh, can you hear me? Dr. Mangesh, can you hear me? Dr. Mangesh?
Sir, I think we can continue with the session. That's all. I think he had some network problem.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
We go to the last presenter, track 3, that is Nivedita K and Dr. KG Satisha. They are presenting a paper titled The Role of CSR in Higher Education with special reference to universities. I request KG Satisha to take our session. Sorry, you can switch on the mic. Dr. Satish, you can switch on the mic. Dr. Satish, it is not audible. Can you switch on the mic?
Now it is audible?
The mic is muted. Can you unmute?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It is audible now.
Okay.
Yeah, it is audible. You can share the screen.
Well, 1 second.
Our session chair, Mangesh sir, is not available right now. So there is some network problem. He'll be joining shortly.
Ma'am, you can continue with the program.
Yes, I'm continuing, madam. Namaste, everybody. I'm Mr. Satish KG, and as well Nivedita K. We are presenting this paper. This paper is about CSRs in universities, specifically the role of CSR in higher education, special reference to universities, and due to time constraints, I'm shortening these presentations. Usually from the Taxila University, the first universities of the world, and as of now, we have more than 30,000 officially universities as per the data available. The universities requirements is very much needed nowadays. Because the reason is universities will provide new knowledge and inculcate desires in the people to do good for societies. And universities have three major roles to play, usually teaching, research, and serving the community. And the third one we are lacking now. We are discussing about that CSR. And the people who are choosing the different universities are, sorry, universities has to offer the different subjects, and as well as they have to publicize their offers. And universities around the world are trying to establish the unique definition of themselves. And for that, they want to be an unique. They have to serve the society. That is, they have to adopt the CSR. Nothing but in university level, it's called USR. And university is no longer confined to being only an institution of higher learning now. Only for higher learning, we are not choosing the universities now. They are converting into a business organizations. They have to provide a service to the stakeholders. The stakeholders means the students, faculties, and as well as the alumni, and as well as the society, the people who are expecting something from universities. And corporate get their manpower from universities. For that reason, we have need a very good CSR in the terms of on the university side, because the reason is the people who are prepared in university, they work in the companies. Then that company's success depends upon again the university's level. And USR is first started in the year of 2001 in Chile. About 13 universities they started this one. Now we are talking this university social responsibility, nothing but CSR in universities now throughout the world. And USR can be expanded in the ability of disseminate and bring a force to set of principles and values through core process. Actually, we can adopt responsible campus. We have to build social knowledge management, professional and civic education, and social participations. Social responsibilities in the field of education now includes identifying the stakeholders and understanding their perceptions, and as well as some of their expectations. And establishing a relation with these groups is very much needed. This is what we are discussing about CSR in universities. And for the purpose of understanding, according to review of literatures, one is as per the United Nations, that is UNESCO is now putting a word called social responsibility in higher educations, because the reason that universities are very important for the development of the society, not by preparing only classrooms. We have to go out from the classrooms, education. One is class education is must, but in the same time, we have to go far away from that also. We need a practical researching requirements of the present education. For example, it's a COVID-19, what is the social responsibility in COVID-19? These are all we have to build in future. And UGC has recently launched a new scheme that is called a Center for Fostering Social Responsibility and Community Engagement from October 2004. As per this also, all universities have to make some partnerships with the communities and specifically business communities for the developing a social responsibilities and inculcating a social responsibilities in the minds of the people who are studying in that university. And our objective is our study is 100% non-empirical study. That means only theory based. So the reason is to know why CSR, nothing but USR is required in the university level. The study area of CSR practices in higher education are universities only. To study the different aspect of CSR to implement in the study area. That's what are the aspects we need to implement CSR. And finally, is it relevant? That is called, is it relevant? The scope of this study, we are covering only CSR, nothing but USR in higher education with reference to different universities. And limitation of this study is, one is we made only secondary data users and theoretical, and in-depth study is not done, and it is yet to do. CSR in higher education. CSR as a strategic practice is a key to organizational success. Without CSR nowadays, the universities will never succeed just by providing a classroom teachings. And for this, governments of India in the 7th of the company bill 2012, they promoted CSR activities of the companies for education developments. And university social responsibility state that relevance of social responsibility of the universities, because they are facing so many challenges with regard to the operations or in terms of mass expansion of higher education throughout the world, and accessibility of higher education, internationalization, student access, mobility, etc. Under the new circumstances such as globalization, privatizations, the education institutions are changing. And many higher education institutions are struggling. The reason is they are not cope up with the requirements of the entire world, and as well as the globalization's requirements, and as well as the labor movements, so that universities are failing somewhere. The reason is they are not cope up with the social responsibilities in every nation. And next, higher education institutions are discovering opportunity to move focus behind the classroom into their own institutional operation. So then, I'm highlighting these points. The behaviors, once again, the behavior action of the higher education institution reflect directly back to the society through their alumni and through their daily operations. Since higher education institutions have a direct, immediate impact on the society, therefore implementing CSR, USR strategies in higher education institutions should be considered as important in order to obtain a true competitive advantage or a positive reputation. Because every university is, why the CSR is required? Because their students will show that what they are, where they are learned, how they are good citizens. So that good citizenship is learned where, in which university, that will be counted, because every university reputation is depends on their alumni. For that reason, we have to adopt a good CSR in every universities. So that is called USR, University Social Responsibility. Practicing what is taught, thereby generating a real example for academic knowledge, can create a unique position for every higher education institution. If you want to be in a unique higher education, you have to learn how to applicable, that is called how to apply academic knowledge. So then for development of the society. Responsible of higher education practices not only contribute to the well-being of the shareholders, the public in general, but also these practices will increasingly become a long-term value proposition for the institutions itself. CSR facility continuous improvement in higher education institution with external impact and internal capacity performance management. How could CSR contribute to higher education? How? First one is needs. Our government has initiated 5 major reforms in regulation, accreditation, ranking, autonomy, and internationalization. However, building world-class universities and upgrading existing one requires funding. For this funding, one is we need a partnership with the corporate sectors and universities has to build up its CSR, that is called USR, University Social Responsibility. And what are the measures to implement it? One is we have to provide a provision of freelance, deductions in taxable income to companies for contribution towards boosting higher education, 10-year multiple entry visas for foreign research scholars, and rupees 1,000 crore relationship scholarship funds with a tax exemption for corporate sectors is required for USR implementations in universities. Next is design of courses, areas of CSR practices in higher education, where we need. One is to design the courses. So that is, courses must be social responsibility subject related to, we have to open such a course which are related to social responsibility to staffs and as well as the students to promote human rights and social inclusion values and ethics among them. CSR and environment. So it covers an activity to reduce the consumption and waste and to create further understanding on the importance of conserving and protecting the environment. And recycling of wasted papers. It is very much important nowadays. We are wasting papers so much. Students can be trained to use the wasted papers and prepare paper bags for different sizes, which can be distributed to local health foundations for their self. It's just an example. So we have so many other things, recycling of wasted papers, because one universities can use the papers of more than 10 to 20 acres trees which are cutted for paper manufacturing in a nearly 6 months to 1 year. CSR at workplace, it includes the activities commonly CSR at workplace, it includes an activity commonly attempt to maintain high standard recruitment, development and retention of employees via employee volunteerism, health, safety and welfare, sports, wellness program, employees training and employees communication channels, other activities, stimulate the innovation for green business technology, it is required. And CSR on community, it is based on institutional investment to communities such as donation of money, time, service, technology, experts, and other resources to make positive contribution towards local communities. Higher education institutions should contribute to social and educational supportive activities for women, children, and youths who live under severe social discrimination. CSR by establishing research centers. Higher education institutions should conduct scientific research, training, vocational program, publication, and documentation of social and economic, cultural development of the civil society by establishing a research center. These are all the universities' social responsibilities, how we can contribute to society. CSR towards stakeholders. Stakeholders, nothing but we have a students, parents, alumni, organizations, and government departments. So we have to give service to them by developing a very good student community. And then different aspects considered to implement CSR. We have implementation is we have to keep it as a mission. We have to consider it as a CSR as a mission of higher education institution, and it needs highly motivated staff and management involvement, and change the structure of education system for the successful implementation of USR in higher education. There exists some gap between perceived and desired importance awarded to USR. Content in academic program. Remember, academic program we have to enhance and we have to implement and as well as to include certain subjects related to CSR, showing a high demand of education in issues concerned to responsible relationship with employees and consumers and environmental sustainability. Higher education institution need to boost its relationship with the host communities through constant social supports, and there is a need to take follow-ups, evaluation, control mechanism, and support system necessary to ensure that academic services provide to society to consist with institutional objectives. Higher education institution should reform the syllabi, mainly include USR, ISR. Here is a USR, University Social Responsibility. University must prepare the students by saying what is their individual social responsibility, ISR. Because once social responsibility in university is implemented, it will go to their institutions, and sub-institutions will prepare the students, and the students will understand ISR. Subject at operational level and as well as at the academical level. And
Sorry
I am
to
saying,
interrupt, sir.
Oh yes, madam.
Session 4 session chairs are waiting. Can you please continue?
How this study is relevant? So my study is 100% relevant. The CSR are nothing but USR required in university. The reason is in 2012, in one of the public central university, the people made a anti-national slogans. They raised anti-national slogans, and that university was a NAAC accredited as a #1 universities in India. But now every people are thinking in that university there is any existence of social responsibility, because they are against of that nation. They are not building a good citizens. So to build up that good citizens, we need a university social responsibility. So that's why we have to make a proper CSR, nothing but USR studies in very university level and institutions level, specifically in higher education level. Otherwise, we won't build a proper and as well as the best citizens for our nations.
Dr. Satish,
Suggestions is, yes sir.
Can you be a little bit fast?
Yes, okay, last slide I have. Last slide.
Yeah.
My suggestions is, we need implement the USR urgently. It is needed a policy intervention in the higher education sectors. If you make a policy, CSR as a policy, then every universities will follow automatically. While making a NAC accreditations, we have to make it as a policy. Yes, 100% you have to make a CSR concepts related subject teaching as well as the implementation. And a thorough re-examination of budgetary resources for higher education is essential. So to make a social responsibility and as well as to build up a social responsibilities in higher education system, we need some budgetary resources, mainly financial supporting from the government. If it is not, it should be supported by the corporate sectors. For this reason, actually, government is made investments of 2% of their profits in higher education or maybe in any other social responsibilities to the corporate sector. And this should include aspect of loans and grants and philanthropy in higher education sector. So we have to make the universities to take a loan or grants or philanthropy. That means the donations from other peoples in higher education, in higher education sector, nothing but universities to implement social responsibilities activities. Universities and related funding should be designated a priority sector to encourage the banks to offer a credit. So nowadays universities are not led to take a loan from the banks. So it is my suggestions to governments. If heavy funds is required to invest, to implement social responsibility activities. For that reason, we have to leave universities to take a credit from the banks. Particularly, this is very important matter. Particularly, leadership in philanthropy is central to enabling institutional vision. Leadership. We have to make a universities to build up a leadership qualities to make them better citizen and better workmanships, and as well as to make the people to behave in such a greatest manner. Like Acharya Chanukya, he was the students of Takshashila University, the first university of the world. He made and he created leaders like Chandragupta Maurya, Ashoka, Bindusara, like that. Their thinking is to build up a leaders. So we have to build such a students in every universities. Then our nations and as well as our societies will have full of good leaders, and as well as the development of our nation is possible. And in the conclusion, the modern university should be aware of real necessity of updating any educational program according to society requirements. So why USR is required or CSR is required? So modern university, we have to update as per the requirements of our society or local requirements. For that reason, they have to prepare such a syllabus with the attached with the university academic curriculum, and collaboration between government, education institution and corporate will be accelerated educational reform and thus bring about the desired social development. To make social development, it is all USR required with education institution and corporate and government collaborations. There is a need of creating a centralized government body of CSR. So that is called corporate social responsibility, and pan-India. Pan-India means presence across India. So throughout India, we have to extend this concept, and CSR activities should be started after its consultation. That means we have to give proper guidelines to universities throughout the India. And government must help and encourage and promoting the education related activities by any corporate group if required. And there is a need that government can provide a mainstream evaluation mechanism. That is an important matter to set a rules for the system, bringing more motivation for company to switch CSR strength from other field to education. We have to build up higher education by switching the companies to higher education. And then CSR helps to higher education institution to attract skilled staff and best students and benefits in terms of submission, balanced reports in economic environment, social performance and impact of its operations. There is a need that management should involve, that is every university management, it may be private universities or public university, that is the management which are the government or non-government, they must involve actively to support and implement the social responsibility actions because which reflect institutional image through their faculty, staff, students, alumni and other stakeholders. And thank you. So USR, from CSR to USR, USR to ISR it comes and must follow in all universities. Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you, sir. In fact, it was a very knowledgeable and enriching session. Dr. Namrata, would you like to pose any question to Dr. Satish?
No, I am not having any question. Like, it's a very good area Sarah has chosen. The area is very much needed. Higher education, the CSI, because CSI, as we know, mostly emphasize on the primary education. So wherever all the giant corporates actually spend more on the primary education, but nobody is interested for the higher education. So it's a very good area. And also, I think, sir, if you could emphasize, like, as I mentioned, no, they have to establish research institute. So research institute, now over the time, our education is becoming towards more research oriented. And so if the government allocate funds for the research to establish research center, so where they could allocate their funds, for example, to support the faculty, to support the research assistant for the UG student, PG student. So how that allocation could happen. So if this kind of a schematic diagram, if you could present, that would be very helpful for the policymakers. So
okay, definitely, madam. I will implement.
Yeah, because already you have very good idea. That's why I said, okay, it could be a more enhancement of the paper.
We are doing research on it, madam.
Yeah, good. No, the paper, the idea is too good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. With this, we have come to the end of session 3. Now I call upon Sneha, Assistant Professor in Department of Human Development, DSCASC, to propose vote of thanks.
Okay. Should I exit the presentation?
2 minutes now.
Okay.
I'm Sneha, Assistant Professor from Dayananda Sagar College. Would take this opportunity to extend my gratitude to Dr. Namrata Singha and Dr. Manjesh Ghonge for being chairperson of session 3. I also like to thank all coordinators, faculty, students, and participants. I would like to call upon Professor Vidyashri to take over session 4. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I must give my thanks to Dr. Suplab sir, who invited me for this particular session. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
And thank you for the entire organization.
Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Vidyashri, Assistant Professor from Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, welcome you all to Day 2 of International Conference. Reading Make a Full Man, Conference a Ready Man, and Writing an Exact Man. On behalf of DSCASC, I welcome our session chairs, Dr. Mausmi Goswami and Dr. Shivamurtaya, for the session Role of Environmental Science in CSR. I would like to call upon Dr. Mukesh Soni to welcome our session chair, Dr. Mausmi Goswami. Sir has Sony, sir. Okay, sir. Unmute.
Good
Sony,
afternoon
sir.
once again. Yeah, ma'am, is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon once again. It's my pleasure to invite, to welcome Dr. Moshimi Goswami, the Associate Professor at Christ University, Bangalore. Dr. Moshimi Goswami is an academician and researcher having 17 years of experience in academics. She's a BE, MTech, MBA, MPhil, and PhD. Her PhD thesis is in the area of text mining and machine learning. Her research interest includes data science, machine learning, and image processing. She has presented and published more than 50 research papers. She considers herself as an enthusiastic learner with a keen interest in a wide variety of subjects, which includes problem solving, computational intelligence, mathematics, operations, research, and computer science, dance, music, as well as yoga. Ma'am, welcome to you.
Thank you, Professor. Her profile shows her versatility. I would like to call upon Professor Fasia to welcome Dr. Shivmurtaya. Over
Thank
to
you,
Fasia,
Professor
ma'am.
Divya. Thank you, Professor Divya, ma'am. I would like to introduce you all Dr. Shivamurtaya M, Assistant Professor, Garden City University, Bangalore. Dr. Shivamurtaya M received his BSc from DRM Science College, Coimbatore University, Karnataka. He obtained his Master's in Computer Science from Coimbatore University. He was awarded his doctorate in Computer Science and Engineering at Rabindranath Tagore University, Bhopal, India. In the area of image processing, his area of focus are artificial intelligence, software engineering, and applications. Sir has 14 years of teaching experience and 7 years of research experience. He is presently working as Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Department of Computer Science, Garden City University, Bangalore. He has written as co-author for 25 articles in Scopus, WOS, ICI, journals, and IEEE RPS conference proceedings in the field of artificial intelligence, image processing, and he has published 6 patents in India. Sir is also organizer, keynote speaker, technical program committee member at various group of discussions and workshops. Sir has been invited as a speaker at several organizations. He serves in SBM, SAP, Visakha, UBA, and NSS as an officer at various levels. Thank you, sir, for being chairperson for our today's conference. Now I hand over the session to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Please start with the discussions, ma'am. Please allow presenter to go with this with the permission from the another session chair, Dr. Moshimi Goswami.
Yeah, sir, we would start up. I would like to inform you the track schedule. The presentation details are as follows. The first presenter will be Professor Hemant, second Professor Kavya, and the third professor will be Kritika. I would like to call upon our first presenter, Professor Hemant, Dr. Hemant Kumar from CMS Business School.
Ma'am, I'm Nuzat here on behalf of Hemant, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Ma'am, it's a request that you will have 10 minutes time.
I'll try my best. Thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you very much. You can take over the session.
Yeah, respected dignitaries, panel members, and my dear fellow participants, a very good evening to one and all present here. My paper titled Factors Affecting the Production Capacity of Coal Chemicals. So this study we have done it in Bhilai Steel Plant, which is in Chhattisgarh. So we have three authors contributing to this paper, Dr. Hemant Kumar sir, then myself, Nuzha Siddiqa, and Professor Chetan. We all three are associated to Jain deemed to be University, Bengaluru. So now coming to this, what is my purpose or need for the study was, we know that coal, it is the most renowned and the basic source of energy for generation of electricity, and it is also considered as a significant source of natural raw material to industries in the 21st century. And how is this coal formed? This coal is actually a brownish black in color, and generally takes millions of years to form. And it is mainly a geological process, and it is created from the remains of dead plants many years ago, and it is considered to be the non-renewable energy source. So we get these coal chemicals by as a byproduct obtained from the coals. So this, what happens is, coal chemicals have a distinctive properties, making it critical in daily application of life, such as they're used in construction industries, they're used in railways, they're used in health sector, and as also as a fuel efficient. Okay, so this steel manufacturing industries which I'm talking about, it is Bhilai Steel Plant. It is a steel manufacturing plant, and these steel manufacturing industries, they bank on these coal chemicals. So these companies depend on the coal chemicals to make the products such as aluminium, steels, resins, black carbon, and steel production, and many more. So the only steel manufacturing company which has their own coal mines. So this Bhilai Steel Plant is one company which owns its own coal mines. So that's why I've specifically taken this particular company. Okay. And what are these coal chemicals that I'm talking about? These are the products which are formed from coal, and they are such like benzene, toluene, xylene, solvent oil, naphtha, and benzol. These are the chemicals that are extracted from the coal. And it has been estimated that there are over 867 billion tons of coal reserves worldwide, which means that there is enough coal to last us around 112 years as per the data. And then it is said that coal reserves are available almost every country worldwide, with recoverable reserves in around 70 countries, and the biggest reserves of coal we can find in USA, Russia, China, and including India. And what is the issue here is, what we have identified after discussing with the authorities of some of the official authorities of the Bhilai Steel Plant, and having a personal observations through our management student team, we have found that there is a huge gap in the demand and supply of coal and coal chemicals in India. Okay, and then apart from this, so what happens is, these organizations are acquiring mines abroad to augment the capacity and trying to meet the demand by importing this coal and coal chemical products from other countries. And India is said to be the third largest producer of coal after China and Japan. Okay, and why there is a huge gap in the supply and demand is, the statistic says that in the 12th plan, the demand of coal was expected to rise 980 million tons by 2017, and in 2020 by 1,373 million tons. But same, after knowing the demand, the supply of coal in domestic market has reached only 795 million tons in 2017, and is expected to reach 1,102 million tons in 2020. Okay, so apart from not only gap between the demand and supply, the other challenges that we have identified by analyzing the documents and discussions happen with the officials. According to this National Steel Policy 2017, it says that the challenges recognized in this sector are, there's a high input cost involved in this, there's huge depths, low quality of coke, and also huge cheap imports from China and Korea. These are challenges these steel industries face, and the government trying its best to overcome these some of the challenges. So now, after identifying some of the issues that this steel industry face, especially in production of coal and chemical products, there are two major objectives that we want to study. First one objective was to analyze the methods to increase the production of coal chemicals. Since there is a gap between demand and supply, so we're trying to find out the ways in which these industries can improve or increase on the production capacity. And then the next one is simultaneously how to improve on employee motivation for a better functioning of these particular plants. So these were our two major objectives, and our study is mainly qualitative in nature, and data was collected with a personal observation and having interviews with the relevant officials of the billet steel plant. We have analyzed various documents, manuals given by the company, and also look forward and analyze a lot of research papers in this particular area. I hope I'm audible. Hello.
Yes, madam, you are audible.
Okay. Okay, next, coming to the review of literature. um, So there's a lot of been research being done by the researchers in this area of coal chemical industries, and with reference to steel companies and all. So it says that one author in 2017 talks about dynamism of coal mining industry and the coal chemical industry in the old industrial region of China. They say that even Chinese follow the old methods of production of coal and coal chemicals, and there are a lot of other issues that these Chinese companies also face. Apart from that, is they have heterogeneous structure. They focus only on local GDP rather than focusing on the foreign markets, and they have certain policies which are stubborn enough in and becomes hindering in transforming the coal industries to meet the future demands. And there's one more being study being done in Iran related to this coal chemicals, and it is said that Iran is one of these countries that attempts to invest and develop in other material, in other mineral industries such as steel manufacturing for both national and international markets. So Iran companies are one which try to fulfill the demand both for the domestic market as well as for the international markets. And there's one more study which talks about there is a huge potential. This study is done in 2019 very recently, and says that there's a huge potential in new coal chemicals like carbon fiber and needle coke, and these coal chemicals are untapped. And the issue of overcapacity of coal chemical companies is in China is also discussed in an article. So in China we can see there is overcapacity of coal chemical companies. Okay, and but they're following the old traditional methods. In India we have a gap between demand and supply, and we're trying to see how we can improve the capacity and fulfill the demand. See, China is country with abundance of coal, and the production of various coal products is very high, which leads to carbon emission. So this is one major issue. Even we find in Indian coal companies, there is a huge emission of carbon in the atmosphere, which actually becomes hazardous to organic living. Okay, so I'll just see how we can find a solution to this. Okay, after this literature review, yeah. So the suggestions are given in the form of a discussion, because after analyzing various research papers as to how other researchers have focused on this particular area, and what are the other methodologies adopted by other companies and industries in other developed economies, like UK, USA. Okay, what are they doing to improve on the coal production capacities? So seeing those outcomes of those research papers, and with the discussion of the official company officials, they have come with certain suggestions in the form of discussion. Oh, what we have seen is most of these Indian companies in the manufacturing of coal and coal chemicals, they always follow the old method of production of coals. What is that old method? Is they try to burn the coal in large amount, which takes around nearly, I'll just show you. It says that it takes 20 hours for these companies. One second. It takes 20 hours for a certain amount of coal to be produced, and then coal chemicals to be extracted from it. I'm just seeing my screen share. Yeah. Okay. So for this, it says that the carbon dioxide emission by India is 2 billions in 2020, and China it produces 9.4 billions, and USA around 5 billions. So it is estimated that carbon dioxide emissions may be expected to increase at an annual growth rate of 3.1 billion by 2025. So we can see how huge amount of carbon dioxide emission comes out from these plants to the atmosphere, and try to create a kind of pollution around, and then try to destroy the environment. So for this, there are research papers which talks about how these carbon dioxide emission can be reduced and controlled, and what are the newer methodologies and technologies that can be adopted by these coal manufacturing industries in order to have a more cleaner and greener environment. So we can see the worldwide increase in carbon emissions is considered to have a significant impact on the global climatic change. So there is increase in pressure for the global reduction of carbon dioxide emissions. So some of the papers that I've come across, they have mentioned that especially in Germany, UK, and USA, these
Sorry
land
for
companies.
interruption, ma'am. You
Yeah.
have another 2 minutes left.
Okay, fine. So they are using these new technologies called as carbon dioxide capture and storage, which is generally to reduce carbon dioxide content in atmosphere, and it is widely cited as a mitigation technology for greenhouse gases. And it says that this particular technology has potential to achieve large scale reductions in carbon dioxide emissions in future decades. So this particular technology is adopted by these other what you call companies in the foreign markets. So why not these technologies being can be adopted even in the Indian industries, especially with Billet steel plant, who is supposed to be the highest producer of coal, because the international community is beginning to pay more attention to these kind of carbon dioxide capture and storage technologies, and government actively planning and conducting research on these technologies, as well as designing and constructing demonstration projects. But in India, it is still in the early stages of development, and many issues remain to be addressed before these technologies are implemented in the production stages, including high energy consumption, there's a high cost, security issues, and reliability on the long term storage. Okay, so some more suggestions here would be, so Billet steel plant has demand of 15 ton approximately. However, they only capable of supplying 11 to 12 tons, which means that Billet steel plant is not meeting the demand. Hence, we need to follow these carbon dioxide capture and storage technology, which are more efficient and reduces the carbon dioxide emission in the air, and hence it reduces the pollution. Apart from that, there are a lot of other issues that are faced by the employees in terms of this continuous training assessment happening. 19,000 employees are getting imparted training every year. They require multi-skilling. So all these issues, how can they overcome and try to motivate employees to adopt to new technologies, get trained for it, and also contribute to the organizations to increase the production capacities to new technologies. So this is my thing. Coming to the conclusion, the government also need to play a very important role as a facilitator and lay down policies that are self-sufficient for the steel industries, and also develop proper mechanism for favorable environment to increase performance and efficiency. So performance and efficiency can come only when we keep adopting new technologies. And I try to see what other, what other industries in other developed economies are following, and try to implement that. Okay, only then we can also increase the capacity and production capacities of these coal and coal chemicals to meet the demand of the present and the coming future. Thank you. These are some of the references which I followed. Over to the coordinator.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Maushmi ma'am to ask questions.
Thank you very much, madam. It was a nice presentation. Well, my first question would be, you have mentioned that coal we have sufficient amount for the last for the next 112 years. Now, could you make any attempt to find out what could be the other alternatives? Our agenda for this session is actually sustainability. So considering sustainability, what would be the other alternatives for coal? What would happen after 112 years? We have to make a plan now.
Yes. See, coal is, again, it says it's formed based on many years of remains of dead plants many years ago. And I also mentioned that the coal has it's a natural reservoir which is it's abundant for another 112 years. But this natural reservoir cannot be used it has to be processed. It has to be processed, and you have to bring out a lot of chemicals from it to make use as a raw material for other products to make it. So that's why when you talk about when try to implement new technologies and try to reduce the carbon dioxide emission in the air, then somewhere we can stop ourselves from misusing our natural resources and make sure that we preserve our natural resources for very longer time. So 112 years is more. So maybe in the coming years our natural resources will have some kind of a cycling process where you will find more reservoirs under the earth, beneath the earth. I'm not too very sure about the technicalities from the engineering point of view or mining area. It's just that I brought some of the areas of management into consideration in my presentation.
Yeah, it was a nice presentation because nowadays we are going for many synthetic material and a lot of research is going on in that area. So I'm sure if we can find out a way, how we can have an alternative, that would be a very impactful research. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅದು ಮುಂದೆ ಹಂಗೆ ತುರ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಮೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
Excuse me, Madam Vidya, your mic is not.
Yeah, ma'am. I think I'm clear now. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your presentation. I request Shivmurtaya, sir. Any questions, sir, from your end? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to call upon the next participant, Professor Kavya, to present her paper. Professor Kavya?
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, could I ask you that would you make admin 13 as the host, because he'll be starting the first part of the presentation?
I cannot, he can share the screen and he can unmute himself. Admin 13.
Okay, ma'am.
I've given that rights to share the screen and he can unmute himself.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good afternoon, one and all present. And I think I am audible, right, ma'am? Can I continue?
Sir, please continue. You are audible.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, one and all present here. And my name is Vishnut. So I'm working as an assistant professor in KLE College. So, and this today we are going to present the topic, me and Ms. Kavya is going to present a topic on corporate social responsibility in waste management. So obviously everyone will be talking about the corporate social responsibility, and that is what the trending topic today. So any company, if you start the company, you have to keep 2% of the profit towards the corporate social responsibility. So let me move on to the next slide. That is the first slide. So coming on with the first slide, that is corporate social responsibility. I would not take much time of yours because the thing is already almost everyone have explained about this corporate social responsibility. I will be giving a gist of this. So corporate social responsibility is a kind of responsibility which will be undertaken by the companies. So why do they take this corporate social responsibility? Just for the sake of like helping their society, helping the environment, and many of the companies are there where they will be doing for the tax redemption also. That is like, that may be the advantage for the company but not for the society. But most of the time the corporate social responsibility is considered as one of the help which you are doing to the society. So for example, we can take it as Infosys, Sudha Moti, where she donated around 10 crores for the floods which was raised in in Uttar Karnataka and Coorg, that kind of that kind of sites. So coming on, like that is the example which we can consider as corporate social responsibility. So coming on to the next slide, the waste management. So nowadays waste management is considered as one of the important kind of corporate social responsibility. In corporate social responsibility, in a sense, so we will be remembering about planting the like planting of saplings, as well as we will be looking about serving of the society, like that. So once you get into this kind of a sector, like you have to think about the waste management also. So waste management means managing of the waste which will be disposed by many of the industries, companies, hospitals, etc. And also the reusing of this waste management. So once you take down as a waste, everything is not a waste. So you can use it again and again. So each product will be having its own capability to be reused. And that's what the waste management is. And most of the companies will not adopt to this waste management just because they have to give the 20 to 50% of municipal budget in the sense profit, like because they have to dispose all the waste, they have to make the society clean, everything. So that's why most of the companies will not get into this waste management. But out of 100 companies, there are at least 70 to 80 companies who will get into this waste management. And coming on to the history of this waste management, this is not today's task. It was started way back in 1751, where a person was given the municipal authority. He was the person, like he was the head of municipal society in that area. So he was given the rights to clean the society. So that was where the waste management started. So he made everything to be reused, so bottles or some papers, so he made everything to be reused. So that was the concept where waste management was started. So coming on to the next concept, that is different types of waste. So when we discuss about the waste, so in this paper we have discussed about the types of waste which are available. So basically when you have to manage something, you have to come to know what are the kinds which are there, right? So that's where the first thing is liquid waste. So which will be in the form of liquid. In simple terms, you can call it as like waste of like some water, which many of them like it may be crude oil kind of a thing, or a wastewater, like that. So that can be considered as the one of the liquid waste, to be frank. So coming on to the second type of the waste, that is the solid waste. So solid waste, apart from liquid waste, like which will be in the part of solid things, like for example synthetic materials, which will be a part of waste, so which you will not use it again. So that can be considered as the solid waste. And coming on to the third type of waste, that is organic waste. So organic waste, it will be like day to day we'll be throwing the things, like for example it may be flowers, where you will use that after 3 to 4 days, you have to throw it, because you can't reuse it, that one. So that is the one example for organic waste. So we can also consider as uh, some food waste in a sense, like for example you are going to have some orange, so you have to peel it, right? So that kind of things can be taken as the organic waste example. So next one is recyclable waste. So what is this recyclable waste? So coming on to recyclable waste, which can be used again and again, so reusing of the product, so you can reuse again and again, that is recyclable waste. So the best example for this is paper, which can be used again and again, so more than at least 3 or 4 times. And uh, magazines, so magazines also, if you go and put into some old paper mart, so they are going to take it because it can be reused. And next one is hazardous waste, which are harmful for, like one of the participants was telling about this kind of waste. Like hazardous waste is a kind of waste which is harmful. Hazardous means which is harmful to the society, which may be harmful for the environment, and which is harmful for the animals. Okay, so maybe wooden pieces, small wooden pieces which can't be seen, and small glass pieces which can't be seen, so that can poke the human leg, and that can be eaten by some road street dogs. Like many of the times we would have seen the Instagram or Facebook post where the dog would be eating some kind of a glass, or something has been thrown. And the best example is in Kerala, some pineapple was thrown, and in that there was some exploits which was there in that pineapple thing. And the elephant consumed that, and it died, and there was a baby in its stomach also, in its womb. So in its stomach. So that one is the major example for hazardous waste, where you should not throw wherever you want. So you have to manage that. You have to manage that. So that is the one thing. And the next one is industrial waste. So when it comes to the industrial waste, you can take it as scrap materials, so which you are going to throw scrap metals or like crude oils or chemicals which will be extracted from the industries. That is the best example for industrial waste. And hospital waste, which comes out of the hospital, like comes out of the hospital in the sense where they will be using the surgical mask, surgical gloves, and also some syringes, so which can't be reused again and again. So that will be thrown away, and that should be like, it should be managed in a proper manner. It should not be thrown wherever you want. So that will be really difficult, like that will be harmful for others. So that is what, like these are the types of waste and managing of this kind of waste. So once you throw the waste, like before throwing the waste, how can you manage? That is what these 5 topics means. One is reuse. So you can reuse many of the products. For example, we can take it as pots. Nowadays there is one kind of like a mug kind of a pot which is available, so that is called as reuse. And bottles, the Pepsi or Coca-Cola bottles, which you can use it as pen stands, so you can cut down. You, if you have a craft mind, you can use that. So that is the best example for reusing of the waste. And animal feeding, so for example, yesterday or day before yesterday, some food will be remaining at your house which you can't consume, so you can, instead of throwing that, you can put to the street dogs. Okay, street dogs, or for the cow, which they, like it becomes feeding of them, right? So it fills their stomach also, and it will not be a waste for us also. So you have to, like, it's not only the managing of waste is not only the thing of the company, but it also has to be managed by the human beings. Because wherever like, if we go and throw somewhere and the company can't come and clean every time, so that's the major thing. And coming on to the next one, source reduction. So you have to use, like it is interrelated with reusing of the product, because the materials can be used, like consumption of, like when you want to use 10 materials, you can reduce it to 5 materials and manufacture. So you have to cut down the material. So if possible, cut down the materials and use the sources which the redemption. So next one is recycling. So recycling is where, like paper and magazines which I give the example, because it can be recycled in a sense they can be altered, like they can be taken into consideration and reused again. So fermentation is where organic waste and agricultural waste which contains the methane or something like that, and which can be produced for natural gas. So you can produce natural gas like LNG, that kind of a thing. So this is one kind of managing of the waste. So coming on to the next one, so these are the companies involved in waste management. So I'll tell you just a brief about this, and I'll not consume more time in, like going through these companies. So these are the companies like Sikon Environmental Technologies, which is located in Guwahati, and Barmaco, which is located in Mumbai, Soundcraft Industries, Mumbai, and Hydroid Tectonics, and Anjir Biotech, and Selco International Limited. So these are the 6 companies which are involved only in waste management. I tell you, only in waste management. They are not going to do any other tasks. These are tasks. These are the companies which are involved as a NGO in managing the waste. So these are the major things. Like these kind of companies help in managing of the waste, like helping in providing of the trucks or anything like that. So these are also the NGOs. So I would like to ask Ms. Kavya to carry on from the next slide.
Thank you, Vishrut sir. So the next topic is the objective of this study. What is the main objective of what we have done the research all about? So in the first, in the waste, we need to say is what are the various measures and techniques that is used by the companies or the households to manage these waste. So we have seen that Sir has told that where there are various types of waste that has been collected with from the companies or the hospitals or from the households, and we've also seen what are the kinds of techniques the companies can use to manage these waste. So for example, when it comes to IT companies, the more the number of waste is from the e-waste, that is the electronic waste. So how do they manage these e-waste? And the various techniques or the measures that can be used by them to manage the e-waste. So what are the byproducts that they can produce from these e-waste. And the next thing is to know the impact of waste management on ecodiversity. That is, what are the impact, that is, how is this waste management going to impact the ecodiversity or the nature to recreate back by itself. What happens is, because of this pollution and the waste management is not being properly maintained in India. It is not only in India, many countries are facing difficulties in managing the waste. So once we know how to manage this waste, what is the impact that is happening on the diversity or the nature. So what happens is, once you stop putting all the waste into the oceans or the lakes, the aquatic animals or the aquatic land will become okay, or it will start regenerating itself. And once the land once the waste management is maintained in the land, so the animals or the birds, whatever they are eating, the plastic or the hazardous waste that has been eaten by the plants and by the animals or the street dogs, it will be coming down. So what we need to do is, we need to see how the nature is healing itself when we are using this waste management techniques. So these are the two objectives of the study. The next topic is data analysis. We have done some research whereby we have used the primary data or the primary research method by giving the questionnaires to some of the companies and the hospitals. So using this information, we have got some data analysis through which we can say that out of 30 companies, for example, out of 30 companies, 24 companies are involved in the regular CSR activities. That is, the other 6 companies are not involved in any kind of CSR activities. They are just doing their work and getting their profits back. But 24 companies are involved in the CSR activities. Either it can be any kind of CSR activities. It's not only the waste management. It can also be employee welfare. Also, it can be philanthropic activities, or voluntarily going and planting the saplings, or they're going and conserving the environment, or they're doing some conservation regarding the animals and plants, or it can be waste management also. And this waste management is not a very improved very improved CSR activity, because I feel that each and every person, or each and every household, or each and every companies and hospitals, or any kind of industry it might be, they have to follow the waste management in their companies or in their place, because it is not that you have to follow it as a CSR activity. It is our own responsibility to manage the waste, and we have to see that it is not harmful to any other plant or animals or any other ecodiversity in the nature. And we have seen that industrial waste and the e-waste are the most kind of waste that is produced by the companies and the industries. What happens is, as we have discussed, industrial waste, mostly it is produced by the industries. The crude oil or the waste plastic or the scrap that is produced after producing the main products, whatever the leftover is there, we need to reuse them. Or we say that most of the waste that has been accrued is by the industrial waste. So, and e-waste, as I told, if it is a IT company, or if it is any information technology, any technological company, we need electronic devices for that. So what happens is, when the electronic devices are not working, we just try to throw them. Instead of throwing them, we need to make sure that it is being used for some other kind of byproducts where it can be used and we can produce a new item. So as we have analyzed, it is the industrial waste and the e-waste that is produced more by the companies and the industries. The way that people are going to reuse or the maintain or use the techniques for maintaining the waste management is by reusing and reproducing the waste that has been produced by the industries or companies. For example, reusing. By after manufacturing the main product, whatever the leftover is there, the leftover product has to be used for the secondary or the byproducts. For example, it can be milk products. I'm saying it for the example, like milk. What happens once the milk has been produced? Later on, it will be produced for curd. Later on, it will go for butter, cheese, and ghee. In the same way, what we need to do is, maybe these waste cannot be used in such ways, but still we can use it for some secondary products or the byproducts, so that it will be not waste. For example, as my colleague told, the Coca-Cola bottles or the Pepsi bottles, what happens is instead of throwing them, we can use it as a craft item. If we have a good knowledge about the craft or decorative items, we can just go on producing that. So what happens is the more number of plastic is not thrown into the nature and reproducing the same kinds. For example, these papers.
So, Kavya ma'am, sorry for interruption. You have another 2 minutes left to finish your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. So reproducing the same items again and again. So what happens now, we have taken the solar energy. Instead of using these petrol items or the petrol products, byproducts, we can go with the solar or the electric vehicles. So what happens is when we start using the solar and electric ones, we can reproduce again and again with the same waste. So instead of going with the normal items and producing them, we can go with alternatives which we can use it for again and again. So the next one is, what are the findings and suggestions that have come through the research that we have done? The first one is, it is noticed that most of the institutions follow the waste management. That is, we see that waste management is mostly used or they have been followed by hospitals and industries. And even companies are also managing now because of the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan that has come in 2014. After this, even hospitals have treating their waste separately so that the separate treatment can be done for the hospital waste. The industries are having the separate waste management treatment for them, and even the agricultural waste can be used for organic manure or organic pesticides, because organic waste can also be used as pesticides and even for the manure for agriculture. And we also see that most of the companies are following the reuse, recycle and reproduction manner so that they can control the waste that is produced in their institution. And corporate social responsibility is followed by 90% of the companies for either tax reduction purpose or for helping the nature or helping the people. It can be for conservation of animals, or it can be for conservation of plants, or it can also be for the reduction of the tax, because mainly when we are doing CSR activities, our tax reduction will come down. That is, that whatever the tax we are going to pay, it will come down. So these are the various reasons why people are getting into CSR activities. The suggestion which we want to give is, agricultural waste can also be produced as the organic manure and pesticides, because most of the time the organic manure or organic waste or the agricultural waste is being thrown out easily, and it'll not also be of a good use. But instead, if we do that as a landfills, in putting the agricultural waste into the soil and making the manure will be the good way of producing the organic manure instead of using the hazardous pesticides which we are going to use now. So this is one of the suggestion. And the second one is, industrial waste can be reused and recycled for producing the binary products or the secondary products. So this is the suggestions that we want to give regarding the waste management. The last topic is the conclusion. The main conclusion is, this waste management is not the first or the new introductory part to the India or for the world. It is already introduced in 1751. As my friend told, it is introduced by Corbin Morris in London. So he started this waste management, and it is still being continued, and we can make sure that our waste management can be more better by going on in the future days. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Kavya. Maushmi ma'am, your questions, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Wonderful presentation. Good attempt. Well, I have few questions. Number one, how do you justify the impact of your research? What is not redundant? Are you proposing any measure which could help to have a better idea of the categorization of the waste and how effective they are? Or are you trying to make an analysis how companies are involved in waste management And how do you validate their work? Because you mentioned in your objectives that your two objectives, the number one objective is to know the various measures and techniques used by the companies to manage the waste. What is the outcome of your objective? How do you justify that? I hope I'm clear. Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Professor Kavya?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, as I told, these are the new techniques where we are going to find out the new techniques how the companies are going to manage the waste. So as we have thought, it is the recycle and reuse method that they are going to use. So I feel it is more effective to reuse and reduce the sources that they are going to produce in their companies, which is maintaining the waste, and we can manage the waste also.
And to add on to that point, ma'am, as we can see day to day, like for day to day life only, we can segregate between the liquid waste as well as the solid waste. That can be also considered as one of the ways which the companies can also use. It's not only for data, as I told, it's not only for the companies, it's also for human beings like the society. Like they also have to see segregate or so as a company also control the liquid and the solid waste. We can also control the e-waste, electronic waste. So that can also be controlled as per our knowledge, what we have about this waste management.
Yeah. Very good attempt. Well, here I'd like to suggest a few points. In the residential areas, we have started waste management in the year 2011. And all the segregated waste, the e-waste, the liquid waste, the glass, and all hazardous waste, all are segregated in our household. We have it now. We are doing it from 2011. Now we are in 2020. So after 9 years, when I consider the current situation and the companies, when I try to take it forward for the business, I have to propose something which is more attractive, which can give a good solution to the society, to the companies, because we are privileged as we can go through a lot of research papers and find out a solution. So I appreciate your work, and I do suggest this is one avenue. Number one. Number two is nowadays a lot of AI-enabled techniques are there which can automatically find out whether any glass item is present in the liquid waste or in the wet waste. So these are the automatic techniques. Even robots are being used to do all this. So this is also very good because now we are in 2020. We have to take care of all those as well when we make the study. So this is just a suggestion, and you have explained and accumulated the studies which are done in different companies. Very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, actually, this is our first step into research. So we would like to get your suggestions, and we will make sure that we will implement these suggestions in the future, ma'am.
Thank you
Sure.
so much.
I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for your suggestions. Thank you, Professor Kavya. Shivmurtaya, sir, any questions?
But madam, just I wanted to know, not the observe that whether there are any innovative idea for e-waste, whether any they are proposing.
Professor Kavya, the question was for you from Shivmurtaya, sir.
Sir, what I can say is the batteries which are already used from the computers or from the mobiles, what we can do is we can use it for some other byproducts. For example, we can again use it for charging. We can repair that and use it for charging instead of throwing it away. So in the same way, I don't know the most technical words that is used in the electronic devices. So all those devices can be, I think, which can be reused, can be repaired and reused for some binary products or the secondary products. so that it would be helpful for managing the waste also, and we could produce some new product with less cost.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
sir.
Kavya. Yeah.
Thank you,
I
ma'am.
would call upon the next participant for her presentation, Professor Kritika.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Kritika, good afternoon, and you'll be given 10 minutes time to present your paper.
Okay, fine, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, Kritika, you can start your presentation.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, Kritika.
You're
audible.
Yes, audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is waste management as a corporate social responsibility on enriching opportunities for corporate India. And my paper is a review paper. So I have divided my topic into presentation into three parts. Firstly, I'm going to discuss about the corporate social responsibility. In that, I'm going to discuss regarding the meaning of CSR, responsibilities of CSR, benefits of CSR, the triple bottom line, and environmental aspects of CSR. And secondly, I'm going to discuss regarding CSR in Indian scenarios. Under that, we are going to discuss regarding the clause 135 Companies Act, the areas where CSR budgets can be spent, CSR activities in India, CSR environmental perspectives, environmental responsibilities of corporate CSR towards sustainable waste management, sustainable projects implemented by Indian companies for waste management, and also I'm going to discuss regarding the challenges for waste management in India. And finally, I'm going to give a conclusion. So as you already know what do you mean by CSR, I'm going to repeat again. So where CSR is a management concept whereby companies are going to have an integrate social and environmental concerns in their business operations and interaction with their stakeholders.
Ma'am, your screen, share the Zoom meeting in progress screen. Professor Kritika. Professor Kritika, am I audible to you? Professor Kritika?
Ma'am, I'm audible now?
Yeah, you're audible now.
There is an internet issue. I'm not able to connect up.
Okay, ma'am. You can share the screen and you can continue, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. So share benefits of the company's activity with the key stakeholders as well as the shareholders. Demonstrate that the company can make more money by doing the right things. So what are the benefits we have regarding the CSR? So the CSR is going to increase the customer retention will be increased.
Professor Kritika, please share your screen.
Yes.
Maushmi ma'am, you have something to tell her?
Ma'am, I was just about to request to share the screen.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So what are the benefits we have for the CSR is we can increase the customer retention and we can save on money on the energy as well as the operating cost. We have the differentiate yourself from the competitors. We can just tell them what are the competitors are having their responsibilities towards our country and enhance your influence in industry, access to the funds, funding opportunities in the market, media interested, and also we are going to have a good reputation in the market, and we can attract and retaining and maintaining a happy workforce in our company. We can also enhance the relationship with the stakeholders, and we can also win with the new businesses. So this is the triple bottom line. So where this is also called as the 3BL. or TBL. So where we are going to focus on three concepts, that is social, environmental, and financial factors in the CSR. And some organization also have adopted with this triple bottom line to why they have created this framework to evaluate their performance in the broader aspects. For that purpose, they have created this, and it creates a very good, great business values in the market. And firstly, I'm going to discuss regarding the environmental aspects of CSR. So, according to this, the company must have to follow some of the trends. That is, they have to reduce the consumption of raw materials and
Excuse me, madam, your screen is not visible.
Professor Kritika ma'am, your screen is not visible. Your voice is also not audible. Professor Kritika? Professor Kritika, please unmute your audio. Madam, please unmute your audio.
so we have to promote the ecological behavior within the companies also. So these are the some basic concepts will be taken into consideration in our companies. Now, I'm going to discuss regarding CSR in Indian perspective. So under that, we have a clause 135, Companies Act 2013. It states that so a company which is having an annual turnover of rupees 1 crore or more, or a net worth of rupees 500 crores or more, or a net profit of 5 crores or more, should maintain CSR activity in their business. And it also requires the companies to set up a CSR committee consisting of their board members, including at least one independent director. The Act also encourages regarding the companies to spend at least 2% of their average net profit in their previous 3 years on the CSR activities. And this is areas where the companies can be spent. So firstly, it is regarding the promotion of education. The CSR activities can be done by the companies regarding the education sector, and regarding the victim poverty. They can also given uh, opportunity. They can do the work in the poverty lines, and also regarding the gender equalities. That is, they can go ahead with the human empowerment, and also regarding the child mortality. They can reduce with that, improve the uh, improve with the health of the child, and also regarding some diseases which are there, they can help for that, and employment opportunities. So these are the few of prospectus what in the areas where the CSR can be budgeted. And now coming to the CSR activities in India, as I told you, there are three triple layer uh, formats where we have also should consider about for the environmental aspects. There where CSR initiates with aim towards the betterment of the environment, including the green. Yeah.
Professor Kritika, your voice is not audible again.
Madam, kindly ensure the screen is also not visible.
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I will do that. Professor Kritika, your screen is also not visible, ma'am. I think Maushmi ma'am, I think there is some technical issues from Professor Kritika's presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Shall we wind up the?
Yes.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
Vidya ma'am, proceed with the wind up, ma'am. Kindly.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Kritika. Thanks for your presentation. We have come to the end of the session. I would like to thank our session chairs for their interesting and stimulating contributions and the participants for your valuable presentation. I also thank the participants for their participation in this international conference. Thank you one and all. I would request Rashmi Akshay Yadav ma'am to take over the session.
Good evening, one and all present in this international conference on corporate social responsibility for sustainability. From morning, we had an insightful day filled with lot of knowledge sharing happening in a common platform of the conference under different tracks. I congratulate all the faculty members for smoothly taking up the track flow. All the session presenters and session chairs have filled the conference with wonderful research experience, paving the younger minds to think and act responsible towards the society. It's not only corporate social responsibility, rather it is individual social responsibility which promotes sustainability. Now we have come to the end of 2 days international conference on corporate social responsibility for sustainability, proceeding with valedictory address by Dr. U. Bojanna, Professor and Head, Department of MBA, RNS Institute of Technology. Sir is one of the important board member of Conference Advisory Committee. I call upon Professor Shima Shahin to give a brief about Dr. U. Bojanna.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present. I, Professor Shima, taking a privilege to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. U. Bhojanna, who is presently working as professor and head in the Department of MBA at RNSIT, Bangalore. To begin with Sir's academics, Sir has been awarded PhD from Sri Krishnadevaraya University, titled on investors' behavior in the selection of corporate securities. MPhil from Alagappa University, titled Investors' Preference in Portfolio Selection. MBA, specialized in marketing and finance, and BSc from Sri Krishnadevaraya University. It's now time to have a quick glance on Sir's achievements. Sir is presently serving as chairperson, BOS MBA VTU, member Governing Council of RNS, member Board of Studies, Board of Examiners at Karnataka State Open University, and MS Ramaya Institute of Technology, Bangalore, LIC Committee of VTU, Course Review Committee, and MBA Course Development Panel. Sir is sharing his expertise knowledge to future researchers and has guided MPhil students for Allagappa University and supervising PhD scholars for VTU. Under Sir's guidance, Mrs. Leela M.H. has been awarded PhD in the year 2017. Books titled such as Business Research Methods, Advertising and IMC Perspective, and also compiled a book on contemporary issues and challenges in banking and financial sector in India, and study materials on marketing research, advertising, research methods, research methodology adds to all his credentials. Sir has presented various research papers at national and international platform and also participated in numerous workshops. Sir has published articles in different areas and has shown his passion and keen interest on CSR and published an article titled CSR, A Ray of Hope for Farmers in the journal Amber. I would also like to highlight Sir's contribution towards society through his initiative in training small entrepreneurs in communication skills and business negotiations through Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Park, Tumkur. We are glad to have you, sir. On behalf of the conference team, we welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Bhojana sir. Sir is joining us. He has some technical issue. Yes. Yes, sir. You can proceed. Sir, you can start.
Madam, shall I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can start, sir.
Okay. Very good evening. At the outset, I would like to thank the management of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Principal Dr. Nagarashanai and the coordinator Professor Rashmi for inviting me to deliver a valedictory address on the occasion of the conference, International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility for Sustainability. It gives me immense pleasure to be a part of this event. And also, I would like to mention that before I go through the details of the events, I have a word of suggestion, or we can say the advice to all the participants, scholars, guides, faculty fraternity. Dear friends, I was going through the reports of World Economic Forum Future of Jobs 2020, and it said 8.5 crore jobs of today's are going to be vanished or outdated by 2025, and there will be about 9.7 new jobs going to be created, which requires absolutely a new skill set. On this background, I must congratulate the entire team of the Dayananda Sagar College of Arts and Science for taking initiative to conduct an international conference on sustainability, because the World Economic Forum's report also talks about the sustainability, and this conference theme is also sustainability. Let me congratulate Dr. Nagaraj Shanai for organizing this event successfully and also meaningfully. Conference has started with an invocation followed by keynote address by Dr. Rupa Gunasilan, Professor and Director of Bharatidasan Institute of Management, Bharatiya University. The speaker enlightened the gathering with proactive resilience for disaster management. She also spoke about the directions through which an organization can plan sustainable environmental friendly operations. It was followed by the speaker, Professor Dr. S. Sarangapani, Department of Business Studies, University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Sultanate of Oman, spoke on innovative as tool for organizational growth and corporate social responsibility. He stressed his vision of sustainability of future youth is highly dependent on the level of creativity and innovation. His ideas were concentrating on novel approaches to problem solving techniques. The session continued with the speaker, Dr. Shivamurtaya, Garden City University, Bangalore. He spoke about impact of state government funds and sustainable development. Speaker stressed the adaptability of 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle, and 3Ps, people, planet, and prosperity approach for sustainability. He also shared his personal experience of working with NGO and motivated the participants to take up their role of social welfare. It was followed by another speaker, Dr. Masumi Goswami from Christ University. She spoke on sustainable development as an individual social responsibility, a data science perspective. In her presentation, she tried to connect individual social responsibility with sustainable development and technology-based computer science for technology-based computer science for sorry, one second. Technology-based computer science for training younger minds. The last speaker of day one was Dr. Devarta Samantha.
Sir, your video is off,
Department of
sir.
Computer
Sir, your video went off.
Devarta Samantha from Christ University. He spoke on information technology versus social responsibility. His presentation stressed on environmental protection, business ethics, and resource usage in a sustainable manner to avoid scarcity for the future generation. Day one ended with vote of thanks by Professor Rashmi Akshay Yadav, the conference coordinator. And day two also started with lot of hopes and deliberations to happen. I started with a welcome note by Professor Gurunath, IQAC coordinator, Dayananda Sagar College of Commerce, Arts and Science. And a book was released on the theme of conference. Book was released on the theme of conference on International Conference on Corporate Social Responsibility. Corporate Social Responsibility for Sustainability. Session chair, it has 4 tracks, 4 technical sessions. Session 1 was chaired by Dr. Pramanik and Dr. Chandrakala. There were about 7 papers presented by various participants, scholars, and also professors. All these papers were related to the conference theme, and they have discussed a lot of issues, and there were a lot of takeaways for all the participants. And track 2 was chaired by Dr. Sunanda Vincent and Dr. Soumi Dutta of Institute of Engineering and Management, Dayananda Sagar Institute. There were about 6 papers presented in this conference, in this session, and all these papers related to the theme of the conference, why bank assurance business for India the COVID-19 outbreak and its impact on stock market. Track 2 was chaired by Dr. Namrata Singha and Mahesh, Dr. Mangesh. There were about 6 papers presented in this session, and there were a lot of takeaways for all the participants. Track 4 was chaired by Dr. Mosumi Goswami and Dr. Shivamurtaya of Garden City University. There were about 6 papers presented in this track. With this, most all the technical sessions went on very fruitfully, and there were lot of takeaways for all the participants and scholars. I would like to conclude by saying change is one of the most important method or technique for sustainability. Take it skill set, upskilling or reskilling or any kind of new skills. Change is the one. Now, I don't say that it is the only method. Change is one of the most important technique to be relevant, to be adaptable, and to be sustainable. Thank you. Thank you all the coordinators, the patrons, co-patrons, conference coordinator for giving me this opportunity to deliver valedictory address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for gracing this valedictory ceremony. It's an honor for me to tell that you have lot of societal concerns, and it's a honor that I am research scholar under you, sir. So, sir is the research guide for PhD program under Mysore University. It's a pleasure to have you as an advisory board member for this conference, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now we have Professor Sumandiran CSP, Founder and Managing Director, Coimbatore Research Forum. Sir is the conference session chair and the pillar behind this international conference. I request Sir to render vote of thanks.
Very good evening to all. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, very good evening to everyone. A warm salutation to all the participants and the scholarly members of this DSI ICCSRS 2020. It has been our pleasure to host all the distinguished speakers of both the days with the presenters and participants for this international conference on corporate social responsibility for sustainability 2020, conducted by the Department of Business Administration and Commerce of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Bengaluru, in association with Acadens, International Open Access Technical Group of Serbia, and Coimbatore Research Forum and Right World. First and foremost, I would like to express our entire team's gratitude to the chairman, Dr. D. Hemachandra Sagar, and to the vice chairman, Dr. D. Premchandra Sagar, and also to Sri Galisamy sir, the secretary of the Dayananda Sagar institutions, for having given us the encouragement for conducting this international conference. I sincerely thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Rupa Gunasilan, Professor and Director in charge, Bharatiya School of Management and Entrepreneurial Development, Bharatiya University, for kindly accepting our invitation and gracing the inaugural function and giving her keynote address. I would like to acknowledge my sincere thanks to all the distinguished speakers, right from Dr. S. Sarangapani sir from Oman, Dr. Shivamudraya sir from Garden City University, Dr. Mosumi Goswami from Christ University, Dr. Samantha sir from Christ University again, for exposing their theory of CSR for sustainability in this conference and for giving an excellent coverage of the theme of this international conference. On behalf of the entire conference organizing committee, I convey my deep sense of appreciation to all the session chairs of today for guiding the presenters and the scholars in the right direction for their research work that they have conducted. I, on behalf of the committee of this particular conference and the entire other supporting and sponsoring organization, we can call it as a fraternity of academics here together, and on my personal own behalf, extend a very heart vote of thanks to all presenters for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions that you have today presented. I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to Dr. Nagaraj Shnai sir, Principal, Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Dr. Suplab Kanti, the HOD of Department of Business Administration, Professor R. Gurunath, IQAC Coordinator of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce, and Professor Murugesh sir, the HOD of Commerce Department, for having been instrumental in organizing this conference in the best way possible. I sincerely thank the members of the advisory committee of this particular conference for their valuable suggestions given each and every point of time. I take this opportunity to thank all the reviewers and technical committee members for providing their valuable comments in time and helping towards the improvement of the quality of papers presented in the conference. I am thankful to Dr. Bojana sir, Professor and Head Department of Management, RNS Institute of Technology, for accepting our invitation to deliver the valedictory address. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing this occasion. I am thankful to Dayananda Sagar administration in general for providing us with all possible support towards organizing this international conference. I acknowledge the unwavering support received from the faculty and staff members of the Department of Business Administration and the Department of Commerce of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce for making this conference to become a group success. My thanks also goes to all the people who have given their precious time in organizing this conference. In particular, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate Professor Rashmi Akshay Yadav for coordinating the entire conference pre-work and the post-work that still has to come. Thanks, ma'am, for your valuable support, which made our work little less. On our part, we have made sincere efforts to enhance the quality of the conference. In this regards, we have taken some new initiatives. So I have 3 initiatives which I'll be letting known to all the participants. First thing is, this conference, as the papers were accepted, was sent for both UGC CARE publication as well as for Scopus publication, directly sent by the researchers. We were not there in between, and we requested all the presenters and the researchers to directly send the papers to the particular journal itself, and almost 75% of the research articles were accepted for publication. Secondly, the entire papers, that is, we have totally 32 national papers and 21 international papers, all has been compiled together and it has been edited by the editors of the particular conference committee and has come out as an ISBN book. Probably the hard copy shall be available in a week time, which can be accessed by all of you. Finally, as we have promised in the brochure, we are sending the papers. All the papers will be sent which are having less than 20% plagiarism to Elsevier SSRN publication, with which we have made the tie-up, which may have to wait for a couple of months. And all those papers which are being accepted by Elsevier will be intimated to their email respectively. Maybe it will take around 2 months time. You will be getting the email directly from them, so that any corrections is there in your paper, you can do it and then you can submit to Elsevier. A special thanks to the entire organizing committee members, teaching and non-teaching staff for their unflinching support and coordination for this international conference. Our heartfelt thanks for the students of Dayananda Sagar College of Arts, Science and Commerce from the Department of both BBA and Commerce for actively participating during the entire conference. Once again, a big thanks to all the fraternity of Dayananda Sagar institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for standing as a support to the event, sir. Thank you so much. So now we'll wind up the session. All the presenters will be receiving the certificates by next week. All the heads of the department, sir, we can wind up the session, right? You have any words to tell? HOD, sir? Can we wind up the session?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am,
Yes.
we can wind up.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Good
Thank you,
evening.
Rashmi ma'am. Thank
Yes,
you very much.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Ma'am, there is
Murugesh
a-
sir. Thank you, Murugesh sir, for
Thank you,
being
sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
So one
Suplab sir,
request.
thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir, Murugesh sir. Please, sir.
One request is that please switch on the video so that we can take one snapshot.
Yeah.
Please. All of
All
you,
the
please
participants.
switch on the videos.
All the participants. Neha ma'am, is it done?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all.
It's done,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, all
Thank
and all.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Thank you
everyone.
so much.
Thank you,
Thank
one
you.
and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you.